The Economics of Feasible Socialism. Alec Nove, Emeritus Professor of Economics, University of Glasgow. The political uniqueness of our own era then is this: we have lived and still live through a desperate political and social malaise, while at the same time we have outlived the desperate revolutionary remedies that had once been thought to solve them. Alvin W. Goldner. Preface. The word socialism is apt to produce strong feelings of enthusiasm, cynicism, hostility. It is the road to a future just society, or to serfdom. It is the next stage of an ineluctable historical process, or a tragic aberration, a cul-de-sac, into which the deluded masses are drawn by power-hungry agitator intellectuals. My own attitude will emerge in the pages that follow. Let me make it clear that my object is not propagandist, in either direction. It is to explore what could be a workable, feasible sort of socialism, which might be achieved within the lifetime of a child already conceived. I have spent the last quarter century studying and trying to understand the socialist countries of Eastern Europe. Brought up in a social democratic environment, son of a Menshevik who was arrested by the Bolsheviks, I inherited a somewhat critical view of Soviet reality. If this really was socialism, I would prefer to be elsewhere. Luckily, I was elsewhere. Of course, the Soviet system did not take the shape it did because of betrayal, or the accident of Stalin's personality. I have tried to describe the way in which the system developed, paying particular attention to the economic aspect. I have listened to critics who have contrasted the Soviet variety of socialism with the vision of Marx. That there are differences is obvious, but plainly it is not enough to note them, and then to criticize the reality of the USSR because it does not conform to the vision of Marx, or indeed of Lenin. What if the vision is unrealizable, contradictory? Does it make sense to blame Stalin and his successors for not having achieved what cannot be achieved in the real world? Can the excesses and crimes which they did commit in the real world have been due in some part to the doctrines they espoused? If a loyal Marxist protests that these doctrines were humanist, that they did not envisage a despotic society or mass repression, one can remind him or her of what happened in other countries with a Christian doctrine, and that fellow Christians were the most numerous victims. As an economist, I have been struck by the fact that the functional logic of centralist planning fits far too easily into the practice of centralist despotism. Very well, but what is the alternative? Marx contrasted socialism utopian with socialism scientific. For reasons which will be expounded in the first part of this book, I believe that Marx's socialism was utopian. Can there be a socialism scientific? Not scientific in the sense that it can be proved scientifically that this is the way history marches, nor yet in the form of a blueprint of a perfect society which we would call socialist. Nothing perfect, nothing optimal. Something that can reasonably be expected to function with a reasonable probability of avoiding both despotism and intolerable inefficiency. I feel increasingly ill-disposed towards those latter-day Marxists who airily ascribe all the world's evils to capitalism, dismiss the Soviet experience as irrelevant, and substitute for hard thinking an image of a post-revolutionary world in which there would be no economic problems at all, or where any problems that might arise would be handled smoothly by the associated producers of a world commonwealth. I feel not too well disposed either towards the Chicago School, whose belief in free enterprise seems quite unaffected by the growth of giant bureaucratic corporations, and whose remedies for current ills seem to benefit the rich and ignore unemployment. And even Milton Friedman is preferable to the abstract model builders whose works fill the pages of our professional journals, since he at least advocates action in the real world, even though I believe the action he advocates is wrong. Unexpectedly, I find myself quoting an American theologian. At least we've got to examine socialism and not let it be a scare word of the generation. At least we've got to challenge capitalism and not let it be the sacrosanct word of the generation. At least we've got to investigate some new mixes of the two that don't escalate into Stalinism, but also don't escalate into the mind-blowing profits that are clutched by the few at the cost of hope, and even life, to the many. Yes, I know that the profit rate has fallen in recent years. Nor is it by any means obvious that the poor are poor because successful businessmen make a great deal of money. Nonetheless, I do find the present distribution of wealth offensive, especially as it seems to bear so little relationship to any real contribution to welfare in any recognizable sense. So I have put to myself some questions. What species of socialism could be envisaged? Would such a socialism be free of the defects of the Soviet model and of other really existing variants? Could it operate with reasonable efficiency, and give satisfaction to the citizens in their capacities as consumers and producers? Since economic and social problems cannot be assumed out of existence, a realistically conceived socialist society will have to cope with them. There will be contradictions, there will be strains, disputes. If human beings are free to choose, they are also free to choose wrongly, and there would be conflicts with choices made by others. The plan of this book is as follows. After a brief examination of why it is that socialist ideas and aims must be taken seriously, I launch into a critical review of Marx's ideas on socialism which, to my mind, are very seriously defective and misleading. This is followed by an examination of the experience of the USSR and some other countries which have sought to introduce socialism, to see what lessons can be drawn. I also discuss there the lessons which some existing critics have already drawn, and the alternatives they propose. This is followed by a discussion of the problems of transition. How can one move towards an acceptable form of socialism, bearing in mind the many errors which have been, committed on what was thought to be the way? Finally, a sketch is attempted of an economic system which would have two characteristics: it would be called socialist, and it could work, within a reasonable time scale. All this may seem vastly ambitious. A German colleague to whom I described my intentions smiled and said, "All you want is to replace Das Kapital with Das Sozial." This is not so. Apart from my intellectual limitations, the task would call for a multi-volume treatise. All that is being attempted here is to put forward ideas which could be further discussed, which certainly need further development. I hope readers will not consider the ideas half-baked, but they do not pretend to be complete. I must particularly thank Volodymyr Tsbrus, Agata Desanai Gulet, Michael Elman, Radoslav Saluki, and Ljabo Sirk, who read several parts and made critical comments. I had the benefit of advice from, and discussions with, Dubravko Matko, Xavier Richer, Louis Basley, Robert Tartarin, Marie Levine, Jan Elster, participants in seminars in Paris, Amsterdam, and Oxford, and several Hungarians who should remain anonymous. Thanks, too, to my University of Glasgow, for providing a stimulating environment and giving me time for study and travel. Last but far from least, I am grateful for the work of Elizabeth Hunter in deciphering my writing and typing the text. The remaining sins of omission and commission are all my own work. A note on the notes. The notes are at the end of each part. Where the work cited is in a foreign language, the translations are my own, unless otherwise stated. Titles of articles are only given when they seem relevant to the theme, or are needed for identification. I have provided no bibliography, because the notes contain a great many references to works of importance on this subject, and a full list of books bearing on the economic problems of socialism, or Marxism, would fill a large volume. Addendum to Preface, January 1984. The publishers have kindly given me this opportunity to clarify one or two matters. The most important relates to my own ideological position, which, judging from some reviewers' comments, could be the subject of misunderstanding. Some have put me a good deal further to the left than I really am. My object was not to advocate socialism, but rather to act as an advocate for socialism in the legal sense of the word advocate, that is to say, I put the best case I can for my client, without necessarily being committed to all my own arguments. However, true enough, without some sympathy for my client's case I would not have taken it up in the first place. It has been pointed out that there is a yawning gap in my argument. Part 4, labeled Transition, abounds in warnings against extremist policies, and this does reflect my own preference for moderation. But then how is one to move towards the socialism of Part 5? The gap is indeed wide. The reason is, I really have no idea how to bridge it. In fact, in many countries there is a resurgence of new right, anti-socialism is a vote-getter. Quite evidently, a democratic socialism is only conceivable on condition that a majority of the population desire it. At present they do not, despite depression and unemployment. So it seems to follow that only a more complete breakdown of the existing order would convince our fellow citizens of the need to accept some fundamentally different alternative. Such a total breakdown is not devoutly to be wished. I would prefer to spend my remaining years in peace, and would regard an evening spent listening to one of Mozart's great operas as more rewarding than arguing about revolution. Pan 5 sketches out what seems to me to be a feasible and tolerable kind of socialism. If people do not want it, well and good. They have the right to prefer the devil they know. A more immediate worry is that of a nuclear holocaust, but that is another subject. A few additional remarks. A Polish colleague has drawn my attention to a letter from Oscar Lang, to Hayek, in which he states that price fixing by a central planning board was used by him only as a methodological device, that in actual fact he favored determination of prices through the market process. Thus I have not been quite correct in expounding his ideas in Part 3. Also, Branko Horvat's Economics of Socialism should be added to the list of works there referred to. If a new edition should be called for, I shall extend the too brief analysis of China, drawing attention to the important agricultural reforms, the household responsibility system, effectively breaking up collective farms, and the problems still encountered in the path of industrial planning reforms, as well as the more tolerant attitude to petty private enterprise. In the USSR, Brezhnev's death has also been followed by, or coincided with, a shift in agricultural policy. The autonomous small work group finally received its Politburo blessing in March 1983, which to some extent parallels the policy change in China. However, in industrial planning the emphasis has been on discipline, and wide-ranging discussions on more fundamental planning reform have so far been inconclusive. The book has already drawn its author into debate on what a future socialism could be, and most debates have shown a welcome tendency towards adding a dose of realism to their vision of the future. Good. That was what I had hoped for. A.N. Robert McAfee Brown, Theological Implications of the Arms Race, undated, presumably 1961. Introduction, Socialism, Why? This book is about feasible socialism. Its author must therefore declare his interest. Why write about this theme? Is the author intending to mount an attack on socialism in the name of efficient allocation of resources, Pareto optimality, and the virtues of free enterprise? And what socialism does he have in mind? Let us leave this last and very important question aside for the present. One reason for writing this book is precisely to help to arrive at a definition of a socialism that is feasible, that could work with reasonable effectiveness, since a socialism that does not function can be of little help to anyone. Let me put a few cards on the table, by explaining my motives and my starting point. In doing so I shall make some very sweeping generalizations. The reader will, I trust, forgive me if I do not write a long essay defending each general statement and modifying it to fit the many exceptions and modifications that it doubtless needs. First, it appears to me that the basic assumptions of liberal capitalism are ceasing to be true. At one time it really was the case that the pursuit of personal and sectional interest, on balance, was the way to obtain the best available approximation to the general interest. Of course, there were many exceptions, there always are, but the rationality of a free market economy tended to prevail, and appeared superior to any possible alternative arrangement of our society. To Hayek or Friedman it seems still to be the case today. However, several factors are now working against the efficacy, or even the survival, of the liberal capitalist model. Many of these have to do with the consequences of scale and of specialization. The polarization of society into a small group of super-monopoly capitalists and impoverished proletarians foreseen by Marx has not come to pass, and there are indeed a multitude of small businesses, while large packets of shares in big business are held by pension funds and insurance companies, representing aggregations of predominantly small savings. But, when all allowance is made for this, the fact remains that enormous business corporations and conglomerates dominate a whole series of vital industries, and many of the small businesses are highly dependent upon being subcontractors to the giants. Some interesting theories about the motivations of managers of large corporations have developed in the last few decades, which put into question some axioms such as profit maximization, but this aspect we will leave aside. The important points in the present context are: A. Monopoly power and its social-economic consequences. B. Vulnerability. C. Alienation. Monopoly is, of course, almost always relative. There will usually be close substitutes, or some species of monopsony or monopolistic competition. It is not my purpose to enter into controversy on the relative efficiency of the large corporation, its contribution to innovation, and so on. Its decisions affect many thousands of people and could cause grave distress to whole conurbations which rely on it for employment. Its sheer size and the remoteness of its headquarters, in another country in the case of multinationals, complicate labor relations, and can lead to damaging disputes. The greater the degree of monopoly power, the more it is possible to increase profits at the expense of the customer or of quality or of choice, for the less is the importance of the customer's goodwill, a point too easily overlooked by those who try to devise criteria for nationalist monopolies in Britain, for instance. The small number of giants and the power they wield has led to a reconsideration of an economic theory based upon an infinite number of competing units, a theory of the firm which, at its worst, in the words of Schubach, sees no difference between General Motors and a corner ice cream shop. There has been recourse to games theory, and much research on business behavior and on how prices are actually determined or administered. Joan Robinson's and Chamberlain's insights about imperfect competition have been deepened. Side by side with mathematically elegant and abstract general equilibrium models, we have seen growing concern with the consequences of increasing returns, and their converse, increasing unit costs when production declines, leading to higher, cost-based, prices at a time of falling demand. Monopoly power also has its political aspects, both government control over monopolies, and the power of large corporations over government. There is also the monopoly power of trade unions, which has increased pari passu with the vulnerability of the economy to attack from sectional interest groups. We all know that a quite small group of key workers in one component factory can cause enormous damage to industry. Specialization by plant and by trade has added greatly to this power. Right-wing analysts stress, understandably, the harm trade unions can do to productivity, competitiveness and, ultimately, to the living standards of the union members themselves. Insofar as this is indeed so, it is another illustration of the thesis advanced above, that the pursuit of sectional interest has ceased to be compatible with the general interest, including in some cases that of the group pursuing the sectional interest. Lest the words general interest upset the orthodox left, what about the class struggle? Let me at once explain that the above statement remains valid even if confined to the working class as a whole. Surely it cannot be seriously disputed that repeated work stoppages, plus a variety of restrictive practices, must adversely affect productivity, and it is a naive socialist indeed who fails to note that there is some connection between productivity and the level of real wages. Yes, I am aware that productivity is affected also by the quality of management and the level, and nature, of investments. Perhaps it can also be recognized that industrial relations are not a zero-sum game, that when, as in West Germany and Japan, there is industrial peace and efficient management, both managers and workers reap the benefit. All this is not an argument for reformism, just a simple statement of fact. Industrial strife could be the deliberate aim of those who wish to bash the unions, and certainly is the deliberate aim of revolutionary groups who desire to destabilize and overthrow existing society. However, the essential feature of the situation does not relate to plots of ultra-right or ultra-left, groups pressing their demands, their just claims, may be of no political coloring, and the disruption of the economy is usually the consequence of what is believed to be self-interest, justified by the fact that the basic ideology of society is the pursuit of self-interest. Look after number 1, I'm all right, Jack, and other modern proverbs. There is taking place in many Western countries a breakdown in traditional deference, in the willingness to obey the boss because he is the boss, which is due to more than simply a greater sense of security. Income inequalities formerly taken for granted come to be resented, and this can happen in a stratified communist-ruled country such as Poland, as well as in, say, Italy or Sweden. Some forms of inequality or privilege are indeed irrational, or can easily and reasonably seem so. I find it hard to accept that merely allowing others to use my money, or my land, is a productive activity, on a par with actually working, though naturally management is work, too, and of course it should be efficient. Why should vast riches go to those who have had the luck to own some oil-bearing land, or to have forebears who were given land in exchange for services rendered, sometimes in bed, to some long-dead monarch? This has nothing whatever to do with any contribution to production or welfare in any sense, and makes it seem more than a little silly to urge wage restraint at a time when the very rich do not need to work at all. Industrial leadership, company directorships, too often go to those with the right birth, connections, and shareholdings, and they may or may not be the most efficient at their job. In Britain at least the breakdown in deference is accompanied, in some cases deservedly, by lack of respect for the competence of senior management. This is combined with a sense of alienation. Large-scale units are run by virtually unknown bosses, the outcome of the work, and its organization, is none of the business of the workforce. Their lack of interest and commitment can affect not only their job satisfaction but also efficiency and productivity. Conversely, pride in work, a sense of achievement and identity, has a positive economic effect, too often ignored in textbooks on microeconomics. One has only to study a country in which, for reasons not easily understood by Europeans, this effect seems to have been achieved, Japan. All this is connected also with inflation. Powerful groups in society ask for more. This leads to excess demands. Purely monetarist explanations of inflation seem remarkably superficial. There have always, of course, been people who have wanted more wages, more social benefits, more defense spending, or whatever. History provides numerous examples of debasing coinage, printing too much money, and so on. But it is surely significant that worldwide inflation, affecting countries under very different political parties and regimes, or widely differing levels of development, should have become so universal, so difficult to combat. Needless to say, these pressures and demands do lead to an increase in the money supply, so Friedman is not wrong, but the real causes remain unanalyzed by him. Inflation has effects on economic behavior which move it far from the paths of rationality. Odasic has argued that society's investments should not be an incidental consequence of the struggle to divide up the national income. It is one of the less satisfactory features of the neo-Ricardian or Sraffa models that, even though they assume that investment is wholly financed from profits, real wages are seen as the result of the class struggle. What labor does not get the capitalists do, and vice versa. This is a sophisticated version of the zero-sum game approach, and seems to me remarkably undynamic. Even in the medium run, real wages can scarcely rise significantly without investments. Imagine a situation in which, by powerful class struggle, the workers reduce net profits to zero. There is then in the model no net investment, therefore no growth, because investment is assumed to be financed out of profits. Directly or indirectly, increased production of consumers' goods could scarcely occur under these circumstances. But individuals or groups, understandably, see only their own individual or group interests. Nor is it a matter of stupidity or blinkered vision. It is impossible to demonstrate that any one segment of a complex society which demands more for its own consumption is thereby hindering the process of growth which could be financed by others. Thus members of the Association of University Teachers quite reasonably ask for higher salaries, and would vote for lower taxes too, although their salaries are paid out of taxes, since there could always be less spent on something else, and their salaries represent a tiny percentage of the state budget. So, although demanding more for current consumption, people may in fact be acting against their own best interests, but, from where they are situated, this cannot be seen. In a world in which each freely takes what he or she can, it is in the interest of any individual or group to pursue its own narrowly defined advantage, because others are doing so. Perhaps instead of the prisoner's dilemma we should speak of a free man's dilemma. But at the same time those who invest seek, understandably enough, a hedge against inflation, shelter from the prevailing uncertainty. This leads to a concentration on the short term, reflected in and reflecting the high rate of interest. It is quite logical, as in the case of the Railway Union Pension Fund, to invest in old masters and to keep the paintings in a secret vault. It may pay the individual to keep money in Zurich. So, apart from the question of how much should be invested, the choices between investment alternatives are twisted out of shape, with a short time horizon plus security as dominant aims. Of course, an element of risk-taking, the need to cope with uncertainty and imperfect information, always existed, and mistakes were made, gambles taken. But the decision-maker today is presented with a remarkably unclear and confused set of signals. It is hard enough to guess what the costs of materials, labor, the rate of interest, will be in 6 months' time, let alone 6 years' time, and it takes that long to build any large factory. At least all this sets up the presumption that rational investment decisions would represent a remarkable coincidence, rather than being the normal outcome of the institutional and economic circumstances. Another aspect of rational investments relates to their effects on employment. In the more developed countries there is increasing danger that labor-saving innovations will be introduced at a rate far exceeding the possibility of providing alternative jobs, with serious chronic unemployment as the consequence, and this apart from and in addition to unemployment that arises out of cyclical trends or deflationary policies. There is likely to exist a contradiction between the profitability of labor saving at microeconomic levels and the macro and or social consequences. There might have to be organized work sharing, with much shorter hours, but neither the employers nor the trade unions seem able to focus on the problems of implementing such a strategy. Matters are exacerbated by the possibility, or perhaps even the likelihood, of material shortages which obstruct growth in output. To mention this does not imply the acceptance of a full gloom and doom scenario à la Club of Rome. But the energy crisis appears to be long-lasting, the troubles and disruptions among third-world producers of materials and fuels are all too likely to persist, and we can face various unpredictable bottlenecks. Some products, say, cocoa and iron ore, could be in ample supply, but demand for them would be constrained by production difficulties and recession occasioned by shortage of, say, oil and non-ferrous metals. Conventional economic analysis and the normal market mechanism are not well attuned to handling physical shortage. This is no doubt one reason why central controls are usually imposed in wartime. Or take another example, fish in the North Sea. Shortage causes higher prices, which stimulates further efforts to catch fish, which makes the shortage worse, and so on, until there are no fish. A higher profit is supposed to act as a stimulus to higher output, on the implied assumption that this does not run into physical limits which make higher output impossible. This is why, in the case of fish, government regulation is necessary. Such instances could become more common in the future, as issues of environmental protection have become already. NB, I appreciate that in, for example, the USSR, scarce resources have been wastefully exploited, and the rivers and atmosphere polluted. The point is that this mode of behavior can be quite consistent with private profit-making, whereas at least the model of a socialist planning system implies that such things should not happen. Why they do happen will be analyzed later in this book. In general, socialists should be stressing the importance of externalities, these being circumstances in which effects external to the given transaction are sufficiently important to be taken into consideration. In a sense, every action has some external effects, but they are mostly insignificant, and the cost of taking them into account would be totally prohibitive. However, instances exist, and are recognized by all schools and ideologies, in which externalities matter, diseconomies, such as pollution, ugliness, congestion, noise, the killing of bees by insecticides, and so on, economies, such as the advantage obtained by third parties, or society in general, from efficient urban transportation, reliable postal services, or the planting of attractive flowers in a neighbor's garden. In our modern world, the number of instances in which externalities matter seems to be increasing. So, therefore, does the number of occasions in which private or sectional interest can conflict with a more general interest. Reverting to the earlier example of employment and unemployment, one sees this particularly vividly in the so-called Third World. The reasons are sometimes obscured by rhetoric. Thus the fact that, in many Third World countries, industrial investment is labor-saving when labor is overabundant is blamed on multinational corporations. This question I discussed in an article many years ago, under the heading of the explosive model. 1. The problem is not in fact due to the machinations of multinationals, imperialists, or foreign investors. For a number of reasons which this is not the place to examine, modern labor-saving technology is in fact profitable to use even where wages of unskilled labor are low. Thus a bulldozer saves so much labor that it would be cheaper to use it even if the laborers it replaced were paid at bare subsistence rates. Domestic capitalists also find that it pays to substitute capital for labor, not only in industry but also in agriculture. The explosive nature of this model arises from the fact that, with high population growth, this leads to a growth of underemployed or unemployed marginados, a source of social disorder and human misery. This is but one of the issues that arise in developing countries, which incline many of them to opt for what they believe to be a socialist road. That for many this turns into a disastrous blind alley is not in dispute, at least not by me. What does seem clear is that there are powerful reasons why the capitalist road is rejected. Some relate to traditional attitudes of a pre-capitalist kind. These were strong in pre-revolutionary Russia. Among aristocrats, intellectuals, whether conservative, like Dostoevsky, or radical revolutionary, such as Lenin or Gorky, and peasants, there was a kind of gut reaction against the mercantile spirit of Western capitalism. Thus the peasants had to have the notion of private property in land forced upon them by the Stolypin reforms of 1906–11, and promptly undid the bulk of these reforms in the chaos of revolution, reverting spontaneously to quasi-medieval forms of communal tenure. These attitudes were among the causes which shaped the Russian Revolution. More recently we have seen in Iran the militantly conservative traditionalist rejection of Western-style capitalist development. One sees, in varying degrees, the social-political unacceptability of rapid transformation of societies in the name of private profit, where highly imperfect markets and uneven development enable some individuals to grow very rich indeed while the very poor remain very poor. Again, this is a huge subject, with, I know, much to be said on both sides. All I wish to do at this point is to note that there exists an ideology of developmental socialism, often confused and naive, but anti-capitalist. Maybe, as Lord Harris would doubtless argue, development would be speeded if these countries all adopted the policies which produced good results in South Korea, though the latest reports on political repression there are not exactly encouraging. But it may be no more meaningful to advise Algeria to adopt the South Korean economic model than to instruct Great Britain to introduce Japanese-style labor relations. In all societies there must be a minimum of consensus, of acceptance of the political and economic basis of society. Without it there could be chaos, or organized repression, whether of the Stalin or the right-wing militarist variety. Economic development involving rapid structural change not only provides huge opportunities for, often undeserved, private profit, but also stimulates strong opposition. It is sometimes said that private ownership of the means of production is a necessary condition for political democracy. Maybe. But it most certainly is not a sufficient condition. The experience of most, developing countries suggests a reverse correlation. The capitalist development road requires the maintenance of order by a powerful repressive apparatus, a military or one-party regime. Or one could look at the question another way. Rapid, destabilizing structural change hurts many people, upsets traditional modes of life, often involves sacrifice. This must be in the name of something. A principle, an ideology. It is surely no accident that this ideology is so frequently socialist in its language, though nationalism is also a potent force. So we will have to pay some attention to the logic, and dangers too, of developmental socialism. There is a point of more general application. Contrary to the belief of many economists, no social system can work which is based exclusively upon a network of free contracts between, legally, equal contracting parties, and in which everyone is supposed to be guided by nothing except his own short-run utilitarian interest. The quotation is from Schumpeter, too. It can be reinforced by a similar one from Joan Robinson, and I have already cited Pareto in a similar vein. Societies concerned only with profit will fall to pieces. Corruption, in the literal and the figurative sense, can flourish where the making of money becomes the primary aspiration, the dominant criterion of success. As will become clear in the course of this book, I am aware that human acquisitiveness is a force which cannot be ignored, which indeed must be harnessed in the search for efficiency. But it hardly requires to be stimulated, by advertising and militant commercialization. There is something genuinely repulsive in the amount of money to be made by pandering to the lowest common denominator, in the mass communication industry, with some of the highest incomes going to presenters of shows, or disc jockeys. The very concept of show business can hardly fail to offend anyone seriously concerned about culture. Concern for quality of life frequently collides with the profit motive. Galbraith's public squalor is a consequence of the concentration of attention on commercially meaningful activities, on private wealth. In my own city of Glasgow, an excellent parks department has built a splendid walkway along a river, and maintains fine botanic gardens, available to the public free. It is not obvious that expenditure for such purposes generates less human satisfaction than private spending on girly magazines, or on advertising detergents and deodorants. Socialism is thought of as an alternative to a society still based largely on private ownership and private profit. Generations of reformers and revolutionaries envisaged a world in which there would be no great inequalities of income and wealth, where common ownership would prevail, where economic, and political, power would be more evenly distributed, where ordinary people would have greater control over their lives and over the conditions of their work, in which deliberate planning for the common good of society would replace, at least in part, the elemental forces of the marketplace. In the preceding pages I have tried to put forward a prima facie case for taking all this seriously, without using familiar, and question-begging, phrases about the contradictions of capitalism, its final crisis, exploitation, misery, and so on. As I stressed at the beginning, I know that there are counter-arguments. The system that now exists in the West differs greatly from the laissez-faire capitalism analyzed by Marx. The Soviet system generates many of the same deficiencies and distortions, and some specific to itself, for reasons that will be discussed later. Some, at least, of the negative aspects of contemporary society may relate more to large-scale industrialism than to private ownership as such. There is much that is vague, confused, impractical, in socialist economic ideas, whether or not derived from Marx, and it will be the principal task of this book to discuss and analyze these ideas in a critical spirit. Indeed, the very definition of socialism raises serious difficulties. One must recognize that it is a great deal easier to point to blemishes in existing societies than to find effective remedies, to devise an alternative model that actually works. Authors of pedestrian textbooks can confine their analysis to a world of perfect competition, perfect markets, and perfect knowledge, in which the initial axioms and definitions eliminate all the problems of real life. Socialists, understandably, have little patience with such models. They, in their turn, cannot substitute for them an equally unreal model of their own, in which all-knowing democratic planners provide all that is needed for the good of society, and in which the predictable difficulties which these planners will face are assumed not to exist. To use Peter Wiles's phrase, perfect competition and perfect computation are alike in being perfect, and equal in their unreality. Marx has provided a powerful critique of capitalist society. But did he indicate a feasible alternative? It is to this question that the first part of this book will be devoted. The preceding pages were already written when I came across some relevant thoughts on a related theme by Charles Taylor. He wrote, "Societies destroy themselves when they violate the conditions of legitimacy which they themselves tend to posit and inculcate." While denying the validity of vulgar Marxism, he points to features of industrial society, the meaninglessness and subordination of work, the mindless lack of control over priorities, above all the fetishization of commodities. In a non-Marxist sense, endowed magically with the properties of life they subserve. We see ourselves as playthings of mindless impersonal forces, or worse as victims of a fascination for mere things. There is a crisis of allegiance in our society. He does not fail to stress the scramble for income and advantage in which powerful forces competed and maintained their position at the expense of the unorganized through inflation, and he sees inflation as the visible signs of our disarray. Compare these observations with the superficial monetarist platitudes. It is a society, Taylor writes, which is sapping the bases of its own legitimacy. But it does not follow that capitalism is about to destroy itself. He ends his argument by asking, is this a self-destruction of capitalism? Is it only the capitalist form of society which drives it towards the kind of hypertrophy which provokes a legitimation crisis? This is a very important point. Is it large-scale industrial society as such that is at the heart of our perplexities and discontents? Are there perhaps other causes too? Should we not be seeking answers to such questions? Taylor's article ends with the words, "Only then will socialist thought be in a position to effect the theoretical renewal it so desperately needs." 3. Notes, Introduction. 1a Nove, Review of Development Studies, October 1966. 2 quoted in W. Bruss, Journal of Comparative Economics, Volume 4, 1980, p. 53. 3 Charles Taylor, Growth, Legitimacy, and the Modern Identity, Praxis International, July 1981, pages 111-25. Part 1. The Legacy of Marx. What did Marx mean by socialism? It is my contention that Marx had little to say about the economics of socialism, and that the little he did say was either irrelevant or directly misleading. The word feasible is in the title of this book as a kind of flank guard against utopian definitions. One can, if one chooses, and, as I shall show, many have so chosen, define socialism in such a way that economic problems as we know them would not, indeed could not, exist. If one assumes abundance, this excludes opportunity cost, since there would be no mutually exclusive choices to make. If one assumes that the new man, unacquisitive, brilliant, highly rational, socialized, humane, will require no incentives, problems of discipline and motivation vanish. If it is assumed that all will identify with the clearly visible general good, then the conflict between general and partial interest, and the complex issues of centralization/decentralization, can be assumed out of existence. If human beings in society can see ex ante what needs to be produced and the correct way of producing and utilizing all products, then there is no need for ex post verification. The indirect and imperfect link between use value and exchange value, via exchange relations and the market, can be replaced by direct conscious human decisions on production for use. Division of labor will have been overcome, by brilliant multipurpose human beings. While not everyone may be able to paint as well as Raphael, everyone will be able to paint exceedingly well. Everyone will govern, there will not be any governed. Since all competing interests will have disappeared, there will be no need to claim rights of any sort, no need for restrictive rules, laws, judges, or a legislature. Of course, there will be no state, no nation-states, and so no foreign trade, or any trade. The wages system will have gone, as well as money. Bertil Ohlmann has gathered together Marx's sayings about communist society, and the above represents a summary, with a few quotations, of his article. Point 1. He points out, correctly, that Marx never offered a systematic account of communist society, that he considered such attempts as foolish, ineffective, and even reactionary. One has broad indications, scattered about his works, often in the form of a contrast with the capitalist system that he was criticizing. It is sometimes alleged that no distinction was known to Marx between socialism and communism, or even that such a distinction was an invention attributable to Stalin and Stalinists. This is surely not so. Marx's critique of the Gotha program spoke of a first or lower stage. And certainly Bukharin and Preobrazhensky distinguished between socialism and communism on similar lines. See their ABC of Communism, which expressed the Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy of the time. Trotsky, too, spoke of the lower stage of communism or socialism, even while denying that Stalin's Russia had reached that stage. Point 2. The ideologists of Brezhnev's USSR claim that it is a society of mature, or developed socialism, and engaged in building communism. Many Marxists sharply criticize the Soviet system, denying its claim to be socialist. It is then relevant to ask, by what criteria is one to judge the claim? Clearly no one supposes that the USSR is communist in the Ullmann sense. Most people, surely also most Marxists, do not believe that it could have been. Some prefer to regard any society which is not communist, but is on the road towards communism or real socialism, not as socialist but as transitional. Some apply this term to the USSR, others attack it as a new kind of class system. This is not the place for a discussion of this topic. Point 3. I should like instead to include in my own definition of feasible socialism the notion that it should be conceivable within the lifespan of one generation, say, in the next 50 years, conceivable, that is, without making extreme, utopian, or far-fetched assumptions. I would add that for a society to be regarded as socialist one requires the dominance of social ownership in the economy, together with political and economic democracy. My reasons for not at present going beyond this doubtless oversimple definition will become apparent later. It is surely the case that Marxists saw communism not as a distant dream, but as an attainable reality, feasible in the sense used here. Such men as Lenin, Trotsky, Bukharin, sincerely believed that young party members might see its achievement. The socialism of the critique of the Gotha program is already a long way towards communism, the principal difference being that rewards would be in accordance with work and not yet with need, and workers would be issued with vouchers in respect of the time they devoted to social labor. Bettelheim is right in ascribing to Marx and Engels the view that, when socialism wins, when the workers take hold of the means of production, even at the beginning there would be neither commodities, nor value, nor money, nor, consequently, prices and wages. Point 4. So there is much to support the proposition that classical Marxism saw socialism and communism as, if not exactly interchangeable terms, then as one being the incomplete stage of the other, containing many of its essential elements. The problem that we must tackle is twofold. First, what view did Marx and his followers take of the political economy of socialism? Secondly, what are we to make of their general image or model of a socialist society? One answer, supported by a considerable set of precedents, is that there is not and cannot be a political economy of socialism. Let me quote Bukharin. Political economy is a science, of the unorganized national economy. Only in a society where production has an anarchistic character, do laws of social life appear natural, spontaneous laws, independent of the will of individuals and groups, laws acting with the blind necessity of the law of gravity. Indeed, as soon as we deal with an organized national economy, all the basic problems of political economy, such as price, value, profit, etc., simply disappear. Here the relations between men are no longer expressed as relations between things, for here the economy is regulated not by the blind forces of the market and competition, but by the consciously carried out plan. The end of capitalist and commodity society signifies the end of political economy. 5. This may seem to follow from the definition of socialism that Bukharin thought he inherited from Marx. If economics is concerned with uncontrolled, anarchic, phenomena, with purchase and sale, exchange, markets, profits, money, exploitation, then what relevance can it have under socialism? The law of value, and economic laws generally, relate to capitalism. Similar opinions were expressed also by Preobrazhensky, in the course of discussions in the 1920s with such Marxist economists as Skvortsov-Nove. He wrote that to consider that political economy relates to relations of production in general, contradicts totally all that Marx has written on the object and methods of political economy. 6. Bukharin made several times the point that in an organized economy, a socialized economy of the socialist state, we would not encounter a single problem the solution of which is related to the theory of political economy. Skvortsov-Nove, on the contrary, argued that Marxist economics ought also to relate to pre- and post-capitalist formations. He was in a small minority at the time. Naturally, they recognized that the law of value survived in the USSR of the new economic policy, NEP, but this was because of the survival of private property and of the market-based relationship with the peasantry. Under socialism, by definition, it would be eliminated. There would then be something like scientific management, the science of socially organized production, but it would not be economics. These were phrases used respectively by Bukharin and Preobrazhensky. A remarkably well-documented survey of the debate on the law of value and other economic laws under socialism has been written by Louis Basley. 7. Already in 1920 Lenin was not satisfied with such an answer. In his marginal notes on Bukharin's economics of the transition period, he remarked, first, that it is not quite true to describe capitalism as unorganized, it too is organized. He also pointed to the survival even under communism of such economic laws as those governing the basic proportions of the economy. 8. He might have agreed with Basley, who imagined two species or aspects of the law of value. LV1 relates to the allocation of labor in various proportions for various purposes, which must exist in any society, and LV2 is the form in which this manifests itself in the commodity economy, with exchange, markets, competition, and so on. Some contemporary Soviet economists adopt a similar posture. Thus Kosolapov quotes in his support the following from Volume 3 of Das Kapital. After the abolition of capitalism, under socially organized production, value determination opределение remains dominant in the sense that the regulation of labor time and the distribution of social labor between different sectors of production, and the accountancy that encompasses all this, become more important than ever. Kosolapov draws from this the conclusion that there will be no commodities and no value, as there will be no one to exchange with, and that commodities and values will exist. 9. Presumably by putting forward this deliberately contradictory view he is trying to argue on the lines of Basley's LV1 and LV2. This question is discussed in an interesting essay by X. Richer 10 and also by the Hungarian A. Brody 11 and by A. Matic 12, who in their various ways consider the meaning of Marx's recognition of the fact that all societies need to distribute social labor in given proportions to satisfy needs. Richer challenges Matic's assertion that Marx did not have in mind an economic law of universal validity, thereby taking up a position similar to Basley's LV1. Brody writes, for Marx the notion of value becomes significant from the time that there is choice between various activities and various products, while Marx sees that there can be no exchange value in the absence of commodity production. Nevertheless, the underlying notion, value, will be present so long as there is division of labor, so long as there are different activities to be compared. So long as it is necessary to economize the labor of society, the notion of value is necessary whether or not there is a market. But in any case the purely negative answer cannot possibly satisfy us, and this for several reasons. First, it amounts to saying that economic problems in socialism would have to be solved without reference to Marx or Marxism, which, unless one so defines socialism as to ensure the absence of economic problems, leaves one in an uncomfortable intellectual void. One must discuss what sort of economic problems it is reasonable to expect to encounter in any socialism defined with some reference to real-life possibilities. Secondly, Marx's own view of capitalism, his basic analysis of its features, rests explicitly and implicitly on his picture of an alternative society. Its precise blueprint he left vague, and so should we, but its essential features cannot be simply assumed to be the unanalyzed consequences of revolutionary struggle. Thirdly, it is important for Marxists, or for anyone analyzing feasible socialism, to face up to the objection that what is proposed is an unrealizable utopia. As long ago as 1908, Baron, commenting on the failure of the Marxists of his time to reply to his arguments, wrote that their attitude in this respect is reminiscent of the reluctance with which dogmas of religion are discussed, especially when the latter has great propaganda value. 1370 years later, another Italian, Luciano Pellicani, after listing some dogmatic assumptions about a socialist future, wrote that they make impossible any critical discussion on the realism or validity of the revolutionary alternative. He spoke of the reign of liberty of Marx and Engels corresponding to the paradise of the Christians. It is not describable with the conceptual categories at our disposal, hence the typical refusal of the revolutionary Gnostic to speculate about the future society. 14. These same problems worry Marxists too. Thus, referring to the vision of the future of the young Marx, at the end of a vigorously Marxist analysis of capitalist crisis, Alain Lipietz wrote of the idealist aspect of materialist dialectics, the dream of totally liberated humanity. Marx wrote pages as beautiful and shadowy as the Gospel according to St. John, the 1844 manuscripts. Indeed, behind Feuerbach and Hegel one feels the myth of the cross and the resurrection, called here alienation and reappropriation. 15 Such religious references could be multiplied. Finally, commenting on the Ullmann article concerning Marx's vision of socialism-communism, David Murray, in Radical Philosophy, agrees with Ullmann that giving workers a better notion of what life would be like under communism is essential to the success of the socialist project, but then attacks him for his consistent refusal to relate Marx's writings to their subsequent use, or even to their practical relevance. 16 Murray goes on to criticize the incompleteness and ambiguities of Marx's own formulations, for example, on the abolition of division of labor and on the need for a directing will in organizing production, matters which will be discussed at length later, and ends by asking, how effective would this, i.e. Ullmann's account, be in persuading people of the desirability of communism? His reply, it would be a piously dull place. The presentation of such a utopia would have the opposite effect to that which Ullmann wishes. One might include Debré here, after some fine romantic revolutionary eloquence, faintly tinged with irony, he asks, what does all this mean? To do what? At what cost? For what aim? Inappropriate questions. Impertinent, may be pertinent from the outside, but without relevance to the subject. For the acts of the revolutionary are too disinterested for him to lower himself to considering the usefulness, the results, or the limits of revolution. Such questions, apart from sapping our energy, would deprive the revolution of its entire point by subjecting it to the contemptible criteria of efficacy, a task undertaken only by those who do not make revolutions. 17. I have been accused by at least one Marxist millenarian of being a conservative because I question the validity of the romantic utopian religious elements of the Marxist tradition. I have great respect for faith. The Russian Christian socialist Levitin Krasnov wrote, if the ideal of a society without rich or poor, without rulers and subordinates, were not realizable, Christ would not have given it to us. 18 This explicitly religious view is at least internally consistent. But what is one to make of a scientific socialism that seeks wholly to escape rational discussion as to its own feasibility and working rules? In any case, it is nonsense to assert that to be a socialist, or a revolutionary for that matter, one must believe in an unrealizable utopia. Another possible defense of a socialist utopia is to claim that it is valid as a criterion. This is how a socialist society ought to be. Real life, so it can be said, will fall short of the ideal, but it should be there in our minds, we should strive towards it. This would be analogous to the role of perfect competition and perfect markets in orthodox Western economic theory. There are two replies to this sort of argument. The first is that to judge any reality by criteria known to be unreal and unrealizable is to condemn any society, to place oneself forever in the posture of a righteous, leftious, oppositionist to any conceivable regime calling itself socialist. Furthermore, one then loses any basis for critically analyzing those regimes which claim to be socialist. Thus, what sense is there in accusing Brezhnev and his colleagues of not having eliminated the division of labor? The second is that, echoing Murray, one feels that the ideal society of Marx's romantic imagination is not merely unreal, it would also be dull, of little attraction to either workers or intellectuals. However, one must not be dogmatic in criticizing dogmatism. Let us instead tackle successively certain assumptions which traditional Marxism makes, beginning with the concept of abundance, and the related idea of the new man and woman. Abundance, scarcity, and the new man. Marx appears to have believed that technical progress already made under capitalism had fundamentally solved the problem of production, but that the shackles imposed on the forces of production by the capitalist system prevented this from being realized in practice. There are passages in which he speaks of the unlimited growth of production, the absolute development of social productivity of labor, such as would in fact make possible continual relative overproduction. 19 Marx is well aware that needs expand with rising production. The French economist Tartarin has a sound basis for his interpretation, that Marx saw needs as finite and saturable, but rising, that Marx did not envisage a stationary golden age, that he spoke repeatedly of the need for an investment fund under communism, that he had in mind an economy of the satisfaction of constantly expanding needs. 20 Evidently there would still be scarcity in relation to need at first, but, it seems, not for long. Let us define abundance as a sufficiency to meet requirements at zero price, leaving no reasonable person dissatisfied or seeking more of anything, or at least of anything reproducible. This concept plays a crucial role in Marx's vision of socialism/communism. Let us observe the consequences of, and then consider the consequences of not, accepting this assumption. Abundance removes conflict over resource allocation, since by definition there is enough for everyone, and so there are no mutually exclusive choices, no opportunity is foregone, and therefore there is no opportunity cost. The golden age, a communist steady-state equilibrium, will have been reached. Gradual change, growth, will be simple and painless. The task of planning becomes one of simple routine, the role of economics is virtually eliminated. There is then no reason for various individuals and groups to compete, to take possession for their own use of what is freely available to all. Let me give as an example the supply of water in Scottish towns. Evidently, it is not costless. Labor has to be expended on building reservoirs and pipes, purification, repairs and maintenance, and so on. However, there is plenty of water. It is not necessary to regulate its use through rationing by price, it is available in sufficient quantity for all purposes. It is not marketed in any meaningful sense, nor is its provision subject to any law of value or profitability criterion. There is no competition for water. There are no conflicts over water, save in some instances arising from private ownership of land, fishing rights, and so on. But this is not so in, say, a town on the edge of the Sahara. There people kill one another over water, because of its scarcity. If other goods were as easily and freely available as water is in Scotland, then new human attitudes would develop, acquisitiveness would wither away, property rights, and crimes related to property, would also vanish, not because the citizens would have become good by reading Marxist books but because acquisitiveness would have lost all purpose. In other words, Marx did not say that, under socialism, there would be no conflicts over the allocation of scarce resources, oil, fish, iron ore, stockings, or whatever, but that these and other resources would not be scarce. It is my contention that abundance in this sense is an unacceptable assumption. Some Marxists have also seen this. Thus Aidan Foster Carter has written, "For Marxists, abundance is out. Arguably it was always a meaningless notion, but henceforth scarcity will have to be accepted as more than just a bugbear of bourgeois economics." 21 Significantly, Foster Carter is interested in developing countries, and is therefore well aware that over half of the world's population is very poor indeed, that the resources needed to bring them up to the levels already attained by, say, the skilled workers of Western Europe, will surely not be available in the lifetime of our children's children. The Brandt Commission report has recently reminded us that deforestation at its present rate will have the world's stock of wood by the year 2000, with increasing carbon dioxide pollution among other effects. There will be another 2 billion people to feed in 20 years' time, a number equal to the population of the entire world in 1900. Western consumption of energy is 100 times greater, per head, as that in the poorer countries. And so on. Presumably we would all agree that this question must be looked at worldwide, that we are not considering abundance in one or two highly advanced and prosperous countries, defending their riches against the poverty-stricken masses of Asia and Africa. Let us examine scarcity as a concept more closely. We can distinguish two kinds of scarcity, absolute and relative. The two shade into one another, but the difference between them is important. By absolute scarcity I mean that supply cannot be significantly increased even if prices rise. Examples are land in the center of cities, fish in the North Sea, perhaps oil. Those who take seriously the warnings of the Club of Rome on the exhaustion of non-replenishable natural resources would stress the importance of absolute scarcity, and at least one Marxist, Wolfgang Herrick, has drawn far-reaching conclusions which lead him towards an authoritarian, or even Stalinist, rationing of scarcity state, Stark's Verteilung state. Point 22. I will return to this point later. However, there is no need to rest the argument on absolute scarcity in this sense. Let us by all means assume that additional quantities of every important metal, plant, and source of energy could be procured. But the example of oil shows how this would often be at increasing cost, that is, at the cost of foregoing more of other things. Over a 50-year worldwide perspective, even on optimistic political, geological, and technical assumptions, it is surely far-fetched to imagine that there will be enough of all for all at zero price. Saturation of demand for particular products is possible, which might bring them into the same category as water in Scotland. But is it conceivable, can it be seriously envisaged, that the world's citizenry would be able to take whatever they wanted, even reasonably wanted, from the amply supplied public stores, and that decisions about production, construction, allocation, would be taken without having to make mutually exclusive choices? Given that today most of the people of China and India, which together number over 1,500 million, live in dire poverty, have the limitless resources optimists ever tried to calculate the resource implications of China's millions eating as much meat as, say, even the East Europeans do today? There is no point in extending the argument. Those whose faith depends on believing in abundance will simply ignore these words and cling to Marx's technological and resource availability optimism. It was quite proper for Marx in 1880 to attack Malthus and to stress how great are the still unused resources of the earth. It is less excusable for Marx's followers, with two rare exceptions, to take the same line in the 1980s. Of course, none of us knows what new discoveries will be made, new sources of energy and synthetic materials or even foods discovered. All that is being asserted is that the balance of probability is strongly tilted in the direction of the continued existence of scarcity, the unattainability of abundance. This by no means excludes improvements in living standards. Along with them there should be a greater consciousness of yet unsatisfied needs, cultural amenities, travel, better housing, better quality food. Indeed, without rising expectations, new aspirations, one would have a very dreary world. Several consequences follow from the survival of at least relative scarcity. The first relates to the likely behavior of human beings. It is a common accusation, made by Marxist fundamentalists, that critics of their views suppose human nature to be unalterable, that man will always be selfish and acquisitive. Agreed, we must not be unimaginatively conservative. But surely we must not assume that men turn into omniscient angels either. As already stressed, it is unreasonable for a Marxist materialist to suppose that men become good through reading books and listening to speeches. This is the purest idealism. It is unnecessary to assume individual selfishness, though this too is likely if there is not enough to satisfy all. People can strive not only for the good of their, sometimes very extended, family, or tribe, but also for their community, town, village, commune, kibbutz, or whatever, or for the department or sphere for which they are responsible, whether or not this benefits them materially. One can see this in the behavior of such individuals as librarians, educational administrators, research scientists, and a great many others, in seeking more resources for their library, or for nursery schools, or for research into cancer or astronomy. They may well gain nothing for themselves as individuals, and they are certainly not selfish hypocrites. They quite understandably identify their sphere of activity with the general good. Most of us do this. I am plainly of the opinion that writing these lines is a good thing, that those who read them will benefit, and that this takes priority over other things which their publishers, readers, or I myself could be doing with the time and resources being devoted to their publication. But resources, and time, being finite, everything has an opportunity cost. Something potentially useful is being foregone. Perhaps it is more useful than this book. Perish the thought. But who can tell? It is the belief of the fundamentalist that, in the absence of the distorting effects of private ownership and of the resultant commodity fetishism, society, or the associated producers, will know what it is best to do and choose accordingly. I will return at some length to the organizational implications of such a view. Right now my task is simply to assert that, even if it were to be assumed that people wanted the general good, there could be no conceivable way in which it could be operationally defined. By operationally I mean in such a way that it could serve as a guideline for choices regarding production and allocation of goods and services. Conflict over resources under conditions of scarcity arises both because people and groups seek their own interest and because it is usually not possible to counterpose to this a defined interest of society as a whole. The word usually is important here. I am not saying that there are no instances in which the general interest can be seen and can be made to prevail. But even this is consistent with conflict. For instance, even assuming that all agree that a new airport is needed, whoever is within earshot of the projected new airport is bound to protest and propose that it be elsewhere. And the only conceivable situation in which there would be no arguments and restrictions over car parking is one in which there was ample space for all to park where they wished in our cities, that is, if land in the middle of cities were abundant, or if there were no cars. To reuse earlier examples, how can one show that resources used for library A should not go to library B, or for that matter to improve a science laboratory or the diet of children in kindergartens in Kampuchea? Or that the provision of a better telescope for an observatory is more or less important than building a new bridge, growing more carrots, investing in a new cement works, or increasing the size of coffee plantations. As will be stressed later, when we discuss the importance of scale, in a big complex society we do not and cannot see what precisely is foregone, or who would go without, when we use resources to satisfy the requirements of our library, family, factory, or locality. It is, to repeat, not just a matter of selfishness or human nature, but of information, and of information which cannot in fact be provided. How can anyone know what is the real opportunity cost of, say, a research grant? It is like trying to discover what item of British budgetary expenditure is financed by the taxes paid by the citizens of the town of Inverary. The naive fundamentalist eliminates these problems from his consciousness by assuming abundance, that is, that there will by definition be enough for all these purposes. This enables him or her to regard the entire question of allocational decisions and efficiency as quite unimportant, thereby saving a great deal of otherwise necessary thought, and evading the problems which any really existing socialist economy must face. At this point I should like to echo the words of J.P. Thomas. In a review he spoke of solutions which obliterate the terms of the problem, and empty certitudes upheld as necessary for revolutionary struggle. Point 23. This leads me to a further point. Marxists give great emphasis to the class struggle, and are right to do so, so long as it is not assumed that other species of conflict are unimportant. Surely the class struggle is about the division of the social product, which takes a particular form under capitalism, but which can be, must be, the subject of conflict in any society in which scarcity exists. Looking at history, it would be foolish and short-sighted not to see that, even in societies divided into classes on the basis of property, the most vicious conflicts sometimes occur not between but within the classes, over a wide variety of issues. The Wars of the Roses saw feudal lords slaughtering each other. Protestant nobles killed fellow nobles of the Catholic faith in thousands in the 30 Years' War, and vice versa. In our own century Jewish capitalists went to the gas chambers together with their Jewish employees, and East African native bourgeois expelled their Indian classmates, which should remind one of the big role of nationalism and racialism in this supposedly civilized century. In 1920 H. G. Wells was asked by Zinoviev to explain the Irish question in class terms, and failed to make Zinoviev understand that there were also other dimensions of importance 24 which still confuse the situation in Northern Ireland today. White South African or Alabama workers are hardly inclined to show class solidarity with their black fellow proletarians. There will be more to say about what J.P. Thomas called the mythical proletariat, bearer of a new unity of subject and object. My point is that conflict is not only a matter of class war involving capitalists, landlords, and proletarians, and that it is essential to consider theoretical and institutional means of coping with this fact, under conditions of relative scarcity of means, and not evade the issue. It will be so even if we assume that the entire population is genuinely anxious to do good. Yet this too is somewhat unrealistic, leading as it does to neglecting the need for both incentives and discipline, instructions and enforcement. It cannot be assumed that the right things will be done even if the individuals concerned know what is right. Man is by nature a lazy animal, said Trotsky in 1920. He can be lazy also in 1983, and quite probably in 2022. People can get drunk, oversleep, avoid disagreeable duties. Or is one to assume that drunkenness is due to alienation, to being deprived of the means of production, though the owners also get drunk, that sloth, irresponsibility, inertia, indifference, will wither away? There is also a linked question, likewise to be discussed further, of the relationship between alienation, and also sloth, irresponsibility, and so on, and scale. We can identify with a small group of people we know and can meet, with problems and effects we can actually observe. It is another matter if there are hundreds of millions of people, and multiple millions of decisions, great and small, with remote consequences which few can apprehend directly. Diseconomies of scale, economic, organizational, informational, psychological, are among the principal causes of Soviet economic difficulties. There are new leftists who ascribe the present troubles and confusions of Soviet Central East planning to lack of democracy and workers' power, the implication being that if the present bosses, new bourgeoisie, elite, were removed, and the people ruled, then the sense of common interest would overcome the deficiencies of the economic system, one of which is the distortion of information flows through the interest of the information providers. Such distortion is real enough. But apart from neglecting the sheer overwhelming complexity of all-embracing planning, of which much more later, the new left critic also overlooks the simple fact that scarcity exists in the USSR and is likely to continue for some time, and that under these conditions information flows are bound to be affected, distorted, by the interest of the information providers, who are in effect competitors for limited resources. This would be so however democratic or undemocratic information providing institutions actually were. No doubt any of us, new leftist or no, in applying for a research grant or money for travel, would emphasize, and quite sincerely so, the value for society of whatever we are doing, and present the facts with, shall we say, appropriate cosmetics. As already stressed, in a vastly complicated society, we simply cannot know who is being deprived for our benefit if our application succeeds. There are, of course, degrees of dishonesty and concealment of facts, in this as in anything else. But to expect unbiased information from those interested in the results to which the information is put is to live in cloud cuckoo land. This would not happen if resources were unlimited, but this is where we came in. The law of value under socialism. Given that economic calculation, opportunity cost, choice between alternatives, clearly will have to exist, the question is, has Marxian value theory anything to contribute? If so, what? If not, what alternative forms of economic calculation would have to be devised? We have already examined the proposition that economics will wither away under socialism, after a transition period during which, borrowing a phrase which Ullmann adapted from Wittgenstein, one climbs up into the golden age and then throws away the latter. On the whole, the evidence strongly points the other way. We have seen that even Lenin was uneasy with Bukharin's confident prediction that economics and full socialism are incompatible. All subsequent experience underlines the evident need to calculate, evaluate, devise criteria for choice between alternatives, at all levels of economic life. Let us take that as proved. What, then, can we make of Marxist economics in this context? Again, a possible answer is, nothing. Marx analyzed capitalist relations of production, he was not concerned with calculation, evaluation, criteria, choice, rational decision-making or its organization, under socialism. Indeed, I would argue that there is no Marxist political economy of socialism, just as Hippolyte Simon has asserted that there is no Marxist political philosophy 25 and Althusser that there is no Marxist theory of the state nor of revolutionary forms of organization. 26 But though no such elaborated theory exists, there are in Marx many indications which are either somewhat utopian or misleading. Generations of Marxists have, in consequence, been misled. For an example, one need go no further than the fascinating, and inconclusive, discussions in Soviet Russia in 1919-20 on problems of a moneyless economy. 27 How, ask several of the participants, are costs to be measured? What, then, would goods be worth? There are in Marx possible sources of confusion between value, exchange value, use value, market value, transformed values, prices of production. Value is a quantity of socially necessary labor power. Exchange value is how value manifests itself in the market, in the form of exchange ratios between commodities, presumably in equilibrium. Market value is distinguished from yet another term used by Marx, market price, by the fact that the latter reflects random supply and demand fluctuations, while market value is an equilibrium concept, that is equal to the price under normal conditions when supply equals demand, though in Chapter 10 of Volume 3 of Das Kapital Marx allows for an effect of the quantity demanded on the average conditions of production. What, then, is the difference between market value, exchange value and prices of production, this last being value transformed to allow for the equalizing of profit rates under conditions in which organic composition of capital varies? They appear to me to be the same. But let us leave this aside, as more important and more relevant issues arise. These are the influence of use values, and the meaning of the transformation. Let us take use values first. Here, in my view, Marx has himself caused much confusion in viewing use values as incommensurate, and, above all, by an artificial and unjustified separation between value and use values. At the very beginning of Das Kapital we have the following statement. The utility of a thing makes it a use value. But this utility is not a thing of air. Being limited by the physical properties of the commodity, it has no existence apart from this commodity. The exchange of commodities is evidently an act characterized by a total abstraction from use value. As use values, commodities are, above all, of different qualities, but as exchange values they are merely different quantities, and consequently do not contain an atom of use value. If then we leave out of consideration the use value of commodities, they have only one common property left, that of being products of labor. 28. Yet Engels, in a well-known passage, wrote that it will be the utility's useful effects, value in use of different products, compared with one another and with the quantities of labor necessary for their production, which will determine the plan, i.e. what it is decided to produce. 29. Following Engels, Bettelheim has written that in making choices the associated producers will be guided by the socially useful effect, effet social utile, of different products. 30. But how can one compare the use values, whether these be individual or social, when they are not comparable? Marx might have said that they are rendered comparable under capitalism only through the market, ex post and imperfectly, whereas under socialism society will make comparisons consciously and without the intermediacy of commodity-money relations, and so on. The fact remains that he did not say it. What he said was that different use values are not comparable. This glaring inconsistency is a source of confusion still. Thus Chatelain and some other mathematical economists argued, in 1974-5, that use values, social utility, should guide planners' choices, only to be attacked by Kronrad, who asserted, in line with Marx, that utilities are not comparable, not commensurate, that to assert the contrary is to fall victim to subjective value theory. 31. Use value, as seen by Marx, is a necessary precondition for any product to have value. Thus labor devoted to some useless purpose is wasted, creates no value. But there is in Marx and in his followers a very great emphasis on the primacy of production, and on value as a quantity which relates to the labor used to produce things, abstract, socially necessary, but still labor. Of course, Marx was writing of the law of value under capitalism, but, as we shall see, his words have sown confusion in the minds of those who try to devise methods of calculation for a socialist society. Several of the participants of the 1919-20 discussions, for example, put forward proposals for valuation in terms of labor time, or quantities of labor and energy, which in fact measure only effort, and omit the result, the effect, of the effort expended. Eurosky noted a lack of any connection between the expenditure of human or mechanical energy and the end result, a lack of appreciation that the same amount of effort can produce widely divergent economic effects. Even today Soviet prices have the known defect that they too measure effort, through being based on cost, while, to quote a recent Soviet critic, use values are not counted. 32 The Soviet economist N. Petrakov criticizes this cost conception of price, Zatratne konceptsiyetsiny, and stresses the need to take use value into account. 33 The French critic Basly has drawn attention to a major theoretical ambiguity in Marx's argument. If the law of value, underlies exchange relations under capitalism, then are these values already determined before exchange, outside of competition, or do exchange and competition cause the values to emerge? For Marx, values underlie prices, independently of supply, demand, and exchange, even though values are realized in the real world through exchange. Surely, argues Basly, Marx should have said that for value to exist one needs production and circulation, with competitive markets in which social demand finds expression. Commodities, after all, are, by definition, made for sale. The goods can be rejected by the customers in the market, and social need, expressed by demand, enters into the definition of socially necessary labor time. 34 But it seems to be assumed by Marx, this under capitalism, be it noted, that although value requires ex post validation in the market, value is nonetheless already present when the goods are produced. While a few passages in Marx could be interpreted as recognizing that the level of social need, i.e. demand, can affect value, the whole thrust of his argument is to stress over and over again that only the conditions of production enter into the formation of value. 35 As Basley puts it, competition and demand are essential to, yet are excluded from, the definition of value. 36 Marx erected a barrier between the determination of value on the one hand and demand and use value on the other. There is a contradiction between the a priori definition of value and the necessity and social utility which form part of this definition. 37. A Marxist economist, Alain Lippietz, faces this problem and, in my view, evades it by a sleight of hand. He accepts that socially necessary labor is partly defined by social demand. But then, astonishingly, he blandly asserts that social demand is a function of the class struggle, which determines the structure of consumption and accumulation. He rejects a theory of value based upon utility and scarcity because utility, demand, is not exogenous. 38 Accepting, of course, that income distribution as well as production affects demand, this is still a most unsatisfactory way out of the problem. It still leaves him with a quantity of labor theory, with social demand relegated to a quite subordinate role. Bettelheim, as we shall see, is in this respect closer to reality, since he does explicitly recognize that Marxist economists have tended to understress use value. Quite plainly, the same quantity of labor, howsoever reduced to simple labor, howsoever transformed, can produce different amounts of use value. For Marx, the presence of use value is a precondition for value, but there is no recognition in this context that some things have greater use value than others. There is total abstraction from quality unless it requires more labor time to achieve it. Marx certainly knew that exchange values and use values will tend to be brought into line with each other in a competitive capitalist market. Thus if A and B fulfill the same need and cost the same, but A is superior to B, i.e. valued more highly by the users, it will command a higher price and or B will cease to be profitable to produce. Market forces so guide profit-making capitalists that they do not knowingly hire labor power to make goods which yield below average profits, or no profits at all. But what happens if there is no market? Its absence removes the link, imperfect, no doubt, but still a link, between effort and result, between the quantity of labor power utilized and the use value it produces. This weakness shows up in the early Soviet discussions. If goods are valued in labor time, e.g. Stromlin's Tread of 1920, there is a total absence of any connection between this valuation and use value, which must then be estimated in other units and in some other way. Quite plainly, it would be absurd to aim at maximizing labor values, wrote Chat Allen and his friends in 1974-5, because this is a measure of expenditure, of effort, not result. Throughout Soviet history, both theory and practice have suffered from this disjunction between value, or cost-based price, and use value. Examples are legion. Two machines, for instance, could require the same effort to produce, but if one is more productive, more convenient to work at, than the other, then from every conceivable practical standpoint it is worth more. 2 tons of coal, requiring the same labor inputs to extract, can differ in calorific value, and therefore in worth. A pretty dress can require the same labor input as an unattractive one. In fact, it is quite obvious, is it not, that the knowledge that 2 baskets of goods have required the same human effort to produce gives us absolutely no ground for believing them to be of the same use value, unless a market is assumed to exist. The very word value, the older Russian czenost, the French valeur, suggests valuation by or for something, or someone. It is absurd, in my view, to accuse the Soviet scholars who have tried to point this out of being victims of subjective value theories. It is plainly the merest common sense. Anywhere, everywhere, production is for use. The capitalist's profit arises only if the customer finds the product worth buying. It would doubtless distress Marx himself to learn that, 100 years after his death, men who call themselves his disciples argue about labor values in the context of deciding valuations and prices in a, so-called, socialist planned economy. Marxist fundamentalists today have no difficulty in showing that Soviet official formulations on the law of value under socialism are inconsistent with Marx's statements on the subject. Numerous quotations can be found to substantiate this. 39 Thus in Grundrisse Marx wrote that there can be nothing more erroneous and absurd than to postulate the control by united individuals of total production on the basis of exchange value, of money. Point 40 However, a French Marxist scholar, Chavins, may have gone too far in denying that Marx was interested in the magnitude of value. His own quotation from Marx proves only that Marx reproached the classical economists of being interested only in relative magnitudes and not in the internal connection between value and its manifestation, or exchange value. Surely, while this is true, Marx was interested also in the ratios in which goods exchange, in the magnitude of values and in changes in these magnitudes. Surely this follows from the attention Marx gave to these problems, notably in Volume 3 of Das Kapital. But there may well be a basis for Chavin's criticism of Soviet practice, in that value theory has been given a function which is alien to it, that of finding a practical means for the measurement and comparison of different products and different labors. He then quotes the distinguished theoretician I. Rubin, a victim of the Stalin purges. It is not necessary that we seek a practical standard measure of value which would make possible the equalization of products of labor in the market. This exchange in the market does not need any sort of standard invented by economists. The causal analysis of the process, and not the discovery of practically applicable standards for the comparison of different commodities, etc., that is the task of the theory of value. Point 41. But if, in the real world of capitalist commodity production, the products of labor are related to one another, their value is linked with use value, and so on, through the market, this yet again leaves the would-be analyst of economics of socialism facing a void. When he or she tries to fill it by devising some standard of measure, some attempt to find units of equivalence, there seems no way out but that of using surrogate labor values, that is, of measuring effort in natural units of some kind, such as hours of labor. Which is where we came in. Of course, not even the most dogmatic Soviet Marxist actually supposes that one should maximize labor values, i.e. effort. On the contrary, several formulations, some dating back to 1919 to 20, some much more recent, speak of the minimizing of labor inputs, economy of labor time, to achieve given objectives. Given how, by whom? Of this more in a moment. The difficulty arises when one tries to assign valuations to specific products, to relate them to one another. Products requiring more labor and materials thus have a higher valuation, because this is based on costs, demand, utility, does not fit into either the theory or the practice of price fixing. We will return to the doctrine of economy of labor time later, in the context of interpreting transformation of values. One other feature of traditional Marxist values must be mentioned, if only in passing. Since value is based upon a quantity of labor, it is not possible to produce more value unless this quantity is increased. This quite logically leads Alain Lipietz to write the following: during the post-war boom period in France, according to his simple caricature of reality, output, accumulation, and consumption, including workers' consumption, trebled, and so did labor productivity, but since total hours of labor worked remained little altered, it follows that the value produced and the value of labor power were unchanged. 42 This is strictly correct in Marxian value terms. One wonders, as Joan Robinson also wondered many years ago, whether this is a useful or clarifying definition. One can see a red thread leading from here to A. Emmanuel and the confusion around the concept of unequal exchange, of which more in Part 4 below. Returning to Marxian value theory and its influence on economics of socialism, some Marxists would argue that the economists who tried to base a socialist valuation upon the labor theory of value were mistaken. I think they were mistaken. The point is that their Marxian training and Marx himself left them with no alternative. They were misled by irrelevant theory. A case can be made for the proposition that the overemphasis on the primacy of production contributed to the neglect of consumer needs under real existierender socialismus. One need not go so far as Peter Wiles, who asserted that studies of consumer demand, advocated by some Soviet economists, are actually contrary to Marxism. But if one also takes into account Marx's treatment of circulation as unproductive, as not adding to value, this does suggest that doctrine in these matters reinforce the tendency to regard demand, and use value, as in some sense of secondary importance, though, needless to say, there were other and probably more important reasons for the regime's choice of priorities. Let us look more closely at the concept of economy of labor time. Before doing so, one important issue must be tackled. Transformation of values is usually discussed in relation to a quite different problem, that of whether Marx had forgotten to transform inputs. The point is that in Marx prices of commodities would tend to be proportional to values, to the quantity of socially necessary labor power, only if the organic composition of capital were the same. If it was not, then, since the total capital advanced would tend to command the same rate of profit, prices of production would emerge, which would differ from values. These prices would tend to be higher than values where organic composition of capital is above average, lower if below. At first sight this may appear to have nothing to do with socialist economics. Yet it is directly connected with the concept of valuations, or cost calculations, in terms of labor time, as suggested by Engels in Anti-Düring, and by many other Marxist or semi-Marxist writers, from Stremlin to Castoriadis. For such an approach is anchored in labor values, as these are defined in Volume I of Das Kapital. The corollary is that prices of production, introduced in Volume III, are a capitalist deformation, that under socialism values are in this sense reinstated, as they would be if goods were costed, valued, in terms of the labor they contained. I abstract here from the vexed problem of reducing complex or skilled labor to simple labor. This does not mean that these theorists, any more than did Engels, believed in a theory of value under socialism, but the computations of cost, made by socialist planners or by society, would be based on labor time. A brief digression is now required into the meaning of Marx's transformation of values. What is transformation? Three interpretations are possible. A. Historical values predominated at one time, but prices of production are the rule when capitalism develops. B. Conditional tense. Goods would exchange at values if organic composition of capital were everywhere equal, but as it is not, they do not. Rubin spoke of values and prices of production not as theories of two types of economics, but the theory of the same economy at two levels of abstraction. 43 Another way of expressing this idea is first to conceive of capital as a single unit, or the sum of all capitals, extracting a total of surplus value, and then assuming many capitals and competition. This total would then be divided between the separate capitalists in proportion to the capital, C plus V, which each of them advanced. C. A two-stage process: goods are produced at their values, which means that capitalists in sectors of low organic composition of capital make higher profits, and vice versa. This follows from the assumption of a common rate of exploitation. However, the entire surplus is paid into a sort of enormous joint pot, from which capitalists then draw their share of the surplus, in proportion to the total capital they have advanced. This last explanation is, for example, that used by Mondale. 44 In my view it is metaphysical. There is no pot. Capitalists in sectors of low organic composition of capital do not derive the same surplus per employee as those with high organic composition. Only the second of the above three interpretations is tenable. However, orthodoxy seems mainly to embrace the third, with some reference also to the first. In this case, the elimination of capitalists and their redistribution of surplus pot also eliminates transformation. We are back to surrogate labor values. Calculations in labor time replace calculations in terms of values, i.e. in hours and not in money. Price of production, or its labor equivalent, disappears. Let us look at the consequences of cost computations in terms of labor, and its corollary, the economy of labor time. Stromilin in 1920 faced the logic of this position squarely: mankind has only to economize labor time, materials and energy are inexhaustible. Commenting on this doctrine, Urofsky wrote, over 50 years ago, it is not true that materials and energy are inexhaustible, that there are in effect no scarce resources except labor. What of land in the middle of towns, or oil-bearing land? 45 Novoselov remarked, 40 years later, that the latest machines must be scarce even under full communism, unless it be assumed that technical progress ceases. 46 One might add, what of time, not labor time but simply the passage of time, as when it takes 6 instead of 4 years to achieve a given objective? Stromilin tried as follows to allow for time: labor values fall with rising productivity, so that, by producing today rather than next year, one produces more value. Not really satisfactory, but an ingenious attempt. Is one to ignore land rent, or capital intensity, in assessing relative costs of alternative projects? Should land be valued at zero because it is deemed to have no value? Should capital-intensive projects be priced lower, in making calculations, than they would have been if capitalists had been making them? Would this be reasonable, rational, efficient? One cannot but agree with Urofsky, apropos the use of such devices as rent and interest. Only the fact that they formed the basis of class income under capitalism can explain the psychological reluctance to use such calculations. 47. It is necessary to add that, for Marx, computation of costs in labor time would be, only temporary. In a higher phase of communism, when there is superabundance and all work is a pleasure, there would be no point in economizing labor. It will be neither man's direct labor nor labor time, but the appropriation by man of his own universal force of production. It is the understanding and mastering of nature by the totality of society, i.e. the flowering of the social individual. When in its immediate form labor will have ceased to be the source of wealth, labor time will and must cease to be a measure of work, just as exchange value will cease to be a measure of use value. 48. Tartarin comments that this superdeveloped society, when work itself ceases to be important, must be seen as a kind of fuller than full communism, la phase supérieure de la phase supérieure. The reader will, I trust, excuse me if this totally utopian vision is taken no further here. To sum up, Marx had little that was relevant to say about computation of costs under socialism, and implied that under full communism costs would not matter anyhow. Marxists who have tried to adapt his theory of value tend wrongly to use valuations in terms of direct labor cost alone, which, so far as efficient resource allocation is concerned, is plainly inadequate, as it ignores scarcity of production factors other than labor, and neglects use value. In Soviet practice, fixing prices by reference to costs, and claiming that this is ideologically the correct thing to do, is certainly a misleading procedure, but Marxist theory provides no guide to finding anything better, and indeed seems to bar consideration of possible alternatives. Thus Novoselov had an uphill struggle to introduce the concept of opportunity cost, under the rubric of feedback costs, because Marx nowhere explicitly recognized opportunity cost in his value theory, though it is surely evident that alternative uses foregone do and must influence decisions on resource allocation. Labor time can be measured in hours, but it is far from clear, unless one assumes the existence of money, how other elements of cost can be computed and added to a sum of labor time. Or, indeed, how it is possible to calculate the labor time devoted to the production of each of millions of products, since, as Bettelheim correctly observes, a product is often the work of all of society and not only of that laborer or group of laborers who have made it. Their work involves very large amounts of the work of others, to provide tools, materials, and means, which are combined within a highly complex organization. Most are made by workers who also produce simultaneously a great variety of products, so that their contribution to each product cannot be precisely determined. 49. If we consider this last point as a merely technical one, one is then left with another and more fundamental difficulty: how does one compare costs and results? Suppose it is correctly calculated that a tractor and a radio set of given designs require respectively 44 1/2 and 12 hours of simple labor to produce. That tells one literally nothing about their use value. In a market economy, the willingness of the user to pay for the cost of the product, plus a margin for profit, represents its social recognition, makes it worthwhile to continue production. Of course, in the real world of inflation, uncertainty, and instability, things are not so simple. But what are socialist planners to do? In the USSR, some have long advocated price and rate of return calculations which would play the same role, though this has little meaning given the nature of Soviet prices, which neither in theory nor in practice reflect scarcity, demand, opportunity cost. Such calculations are in any case explicitly condemned by Bettelheim. They teach us nothing directly about the needs of development of socialist production. At best, they could identify productive combinations which, within a given structure of prices, would maximize the surplus value which capital can extract from the exploitation of labor power. 50. I would have thought that any society, in the real world, should try to increase the difference between cost and result, for that is what the surplus measures. Who gets the profit is another matter. But in any event, what is Bettelheim's alternative? Of course, any price, any valuation system in money terms, is imperfect, and there exist some objectives which it will fail to reflect: external diseconomies such as pollution or congestion, ugliness, disagreeable conditions at work, and so on. We should try to take such matters into account, just as there are decisions, say, the level of provision for old age pensioners, or public parks, to which profit-type calculations should not apply at all. We should try to maximize socially useful effect, if only we knew what it was and how to measure it. Western economics too has a similar operationally meaningless concept, the social welfare function. It is like Rousseau's Volonté Générale. Harold Lasky used to say, the trouble is that, if you met the general while walking down the Strand, how would you recognize it? In what units should socialist planners measure socially useful effect, or use value? How, except in money terms, can one compare the use value of shoes, ships, sealing wax, and cabbages? Kings will have been abolished. Who is to do the comparing? Having done this, how is he or she, how are they, to act so as to implement the findings? If citizens are displeased with the outcome, how are they to argue their case, by reference to what criteria? If the law of value ceases to apply in any of its forms, the task seems to have no theoretical or statistical base. It has no institutional base either. Even Ullmann may have introduced a touch of possibly unintentional irony. Although Marx recognizes that demand is elastic, he never doubts that his proletarian planners, whose actual planning mechanisms are never discussed, will make the right equations, in deciding how much of a given article to produce. 51 Needless to say, one does not want a detailed organizational blueprint. What is surely essential is some indication of how hundreds of millions of people will or can decide on what to produce, and necessarily also the production of the means to produce what it has been decided to produce. Bettelheim, while aware of some of the problems, speaks in terms of what can only be called evasion slogans, though he specifically admits that many Marxist economists have neglected use value and resisted marginal calculations where their use was appropriate, although it follows from the differential calculus. We have phrases such as effective participation of the masses in the elaboration and execution of plans, to ensure that the plan becomes a concentrate of the will and aspiration of the masses, based upon a real economic calculation, a direct measure of socially necessary labor, social appropriation. The fundamental law of developed socialism is the law of social direction of the economy, under which one has direct economic and social calculation which does not proceed by the detour of the law of value. This would ensure the extension of the field of action of the direct producers, their domination over conditions of production and reproduction. 52 Society, the direct producers, should decide how 60 years ago some of the discussants of Soviet Russia saw the problem but failed to indicate a way out. Thus Kreve's units of labor time were defined as 1 hour of unskilled labor fulfilling work norms 100% of the time being socially necessary and purposefully utilized. Yurovsky, in reporting this, remarked that the model lacked any means of determining either social necessity or purposefulness, which in a market model are, of course, determined in the market. 53 Stromilin, in 1920, tried to adapt to the task the notion of diminishing marginal utility. As more is produced, so gradually each additional unit generates less marginal social utility, until eventually the labor effort required to make more of this good ceases to be worth making. 54 This is reminiscent of Jevons, who wrote, "Labor will be carried on until the increment of utility from any of the employment just balances the increment of pain." Hardly in the Marxist tradition, but an effort to cope with the real problem? Has anyone advanced any further since 1920? Of course, some labor can be regarded as satisfying or even pleasurable, in which case Stromilin's formulation would be unsatisfactory. But the notion of diminishing marginal utility is not thereby rendered irrelevant. Some goods are worth more than others, and their worth is affected by the intensity of yet unsatisfied wants, and therefore also by the supplies available. However, all this still leaves unsettled the important question, in what units should or would the calculations be expressed, and how one is to calculate. Then, equally important, who is to do this? We must tackle the institutional aspect of the question. What possibility is there that society can decide about the product mix, compare alternative sets of ends and means? It must be emphasized that there are very strong tendencies in the Marxist doctrine which, pace Yugoslavia, point to a centralist all-embracing plan. This is for reasons at once doctrinal and practical. The rejection of commodity production, production for exchange, as distinct from for use, the assertion that society deliberately decides about needs and how to provide for them, makes it hard even to conceive of decentralization, except in so far as this relates to details of implementation. Who or what institution, except at the center, can consider the needs of the whole society? What local authority or committee could do so, when it could only have knowledge and responsibility for its own locality? And yet, in modern industry, all areas contain numerous units producing for, and drawing their inputs from, other areas. How could the production unit know for whom to produce, what to produce, when to supply it, how it is to obtain its inputs, and from where, unless the planners decide and inform? The resultant complexities will be referred to at length later. All that is necessary to establish is the centralizing logic of production for use, of the elimination of the market. Perhaps the theory and practice of this centralizing logic is contained in the following quotation from I. Rubin. In a socialist economy, the relations between members of the society are organized consciously. The coordination and subordination sopodinania of the individuals is made by reference to calculations made ex ante concerning the technical needs of production. This system of production relations represents a closed totality, directed by a single will. Evidently, certain changes could become necessary, but these will occur within the system, by order of the directing organs, who will respond to changes in the technique of production. But if there is independence or autonomy of separate enterprises, then the transfer of products can only occur in the form of purchase and sale. 55. In other words, one would have commodity production. Bettelheim too, correctly, notes that commodity production, production for exchange, occurs when separate production units are autonomous, when their activities are not wholly incorporated in the plan. It is this separation, and not the factor of ownership, which is decisive. 56. This is a way of expressing Marx's belief that under socialism society will be like a great united workshop. All labor in which many individuals cooperate necessarily requires a commencing will to coordinate and unify the process, das Kapital. The model has strong centralizing implications, but the manner in which the associated producers could decide what to produce, and how they could compare costs with results, was left vague by Marx. Lenin, however, was quite clear in his interpretation: the whole of society will have become a single office and a single factory, and all citizens become employees and workers of a single countrywide state syndicate. Point 57. A digression on Marxian economics. Since this book is primarily concerned with economics of socialism, it is unnecessary to consider certain other ambiguities of doctrine which arise in Marxian political economy. As already pointed out, for Marx, values equals socially necessary labor time, underlie prices; the former are essence, the latter are appearance. However, as pointed out by a number of critics, Marx not only forgot to transform inputs in his incomplete picture of the process of transformation, he also from time to time failed to remember that the underlying values are invisible magnitudes, that neither workers nor capitalists can respond to them, for they see actual, or expected, prices, or wages. This led Marx into his crude initial version of the law of the falling rate of profit. Of course, if the rate of exploitation tends to equality in the sense of being proportional to the wages bill, i.e. to V in the formula C plus V plus S, then naturally an increase in the organic composition of capital, i.e. of C, would result in a fall in the profit rate. Note that he did not forget the increase in productivity, since this is listed as a factor causing the profit rate to fall. Of course, Marx did list some countervailing tendencies, but he seemed often to forget the fact that there is in capitalism no force which tends to equalize the rate of exploitation, S divided by V, where organic compositions of capital vary. Capitalists in this model, as also in Chicago, concern themselves with profits, which relate to the total capital advanced, and they and the workers bargain about wages. In equilibrium, competition would indeed tend to equalize profit rates and wage rates, but in doing so would be bound to make rates of exploitation unequal as between firms and industries, since no reason exists, given that techniques differ, why organic compositions of capital should be or become equal. Of course, in the real world no capitalist would adopt a new labor-saving technique if this did not lead to a rise in S divided by V, i.e. in his profit divided by his wages bill. Rosa Luxemburg committed a similar error when seeking to demonstrate, in her highly original book The Accumulation of Capital, that capitalism can only survive by expanding into non-capitalist areas and sectors. The imbalances between the two departments on which she based her analysis are in terms of values. She ignored the fact that, when shortages and surpluses appear, prices change and give rise to corrective trends. She also neglected intersectoral financial flows, credits, and so on. It may well be that profits do show a tendency to fall, and the role of the Third World in maintaining the viability of developed capitalism may indeed be underestimated by conventional analysis. As to the former, we have theories such as those of Glenn and Sutcliffe to the effect that profits fall because of the increasing bargaining power of organized labor, and Joan Robinson has pointed to the importance of Third World markets from the standpoint of economies of scale in production. This is not the place to discuss such theories, but I would only point out that they do not conform to what Marx or Rosa Luxemburg actually said, which of course in no way invalidates them. Marx's theory of the value of labor power certainly played no part in his argument about the falling rate of profit, and for Luxemburg it formed the basis of an underconsumptionist view of capitalist crisis. Because wages do not rise, the capitalists cannot find sufficient outlets for the increased output of their industry. Among other aspects of Marx's theories which could be critically examined, I will mention one more, directly concerned with his theory of value. The question of demand or use value as a factor has been referred to already. But what of choice of techniques? When I discussed this question with the Norwegian John Elster, he made the point that Marx had to assume that techniques were given and could not be affected by relative prices. I objected that capitalists, in pursuit of profit, would be influenced by relative prices of, for example, machines and labor in choosing the method of production. Elster replied that Marx could not even contemplate such a possibility because he was a Hegelian. How so? I inquired. He replied that if values were essence and prices appearance, he could not possibly allow prices to underlie values rather than vice versa. If choice of techniques were affected by price, then prices would be codeterminants of the quantity of labor used to produce a commodity. In an unpublished note, he wrote, "If the technology depends on prices, and values on the technology, then values no longer have an epistemological independence of prices. Values, prices, and technology must be determined simultaneously. If we admit changing preferences, values can even be affected by demand. If a shift in demand induces a change in relative prices, and thus a change in technology, then the change in preferences will have caused the ensuing change in commodity values." Quoted from lecture notes on Marxism, kindly supplied by their author. This seems unanswerable to me. Sancta simplicitas. It is, unfortunately, part of the Marxist tradition to treat these matters as non-problems, because with the overcoming of commodity fetishism and the contradiction between value and use value, substituting direct social choice for the detour via the market and the law of value, all will be clear and simple. Let us cite some examples at random. Robinson Crusoe on his island decided directly how to use his labor in relation to the satisfaction of his needs. The community of free individuals will consciously apply the combined labor power of the community. All the characteristics of Crusoe's labor are here repeated, with the difference that they are social instead of individual. Marx. The relations between men in their labor and useful objects they receive will be simple and transparent. Marx. Everything will be done quite simply without the so-called value. Engels. Communist humanity will create the highest form of administration of things, where the very problem of collective and individual decision-making will disappear, as the human beings of the future will do what is called for by the dry figures of statistical calculation. Administration of men will vanish forever. Bukharin. The function of control and accountancy, becoming ever more simple, will be performed by each in turn. Lenin. To organize the whole economy on the lines of the postal service, all under the leadership of the armed workers, that is our immediate sick aim. Lenin. Capitalism has simplified the work of accounting and control, has reduced it to a comparatively simple system of bookkeeping, that any literate person can do. Lenin. Emphasis in the original. Point 58. One cannot deny the truth of Katznel and Boyjan's remark that these writers were romantics on this issue. The classical scholars of Marxism conceived of future society as a system in which everything would be obvious. People's goals would be obvious, as would the available resources for transforming them into products needed by the population. Marx and Engels evidently pictured future society as an analogous to a 19th-century factory, which represented for them a model of organization, unlike the anarchy of the market mechanism. Point 59. It cannot be too strongly emphasized that complexity is not just a quantitative matter. As Marxists should know, quantity passes into quality. Such vital questions as decentralization and centralization, plan and market, the interests of the part and the interests of the whole, the identification of the public good, the alienation of individuals, the necessity and dangers of hierarchy and bureaucracy, and, incidentally, most of the major problems now plaguing the Soviet economy, all arise directly or indirectly out of the vast scale and innumerable interdependencies of the modern industrial economy. It will not and cannot be simple. The economy cannot be planned and run like the post office. It is not just a matter of technique plus accounting arithmetic, as Lenin, before 1918, seemed naively to imagine. It may seem unnecessary to analyze the reasons, but briefly one must. In the USSR at this time there are 12 million identifiably different products, disaggregated down to specific types of ball bearings, designs of cloth, size of brown shoes, and so on. There are close to 50,000 industrial establishments, plus, of course, thousands of construction enterprises, transport undertakings, collective and state farms, wholesaling organs and retail outlets. None of them can produce or distribute anything without the coordinated cooperation of the activities of numerous economic units which produce, transport, or distribute. A large factory, for instance, making cars or chemical machinery, is an assembly plant of parts and components which can be made in literally thousands of different factories, each of which has also other tasks and which, in turn, may depend on supplies of materials, fuel, and machines, made by hundreds or more of other production units. Introduce the further dimension of time, things need to be provided punctually and in sequence, add the importance of provision for repair, maintenance, replacement, investment in future productive capacity, the training and deployment of the labor force, its needs for housing, amenities, hairdressers, dry cleaners, heating, and the need therefore for building materials, hair clippers, fuel, furniture. Simple indeed. A doubtless sarcastic Soviet author remarked, mathematicians have calculated that in order to draft an accurate and fully integrated plan for material supply just for the Ukraine for 1 year requires the labor of the entire world's population for 10 million years. 60, of course, the plan for next year will be ready a few million years before that, but it will not be accurate and fully integrated. As we shall see, the Soviet Central East planning mechanism finds itself overwhelmed by these tasks, and numerous unintended distortions and disproportions are the consequence of this. Thus the same source that reported that there were 12 million products also stated that there were 48,000 plan positions. 61, that is to say, that the average plan position is an aggregation of hundreds of product variants, which helps to explain why the wrong goods are so frequently produced. It is believed among some Marxist critics of the USSR that the system became bureaucratic through betrayal, or through the machinations of Stalin and of self-interested bureaucrats. Trotsky wrote that the early Bolsheviks expected the Nakolnik boss to turn into a simple technical agent under workers' control, and then in a fine non sequitur added that this did not happen because revolution had not broken out in advanced countries. 62 He also wrongly identified the power of the bureaucracy with control of the sphere of consumption. 63 Which is an odd error for a Marxist, taking the effect for the cause. Naturally, the bureaucracy, or whatever one calls the ruling stratum, does not fail to benefit materially from its power, as Trotsky also wrote, whoever has goods to allocate never forgets himself. But, given the Central East system, itself the consequence of the elimination of the market, the powerful bureaucracy becomes a functional necessity. Lenin, after the seizure of power, saw clearly enough that enterprises will not be able to function correctly unless there is a united will, connecting all the groups of toilers with the precision of a clockwork mechanism. 64 Lenin, of course, was against bureaucracy, but how is his united will to operate? Clockwork produces the wrong image, since it is mechanical, it ticks without human beings pushing and pulling at the pendulum. But the elimination of the market mechanism requires it to be replaced, by the visible hand, by people. One of Marx's more misleading statements referred to the replacement of the government of man by the administration of things. One cannot administer things. One cannot address a cabbage or a ton of ball bearings, one can instruct or persuade human beings to grow, make, or transport things. If thousands, or even millions, of interconnected and interdependent decisions must be taken, to ensure production and delivery of the items which society needs, and this must be preceded by some operationally meaningful set of decisions about what is needed, elaborate administrative machinery is required to ensure the necessary responsibilities and coordination. No action can be taken unless three elements are present: information, motivation, and means. A worker or production manager cannot know who needs which products unless he or she is informed. Who is in a position to know? That unit in the complex planning mechanism which is able to calculate requirements, for ball bearings, lathes, tractors, sulfuric acid, babies' diapers, window glass, and so on. Then some other departments, numerous different departments, because of the scale of the task, have to ensure that the means are available, or can be produced, or provided from stock. Even the most motivated worker, manager, or production planning department cannot ensure that action is taken unless the means are provided, and the means, i.e. the various inputs, are bound to be administered by several other departments. Hence the paperasserie, interdepartmental conferences, regulations, delays, inconsistencies, the need to refer questions to higher authority, and other well-known examples of bureaucracy. To denounce it is easy, but it has its vital role in production in a centrally planned marketless economy, and so it grows and flourishes. Complexity calls not just for many officials to administer it, but requires a multilevel hierarchy of offices. This, be it noted, corresponds to a hierarchy of levels of decision. Let me draw up an example. An organizational diagram would correspond to, oversimplified, sketch in Figure 1.1. Thus the decision on production and installation of equipment for pumping stations is a consequence and an integral necessary part of the decision to build a pumping station, which in turn is a consequence of a specific decision about the type and location of pipelines, which is a function of the development plan for oil in West Siberia, which is a result of consideration of the needs for and alternative sources of oil, which in turn is part of fuel policy decision even higher up. Of course, there is a vast number of other such decisions, and, this is of particular importance, at each point there are alternative uses for the products, machinery, and labor. The choices made are in their turn dependent on inputs of various kinds, materials, machines, people, which could also be used for other purposes. To achieve the desired result, thousands of people located thousands of miles apart must work together in a network of interrelated activities. The parts must fit together, must be fitted together. When the fit is particularly close, then in the real capitalist world the relationships are often hierarchically administered, and do not rely on the looser market mechanism, though the same result is sometimes achieved through subcontracting. Just as in the car industry some firms make their own carburetors in a workshop they own and run, others have long-term agreements with a specialized component firm which they neither own nor operate. The entire project would be brought to a halt if one link in this multilevel chain were to be broken, if, for instance, some enterprise in the food industry were not to send the necessary victuals to the north, or the required metal were not delivered to whoever is charged with making pipe, or the goods wagons were not provided to move the pipe, or the workers to install it, if the heating failed to heat their dwellings, the repair and maintenance workshops lacked tools, and so on. At each level it must be someone's job to ensure that these things are done. They do not happen spontaneously, and they are not and cannot be decided by vote, any more than a train crew or station staff can or should decide whether the 12.30 to Manchester should or should not run. The central organs of a centralist planning system find it very hard to try to keep pace with a huge volume of work. While it is true that in the Soviet case the task was rendered more difficult by the efforts to achieve high growth rates under conditions of shortage, taut planning, the nature of the system requires a complex hierarchical structure, with a division of functions between departments and the usual bureaucratic modus operandi. The term bureaucratic should be seen as descriptive, not a term of abuse. If an overworked official responsible for, say, pumps cannot decide on his own initiative on a request for supplies to Omsk, this is because he must consult those departments who know about other claims for pumps, the possibilities of producing more pumps, the availability of materials for the production of pumps, the spare capacity available at various factories which could be making them, and so on. To see him or her as an elected part-timer, subject to instant recall, is pure fantasy. Evidently he or she has a specialist job to do, a responsibility to carry, in the course of which he must relate with others whose tasks relate to his own, and must fulfill tasks within plans laid down by those above him, whose responsibilities include a wider area. Figure 1.1 Soviet Energy, a decision-making model. It is a truism, seldom mentioned in textbooks in East or West, that what appears to be the right thing to do depends in some degree on the area of responsibility of the decision-maker. Earlier in this chapter I referred to the differences of interest which must arise whenever there is choice under conditions of relative scarcity. At this point my task is to emphasize the limitations of information. I will return to this in the context of Marx's views on the division of labor, but it is important here to stress the effects of the sheer colossal scale of the planning process upon the ability of individuals within this process to encompass it. Let us return to the individual whose task it is to ensure the availability of materials for the production of pumps. It does not matter for the present purpose how intelligent, how educated, how conscientious, the person concerned is. It is extremely unlikely that, in his or her specialized capacity, he or she will be able to envisage the problems of transporting pumps, installing and maintaining pipelines, or the advantages of utilizing a particular kind of turbo drill, let alone the fuel requirements of a given industry. He or she may indeed prefer to use leisure hours for some totally different purpose, say, playing the viola. It will be somebody, therefore also somebody, above him, or her, who will consider the number of pumps needed and their design and use, and someone above that person will relate pumps to the pipelines to the plan for the oil industry, and the plans of those who use oil. As one goes higher one encompasses a wider area, but in doing so one loses precision of detail. The persons concerned with oil in West Siberia have enough on their plate without having the time or the knowledge required to consider the decisions on supply of parts for pump manufacture, which was our original individual's responsibility. Self-evident? No, not to those whose reading of Marx inclines them to suppose that it will all be simple, that the people, society, the associated producers will settle it all in amicable democratic discussion. At least Barrow sees the point. He writes, unless one is prepared to accept that the structure of regulation in interconnected production is objectively hierarchical, the whole problem of socialist democracy can only be raised in an agitational way. Technically and informationally, social labor functions are necessarily subordinate to one another. 65. Unfortunately, he does not explain how he proposes to overcome the consequences of the resultant division of labor. But of this more later. Is there then no possibility for democratic control over the processes of production and circulation? There most certainly is such a possibility, even a necessity, and I will discuss this at length. But first one must make clear that the democratic process will not be relevant to a wide category of microeconomic decision-making. Those responsible for making pumps will not vote about where they should go. The elected assembly at the center, which will adopt a general plan for society, will, of course, have neither the time nor the knowledge to concern itself with such a detail as pumps, let alone where any particular consignment should be sent, unless some scandalous situation arises which is brought to their attention. Otherwise, as Antonov wrote, next year's plan will be ready in several million years. The French radical thinker Cornelius Castoriadis also has a realistic view of complexities, and has come up with an interesting notion of a plan factory. Specialists in plan formulations, with the help of computers, would draw up a series of internally consistent alternative plans, between which the democratically elected assembly could choose. He also envisages a consumer goods market. Much though he shares the traditional Marxists' dislike of commodity production, he is unable to see how consumer choice can be ensured, amid a vast range of alternatives, other than by letting consumers spend their income, tokens, in reality money, as they think fit. He points out that decisions by majority vote can be positively noxious in this area of decision-making, because minorities too have the right to consumer satisfaction. In other words, it is wrong in principle to decide by, say, a majority of 3:1 not to provide rye bread or classical concerts. If a significant minority desires them, they should have them, and have some means of paying for them. But to this, too, we will have to return. Castoriadis does not extend this principle to producers' goods. These, it seems, will be planned in his computerized plan factory. 66. One must, however, remark that the division between consumers' goods and producers' goods, and also between ends and means, presents conceptual and practical problems. Of course, they are distinct. A machine tool and a pair of trousers are, as Marx says, products respectively of Department I and Department II, producers' goods and consumers' goods respectively. However, apart from the fact that some products are in both departments, depending on what they are used for, fuel, potatoes, consumers' goods cannot be produced without inputs of producers' goods, and a market for the former cannot be effective unless its effects penetrate into the producer's goods sector. 2. Demand for red skirts can only be effective if the clothing industry can effectively demand the required cloth, dyes, tufts, zip fasteners, and so on. Castoriadis's plan factory would therefore have to be highly responsive to the consumer market, directly and indirectly. Ends and means are also not easy to distinguish. Thus, reverting to the fuel diagram in figure 1.1, the pumps are a means to an end, pipelines. But pipelines are a means to a higher end, moving crude oil from A to B. Oil is a means to an end, that of providing fuel, but fuel too is a means, and an end, i.e. it is used to keep warm, but also in processes of manufacture. This too can be seen as a form of multilevel hierarchy. These various levels and categories of decision-making should lead one to consider systems analysis and organizational theory. It is worth recalling the name of a pioneer in this field, Nove. He was a Marxist in his own estimation, but most Marxists denounced him as alien to the ideology, not only Lenin but also, for instance, Lippietz. Latter-day Marxists fear the implications of organization theory, which Bogdanov called techtology, and they do indeed present problems for socialists. But this is not a good enough reason to evade the issue, which is bound to come knocking at the door whether we like it or not. In any event, the idea of simplicity must be decisively rejected. The ex-ante illusion. Marx himself, and many of his followers, stressed the contrast between conscious plan and anarchic market. In a socialist planned economy, labor will be directly social, that is, it will be allocated in a planned way by society to predetermined tasks, to produce in accordance with needs as determined ex ante. This is contrasted with a capitalist market economy, in which expenditure of labor is validated ex post, a posteriori, after the event, through the process of exchange. Society will be able to allocate and decide correctly ex ante, through planning the use of its resources and allocating labor to the various tasks which are known in advance. 67. This, in a complex modern economy, is as unreal as is Marx's parallel with Robinson Crusoe. Crusoe, or a patriarchal family unit, another of the parallels used by Marx, can observe directly, and choose between alternatives and their consequences, and there is an immediate link between purpose, action, means and result. Of course Crusoe can make a mistake, such as, for instance, planting a crop in unsuitable soil, but he will see this directly and learn from his experience. All will indeed be simple and transparent. There are several fallacies involved when one shifts from this simple model to the complex real world of hundreds of millions of people with a complex division of labor. The first has already been discussed and need be only briefly restated: how our society's needs to be articulated, the choices made, and by whom. The words by society are literally meaningless as they stand. It is like saying that the people will decide the timetable of the London-Paris air service or the number of onions to be planted. In the real world, millions of interrelated microeconomic decisions can only be made in offices, and so by officials. They could fail to reflect needs. It is the purest intellectual abdication to evade this by simply assuming that plans do incorporate needs, that planners, along with other citizens, have turned miraculously into omniscient angels, that unresponsiveness, inertia, routine-mindedness, rejection of new ideas, cannot happen. Perfect information, perfect foresight, are among the most unreal assumptions of certain bourgeois general equilibrium models. As Loisby has pointed out in an admirable book 68, the assumption of perfect foresight is inherently inconsistent with freedom of choice, since perfectly foreseeable choice is a contradiction in terms. If A and B have any authentic choice, then C and D, whose activities relate to them, cannot know in advance what they will choose, and therefore cannot know in advance what they in turn will choose to do. Loisby is attacking general equilibrium theory and bad textbooks based upon it. But his words apply equally to a socialist economy. Surely we cannot assume that plans are correct ex ante. Indeed, we cannot even know that they were correct ex ante unless there is some means of a posteriori verification. It is not only a question of action, but also of inaction, that is, both an incorrect response and failure to respond are possible. For all this one needs criteria, and some sort of response or feedback mechanism. This brings one back to use values, how to measure them, how to enable the users, who, after all, are a key factor here, to contribute to the measurement, and, finally, how the evaluation of goods and services by those members of society for which they are intended can affect the pattern of future production. Users are, of course, not only citizens in their individual capacity. A great range of products, steel sheet, boilers, textile machinery, and so on, is made for use in the processes of production. Later in this book I shall develop further the theoretical, practical, and institutional implications of the evident need for ex post verification, and ensuring some feedback effect on those who make plans and decide on production and distribution. But right now let us look more closely at how plans are and can be made. In a sense, decisions even in a capitalist market economy are made as a result of an ex-ante calculation. The question is only the nature of the information available. It could be the result of a market survey, or an extrapolation of trends. It may be that production is a result of a specific order, that one has a definite ex-ante contract for a specific customer. Much depends on the nature of the activity and of the product. Thus shipyards generally produce in accordance with an order book, at a price negotiated before production begins, while shoe manufacturers produce in quantity in a more speculative way, hoping that shops and customers will buy the shoes, with the risk that they will not. Restaurants will buy in various materials, and hire labor, in the hope that the customers will come and eat. They may prefer to stay at home, or to ask for items which are not on the menu. Any large-scale investment decision is complicated by the time factor. The gap between taking the decision and completion of the investment project may be 5 or 6 years, and the capital assets may last another 20 years or more. New techniques, change in tastes, investment decisions taken by others, could upset the forecast, ex ante, upon which the original decision rested. The result could be excess capacity, or insufficient capacity, in relation to needs. It is certainly arguable that in a centrally planned economy those who take investment decisions have more information, especially about the investment plans of related industries, than is the case in a capitalist market economy. Today's prices are a poor guide to the relative scarcities of 6 years' time, even if one abstracts from inflation and other distorting elements. Do any of us know much about what the rate of interest and prices of materials will be in 6 months' time, let alone 6 years? But it is self-evident that the passage of time adds to the element of uncertainty in every economy, unless we conceive of some sort of static, unchanging equilibrium, and ex post verification remains essential, as does ex post valuation of the results of productive effort. In a socialist economy it will surely also be the case that, while ships or power station equipment can be built or produced by direct agreement with the prospective users, this will not be the case for, say, shoes or onions. They will not be made or grown after each user has indicated his or her desire for them. The socialist producers will therefore, to some extent, be guessing. The plan for shoes and onions cannot be known to be correct ex ante. The same is true of socialist restaurants. No more than their capitalist confreres can they know ex ante what the diners will ask for, or whether they will wish to dine at all. They will learn ex post whether their preference will be for canard à l'orange or haddock and chips, though of course they can base expectations on extrapolation of past experience, as also happens today. There is in fact only one way of ensuring that ex ante and ex post coincide, to let the producers determine consumption. That is, the citizens will wear the shoes which it is decided they should wear, all menus will be table d'hôte and the customer assigned to specific restaurants. Such a model would be analogous to the army. When I was a corporal I wore the issue boots and uniform clothing, and ate whatever was provided in the mess hall. This, however, is not what socialists mean when they talk of the domination of the direct producers. This highlights the importance of choice. The more choice there is, the less the predictability, for obvious reasons. It is therefore tempting for planners to limit or even eliminate choice, in the interests of good forecasting and the avoidance of the waste which is the inevitable consequence of getting a forecast wrong. In the USSR, citizens often have no alternative but to take it or leave it. Soviet managers are attached to their suppliers, have their customers designated, by the plan. Production is in this sense directly for use. There is indeed less uncertainty than in a capitalist market economy, but less choice too. How can the user influence what is produced, in detail, in a centrally planned economy? This is not a simple question. By detail I mean not footwear, but the shoes one actually wants, not food, but a dish one prefers. Plans are aggregated, they have to be reduced to a manageable number. Needs are specific. An aspect of choice is competition. This is not a word that appeals to most socialists, and is no part of Marxist ideas on socialism. Yet if customers are free to seek their sources of supply, then the converse is that producers will seek customers. Unless there are chronic shortages, this would mean that some producers would have difficulty in ensuring full utilization of their human and material resources. When customers prefer something produced by others, there will be empty seats in the restaurant, empty berths in the shipyards, some shoes no one wishes to wear. Socialists usually deplore competition because it conflicts with the notion of a planned economy, because it is itself a conflict, whereas in a socialist society everyone should cooperate, and because of waste generated by competition. This waste is of two kinds. The empty seats and shipyards represent unused resources which could be used, and competition generates advertising, salesmanship, and other such undesirable phenomena. This, however, is but one example of something of great importance in real life, which Marxist fundamentalists seldom seem to appreciate, that no perfect system exists or can exist, that in general all institutional arrangements carry with them advantages and disadvantages. One can seldom get something for nothing. Competition has certain positive features, it is a consequence and precondition of choice, it also provides a stimulus, to the successful and the laggards alike. Thus the fact of unused capacity, whether in a shipyard or a restaurant, provides a source of pressure to improve quality and service. Advertising is part of an effort to find customers, its opposite can be, in the Soviet Union usually is, indifference to the customer's needs. Similarly, central planning enables the planners to see the total picture, but at the cost of loss of vision of detail. Decentralization means clarity at micro level, but at the cost that wider effects may remain unperceived. The best solution is bound to be a compromise. Reverting to competition, one of its positive aspects relates to the need to ensure that there is a remedy for failure. Suppose that a given good or service is not being provided under the central plan, or is in some way unsatisfactory. Means must exist to correct this. Appeals to the central planners, raising the voice, clamor, is one way. Another is to have the possibility of finding another source of supply, or of setting up a new production unit which will be, in effect, in competition with the existing ones. It is noteworthy that the same thought has occurred to the Hungarian sociologist Ivan Zelenyi. For him it is a matter of great importance that there be alternatives to the central plan. Point 69, we will return to his argument in a moment. A similar point is made by the Soviet socialist dissident Bulat Surkovsky, who distinguishes between noxious and benign forms of competition, but lays great stress of the need for competition, in its benign form, for otherwise there would be no way of ensuring efficiency and responsiveness to consumer needs. Point 70. The only possible reply to this on the part of a fundamentalist millenarian is mulish repetition. Marx was against it. Competition is contrary to socialist principles. In a real socialist economy it would not be needed. No doubt also the lion shall lie down with the lamb. We are back in the realm of religious faith. There is unfortunately also a Marxist tradition which favors large productive units. In discussing Maoism, a contributor to radical philosophy, Sean Sayers, quotes Lenin's dictum, Small production engenders capitalism and the bourgeoisie daily, hourly, spontaneously and on a mass scale, and concludes that the elimination of classes from society absolutely requires the development of the productive forces and the elimination of such small-scale production. 71 The word such in the above sentence leaves open the possibility that the author envisages other and more acceptable species of small-scale production, though this seems doubtful, as the development of productive forces has earlier been equated with large-scale. But one is struck by the word elimination. How? By a socialist police, or by economic competition from large-scale production. The latter, of course, would mean that small-scale cooperatives, etc., could flourish where there were no economies of scale, or where, for any reason, large-scale state industry failed to provide the desired quantity or quality. This point seems to me of very great importance, and more will need to be said about it, and about competition too. Quality and quantity. Several references have been made to quality. This is a concept much neglected also in mainstream economics. But at least the textbook theory of value does have the merit of emphasizing the role of demand. The marginal utility school does this to excess, in the sense that it understates the importance of conditions of production. But willingness to pay, valuation by the user, valuation in money, are seen as vital. A better machine, shoe, steak, will usually command a higher price. But the Marxist tradition is one of quantitative planning. Soviet experience shows how the center cannot cope either with a fully disaggregated product mix, or with quality. The point is that, apart from the sheer impossibility of the center handling detailed specifications, quality is by no means easy to define. It is sometimes specific, calorific content of coal, tensile strength, and so on, but frequently it is a matter of user convenience, or taste, of attractiveness, in fact value in use, valued by the user. We must distinguish here such things as water or electricity, which are homogeneous, flow down pipes or wires and are readily plannable, and those products which come in hundreds or thousands of variants, clothes, instruments and implements, vegetables, and so on. It is the beginning of wisdom to realize that the center cannot plan these quantitatively, in any meaningful microeconomic sense. Plans in tons or square meters are plainly far too crude to encompass the literally millions of varieties and versions of products with use values that exist. Trotsky wrote, "Cast iron can be measured in tons, electricity in kilowatt-hours. But it is impossible to create a universal plan without reducing all branches to a common value denominator." Here at least he saw the clear limitations of physical planning, even of metals and fuels. He was referring to the USSR in the 1930s, but why should it be different in real socialism? Soviet experience is decisive here. If a plan is expressed in aggregate quantities, the product mix that fits into such a plan, in tons, square meters, or for that matter value in money terms, will not, save by accident, be the mix that is actually needed. If, however, contracts between customers and suppliers determine what the micro-content of the plan should be, then the economy is no longer centrally planned, since then the totals too, in tons, square meters, etc., are the consequence of the negotiated contracts. Productive units, enterprises, are then autonomous and, to make a reality of that autonomy, must be free to obtain the inputs which they need by, in their turn, negotiating contracts with their suppliers. But, as we have seen in repeated quotations, the classics of Marxism have not only insisted that all these interrelationships be planned by society, but have pointed out that separation, autonomy, is the very basis of commodity production. Production is then for someone else's use, not one's own. One then has a species of market economy. Or rather, since central planners too would have important functions, it will be a mixture between plan and market. My own belief is that such a mixture is an essential ingredient of any feasible or tolerable socialist economy, but the very thought might give the fundamentalist apoplexy. For is not socialism, as he sees it, the negation of commodity production? How would he, or she, reply to the above argument? Possibly one answer is to imagine both absolute abundance and a species of static equilibrium. All inputs are then as abundantly and freely available as water is in Scotland. Requirements, needs, inputs, techniques, are all known and hardly ever change. Just as the citizen will go to the store to collect whatever goods he or she wants, so the management would fetch the required steel sheet, lathes, sulfuric acid, cloth, pork, cabbages, that would dispose of the problem of the planning of inputs. The workers will then produce the output which society or its customers require. No money would pass, there would be no exchange, no purchase and sale. So, no commodity production. Also no complex bureaucratic central planning mechanism. Et voila. There are comments to be made on this solution. First, it is actually not planning, insofar as no role has been defined for society as a whole, the center has no function. It is anarchist rather than Marxist. Secondly, and much more important, it could not possibly work, and not just because there cannot be this kind of abundance. Whose task is it to foresee, to ensure that the inputs are provided to match the outputs, that stocks of everything are adequate? What of investments, and therefore of investment goods, building materials, machines? And since relative scarcity will be a fact of life, and since its very meaning is that productive capacity is not sufficient to cover all needs, at zero price, what criteria will there be to choose between alternatives? When producers receive requests to produce more than their capacity permits, or than their supply of inputs make possible, then whose needs are the more urgent? Who, in this sort of model, is to know this, and how is he to act on this knowledge, and this without any prices? No valuations of socially useful effect, even assuming that we know how to measure it, can possibly be made by the direct producers at the actual place of production. The necessary comparisons between multiple alternatives can only be made at the center. This is so obvious a consequence of the whole concept of production for use, directly social labor and the elimination of commodity production, that this entire paragraph may seem an unnecessary detour. The point still needs to be made because there remain persons who consider themselves Marxists who refuse to think in terms of practice, though they speak of praxis. It was a Marxist theorist who wrote recently of the need to re-establish contact between Marxist thought and the reality it purported to address. Point 72. To recapitulate, in a complex industrial economy the interrelation between its parts can be based in principle either on freely chosen negotiated contracts, which means autonomy and a species of commodity production, or on a system of binding instructions from planning offices. There is no third way. What can exist, of course, is some combination of the two basic principles, that is, some kinds of decision could be freely negotiated, others would be subject to binding administrative instructions. In fact, these principles must be combined, must coexist, do coexist under modern capitalism too. Much more will be said on this necessary coexistence later in this book. Oscar Lange's pre-war model is an early attempt to define a division of function between a central planning board, CPB, and management of enterprises. The essential point in the present context is that it is a market model, with prices to which management is supposed to respond, though the prices are manipulated by the CPB. The reasons why I consider it inadequate will be gone into later. Barrow, in his alternative, tries to cope with the problem in a way which shows a degree of both realism and romanticism. It is realistic because he appreciates that the hierarchical nature of a complex modern economy, with all its interrelationships and complementarities, causes bureaucracy and remoteness, hierarchy and alienation. He therefore believes that the complexity, interrelationships, complementarities, should be reduced. His communes should be small and, as far as possible, self-sufficient. One can indeed imagine a village community, or a good kibbutz, genuinely deciding directly how to dispose of its labor, how to produce, without having any specialized control hierarchy. But it is romantic because, while such communities could indeed be brought into existence by committed volunteers, modern industry with its scale and specialization does not permit self-sufficiency. Many things, fuel, metal, machines, cotton cloth, chemicals, vehicles, refrigerators, those foods which cannot be grown locally, will have to be obtained from outside. How? In Barrow's notion of centralization von Unten, the representatives of the communes would meet and hammer out an all-inclusive plan for the necessary exchanges. But these would be exchanges, surely, a species once again of commodity production if freely negotiated. If these exchanges are planned centrally, to reflect the needs and priorities of society as a whole, we are yet again with the centralist model, complete with the functionally necessary bureaucracy. Ivan Zeleny has argued persuasively for the need to ensure that there be a possibility for citizens to produce and provide goods and services outside the state planning system. He has in mind both the aspect of freedom of work, i.e. the right of people to prefer to work outside, with the implication that conditions of work inside must then be such as to attract, and not to repel, the workforce, and that freedom is needed to replace or supplement whatever the central plan provides if for any reason there is failure. 73 One can only escape from the logic of this argument by assuming that planners cannot be unsatisfactory, or that one can devise an effective democratic control process within the planning system that can and will put matters right. Needless to say, it is important to try to do this. Experience suggests, however, that this is rendered difficult by the overwhelming complexity of the central plan. When Andras Hegedus speaks of the present Soviet-type system as one of organized irresponsibility, 74 One reason why he is right is that where several different units are co-responsible for a given outcome, it is remarkably hard to identify who should be blamed when something goes wrong. If, in the end, there are insufficient toothbrushes, detergents, babies' diapers, needles and thread, one can, as Brezhnev has done, 75 deplore this, but, given that the failure to provide them is a consequence of the overwhelming complexity of the central plan, and the fact that such minor items are likely to be the responsibility of junior officials without much claim on scarce resources, what better solution is there than to allow groups of citizens, cooperatives, perhaps, to set up workshops to make these things? To this theme too we will have to return. Division of labor. This is an area where the romantic utopian aspect of Marx's thought is particularly prominent, and it should be examined critically. What does overcoming, transcending, aufheben, the division of labor mean? What can it mean? Kolakowski summarizes Marx's view, correctly, as follows: the division of labor leads necessarily to commerce, i.e. the transformation of objects produced by man into vehicles of abstract exchange value. When things become commodities, the basic premise of alienation already exists. 76 Three kinds of division of labor can be identified. One arises out of specialization between productive units, that is, a factory produces stockings, or carburetors, or canned peas, which are intended for the use of others, a situation which leads to exchange, production for sale not production for use, that is, commodity production. Then there is specialization as between people, some are accountants, others are fishermen, plumbers, professors, electricians, clerks, and so on, that is, horizontal division of labor. Finally there is vertical division of labor, or hierarchy, that between officers and men, commanders and commanded, organizers and organized. Some, like Barrow, lay particular stress in this connection on the division between physical and mental labor, but it should be appreciated that most mental work does not involve command. Workers can thus become alienated for several reasons, because the things they produce are for the use of people remote from them, or not for themselves, because they undertake work that is repetitive and boring, a point to which Adam Smith drew attention in precisely this connection in The Wealth of Nations, and because they are subordinates. Under socialism, the division of labor is to be overcome. How? It is essential to realize that Marx's version is that of a highly productive industrial society. He is not envisaging a return to some kind of simple village life of self-sufficiency. if a division of labor in either of the first two senses already leads to commodity production and alienation, and the objective need for a coordinating and directing authority, to ensure that the separate activities cohere, also leads to a vertical division of labor, then have Marx's definitions any operational sense? Could there be a socialism that could overcome alienation due to division of labor in any and all of the above three senses? How can the inescapable separateness of human productive activities be replaced, and by what? What relevance in this context has the elimination of private ownership of the means of production? It is true that it adds another aspect or dimension, in that there is a distinction between owner-employer and non-owner-employee, but of course Marx does not assert that division of labor is due to this, rather the reverse. There is inevitably an air of unreality in a critique of existing society based upon the notion that an alternative exists which does away with division of labor, or that specialization between production units can somehow be overcome by regarding them as in essence one gigantic factory, with local branches, so to speak. Let us look first at the horizontal aspect. There is in this connection a famous quotation from Marx: "A person will hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening and be a literary critic after dinner, without ever becoming a hunter, a fisherman, a herdsman, or critic." 77 This is singularly ill-chosen. All these tasks are solitary, some could be hobbies. Most labor is social labor in the sense that each contributes to joint endeavors which would be disrupted if someone freely chose to go fishing instead. But let us rewrite Marx's sentence as follows: men will freely decide to repair aero engines in the morning, fill teeth in the early afternoon, drive a heavy lorry in the early evening and then go to cook dinners in a restaurant, without being an aero engine maintenance artificer, dentist, lorry driver, or cook. Then it does look a trifle nonsensical, does it not? Barrow advocates universal higher education to the age of 22, with everyone taking courses in mathematics, cybernetics, philosophy and art, but surely he must recognize that this will not and cannot create omniscience. We could be taught to understand the problems facing an architect, language teacher, bricklayer, or airline pilot, but we would not then be qualified to do their jobs. An operatic tenor is usually unable to play the oboe, paint scenery, conduct the orchestra, and it is inherently improbable that he would have any desire, or aptitude, for tailoring, medicine, allocating ball bearings, sports journalism, or working in a slaughterhouse. What kernel of good sense is there in all this? Surely it is that there should be less narrow specialization, that people should be so educated as to facilitate change of jobs if they so wish, that a language teacher who wants to become a bricklayer, train driver, or psychologist, or work on a farm, could have the facilities to do this, subject only to the criterion of social need: there must be bricks to be laid, trains to be driven, and aptitude. Some people may turn out unsuitable for certain tasks. The trouble with Marx's formulation is that he does not say that people should be able to change their specialization, but that there would be no specialization at all. More difficult is the question of vertical division of labor. Barrow has been accused by some Marxists of eliminating the working class, which is unfair. All he has done is follow through the logic of the notion of interchangeability of jobs and the elimination of the distinction between labor by hand and labor by brain, which has the consequence either of turning everyone into workers, or homogenizing the whole labor force and making them worker intellectuals. The comment made above about the need for specialization applies also to Barrow's conception, and there is also the question of aptitude, ability, interest. A good craftsman deserves credit and honor, and may not want to study philosophy or to be transferred to an intellectual or administrative occupation. But these are side issues. The essential question is, how is the obviously necessary hierarchy of control and coordination to be reconciled with the overcoming of the vertical division of labor? How can one avoid the emergence of the equivalent of an officer class, a distinction between rulers and ruled? Is it a matter of election, delegation, rotation? If management is to be responsible, then to whom? This last point is by no means a simple one. For instance, should railway management be accountable to the railwaymen or to the passengers? Many quotations can be assembled showing that Marx and his successors appreciated the need for authority. All labors in which many individuals cooperate necessarily require for their connection and unity one commanding will. Marx, Das Kapital, Volume 3. One needs a united will, connecting all groups of toilers with the precision of a clockwork mechanism. Lenin. Coordination, subordination, orders from the directing organs. I. Rubin, CP 12 above. Basley, in citing Marx's image of an orchestra willingly following the conductor's baton, very properly asked how the proletariat can be at the same time the conductor and the orchestra. And it was Lenin, in his otherwise rather libertarian State and Revolution, who quoted Engels as wanting to abolish authority in large-scale industry is tantamount to wanting to abolish large-scale industry itself. How can the centralist nature of the system coexist with the elimination of the planner administrator, or a reduction of the planner administrator to the role of technical advisor executant of the associated producers? What is the commanding will? Who issues orders? An excellent example of enthusiasm causing the enthusiast to leave Mother Earth behind him is contained in the following passage from the work of Coward and Ellis. In China another revolution in ideology is taking place, overthrowing ideas of delegation, management, the handing of power to representatives or responsible individuals, ideas which are the keystone of capitalist production relations and bourgeois democracy. They are replaced with ideas of collective decision-making, of active thinking by all the people. 78. Surely this is the purest romanticism. Not only did this not take place in China, it could not possibly take place anywhere. No delegation? No management? No representatives or responsible individuals? Could even a kindergarten be run in this way? Marx cannot be blamed for Coward and Ellis, except in so far as he pointed in their direction in some of his more utopian passages. For Marx, as well as speaking of a commanding will, did on many occasions envisage some sort of direct control by the people, with no mediation by or through institutions, without explaining at all clearly how this was to happen. A colleague once called this model one of perfect centralization supplemented by mass solidarity. This is and can only be hierarchical. Modern production is complex, integrated. Unless it is integrated, it will disintegrate. The task of ensuring integration and coordination, the task of planning, is a difficult and responsible one. It is unlikely that anyone can just take his or her turn in doing it, in between driving heavy lorries and filling teeth. Planners must spécialistes, be professionally competent people, as indeed must be managers of a production unit, or repair mechanics. Many responsible positions can be filled by non-specialists, but there must be responsibility. With this must go some authority, for how can one be held responsible for actions by persons over whom one has no control? This can be a last resort authority, exercised when persuasion fails, but in the end a ship's captain's orders must be obeyed, the editor's decision is final, building workers erect the building designed by architects, and someone supervises their work, and so on. One can refer back to the organizational, multilevel, diagram in Figure 1.1. Or let us consider an airport, as an example of both vertical and horizontal division of labor. For it to function, the following tasks must be performed. A. Flying the aircraft. B. Air traffic control. C. Refueling. D. Procuring and storing the fuel. E. Repairs and maintenance of aircraft. F. Luggage handling. G. Seat reservations. H. Catering on the ground and in flight, for passengers. I. Timetables and administration of airlines and their personnel. J. Administering the airport as a whole, repairs, maintenance of runway and buildings, allocation of space. K. Recruitment and amenities for the airport workforce. L. Etc. Each of these functions will and must have someone in charge of it, responsible for it. Responsible to whom? Should the person who organizes loading, refueling, repairs, be responsible to loaders, refuelers, repairmen? Or to the organizer of the airport as a whole? Or to the public who actually use it? Who is to pull all these potentially disparate activities together, to ensure that the right persons are there at the right time, that spare parts, oil, cement for runway repairs and sausage rolls for the cafeteria are ordered in good time? From whom should they be ordered? Which suppliers will supply, and who is to find an alternative if they do not or cannot in fact do so? Who is to ensure that those who make the things which are needed will, in their turn, obtain the means of making them? The question of authority and responsibility seems more important in this context than that of the distinction between physical and mental labor, since there are many mental tasks which involve little or no authority. Pharmacists and radio announcers are not even minor commanders, teachers command only their pupils, while technical changes in industry create definitional overlaps between white and blue collars. A skilled worker and a laboratory technician both have valuable knowledge. Subordination is the point, and it is this which always presents dangers. Authority can be abused, authority most certainly has been abused. But the task of devising effective means of democratic control, of guarding against abuses, cannot be tackled from the Marxist fundamentalist position of assuming that under a real socialism there will be no authority. Nor, of course, can it be tackled by assuming that socialist, working-class government should be subject to no limits. Lenin, dictatorship is rule based directly on force and unrestricted by any laws, presumably because it is inherently incapable of abusing its power. It would be unfair to both Marx and Lenin to assert that the thought of such abuse never occurred to them. Marx envisaged the recall of unworthy representatives, and Lenin's party maximum was specifically designed to prevent party members from feathering their own nests. Yet neither seems to have given much thought to safeguards, perhaps because neither appreciated or foresaw the hierarchical bureaucratic implications of centralist planning, this despite the fact that their program envisaged a vast increase in the economic and social role of the state, which was ultimately to wither away, to be sure, and, by eliminating the independent producer and distributor, also vastly increase the dependence of all on the central institutions which were to administer society. Let it not be thought that my object is to paint a picture of some sort of necessary super-hierarchy, with no possible role for democracy. The object of these last few pages has been to emphasize, first, that some hierarchy and subordination are inescapable in organizing production, and the smaller the role of producers' autonomy and of markets, the greater must be the role of hierarchy and of bureaucracy. Secondly, I wish to draw attention to the need for a realistic, as distinct from sloganeering, assessment of the role and limits of democratic procedures in economic decision-making. This will be the subject of further discussion later. The essential point is that an elected assembly can only decide on broad priorities, and on the rules within which planners, managers, laborers, and specialists work and interrelate. These are important functions, but cannot by their nature concern the microeconomic sphere, except where some major abuse has to be highlighted. Below the center there are bound to be severe limits placed on the power of local or regional authorities, in order to ensure the priority of the general over the particular. Barrow was right to say the most difficult thing is control over local and particular special interests. 79 Local electors as well as local officials quite naturally tend to concern themselves with the needs they know, those of their own locality. Then there are the actual production units. Managers' relationships with the workers in a factory raise complex issues, which will require a long discussion, some of it based on Yugoslav experience. Should the manager be elected? How far is rotation feasible, given the specialist knowledge and aptitude which might be required? Should he be responsible to the workforce? Or to society, including the customers? How can conflicts between management and the workers, or between either or both and the planners, be most effectively resolved? At what level should various species of decision be taken, on the basis of what information? One can go on, but for the present enough is enough. A vertical division of labor there quite evidently will be, and so we will have the problems of authority, and its abuse, discipline, lines of responsibility, and procedures for dealing with failure. Marxist tradition, on the whole, tends to bypass such problems. Material and moral incentives. Marx would have certainly agreed that, in the first stages of a socialist society, rewards should be related to work, since he clearly said so in his critique of the Gotha program. This would still represent a form of inequality, a remnant of bourgeois right. In this first stage, labor time is the base both of the regulation of production and of distribution to the laborers in proportion to their work. In Das Kapital he envisaged this being paid in the form of tokens or vouchers, which would not be money, as they would not circulate. 80 There are several obscurities here. One is, should rewards be equal for an equal amount of time? Should there be a difference in reward in respect of skill, or physical intensity, and if so, what difference? Certainly there seems no suggestion that it be related to the usefulness of what has been done. How does one in fact determine the quantity, let alone quality, of work done by one individual, when it is usually indissolubly linked with the labor of others? Then how is labor to be allocated between different tasks, and who is to do it? Here again it is essential to distinguish the patriarchal family, say, and a modern complex industrial economy. It should be recalled that Trotsky and Bukharin, in 1920, both spoke out in favor of militarization of labor, until workers became so conscious of what needed to be done, and so devoted to doing it, that compulsion would no longer have any point. What are reasonable assumptions to make, under feasible socialism, about people's attitude to labor and to what they should be doing? Who will be in a position to know where labor is needed, and how will he or she turn this knowledge into action? Are incentives needed, and if so, of what kind? What could or would the elimination of the wage system mean? What is the meaning of turning money into tokens that do not circulate? I assume here that real abundance, requiring no regulation of consumption, everyone takes from the common stores the amount that he needs, and he determines what he needs, is excluded by the constraint of feasibility, as argued earlier. Therefore the amount that any citizen, as worker, pensioner, child, etc., can claim will have to be limited, by some system of money or tokens, and the goods obtained will also need to be valued. For example, a woolly toy or fish and chips will require fewer tokens, or less money, than a car or a suite of furniture. Or some other method of limitation would need to be devised, for instance, that a suite of furniture or car might require a permit based on urgency of need. This last method would require a permit office, rules, applications, and so on, and surely would, rightly be, very unpopular, except in special cases, e.g. invalids, or in a temporary emergency. I will henceforth disregard it. Let us begin with an assumption which is, in my view, not far-fetched. The vast majority of able-bodied citizens want to work. Only a tiny minority are genuine werkers. For them, as for a tiny minority of rapists, murderers, the insane, special arrangements may need to be made which need not detain us. The question then is, what work, where, when? Is there any reason to suppose that what workers wish to do will correspond to what needs doing? This is in the context, be it again and again noted, of a complex industrial society with a highly developed sectoral and geographical division of labor, in which it cannot be clear why any particular task must be this particular individual's or group's responsibility. Furthermore, some work is more unpleasant, involves more unsocial hours, than another. For reasons already discussed at length, a necessary horizontal division of labor limits job interchangeability, so that disagreeable occupations can only be to a limited extent passed round in turn. You wash dishes next week. Should not people be induced by material and moral reward of some kind to perform those tasks for which it is otherwise difficult to obtain the necessary labor? Should this then not be systematized into scales of reward? We will discuss later the principles of such differentiation, but how can incentives, and therefore unequal pay for a given length of work, be avoided, unless there is direction of labor? On all this Marx had nothing at all to say. What he did say, about differentials under capitalism, does not help. Writing of the reduction of labor of different kinds to simple labor, his words were, "It is clear that the reduction is made, for, as exchange value, the product of highly skilled labor is equivalent, in definite proportions, to the product of simple average labor." 81 Here the value of skilled labor power seems to be derived from the market, from the exchange value of the goods in which it is contained. But quite apart from circularity of the argument, this is no guide as to what would be appropriate under socialism. The principle of pay according to work in the lower stage of socialism, as he formulated it, is, of course, interpreted in the USSR as justifying wide pay differentials, based on a mixture of criteria: skill, rank, heavy work, location, e.g. in the Arctic, and so on. It is not my task to justify Soviet income differentials. The point is that, if according to work is recognized as having a qualitative aspect, Marx provided no guidance as to what might be appropriate in this respect. Labor power ceases to be a commodity. This would seem to mean that its value is not determined by any sort of labor market, and this indeed is the position taken by Soviet theoreticians about their economy of so-called mature socialism. However, as Soviet experience also shows, market-type incentives and differentials become necessary to allocate labor in the absence of labor conscription and direction. It seems inherently far-fetched to imagine the workers identifying selflessly with the general interest, which cannot be clearly defined, and going willingly where they are needed by society. An incentive scheme seems the only conceivable substitute for compulsion. Needless to say, this is no justification for traditional differentials, in which, say, professors earn many times more than slaughterhouse men or bricklayers, while doing much more agreeable work. Many responsible tasks, for instance, being a senior planner or editor or the chairman of a Soviet, are, or should be, sought after by persons who find pleasure in carrying out these tasks, who would accept the Lenin part maximum and have no greater material reward than the general run of citizens. Lenin laid it down that no party member should earn more than a skilled worker, no matter what post he or she held. Stalin abolished this rule. The decisive factors would be, first, the level of differentials required to elicit voluntary labor effort in the sector where it is needed, and, at least equally important, that these differentials be decided in a democratic way, and not behind closed doors by the beneficiaries, as is the case in the USSR today. By this, of course, I do not mean that the people would determine the income of Blogs the pilot any more than they could or should decide that 10 more tons of sulfuric acid be produced. But the principles and limits of income differentiation can and should be decided by elected representatives at some level or other. Discussion of these matters may be impeded by another fundamentalist blind spot. Imagine a smallish commune or cooperative, the size of a good Israeli kibbutz, say, 200 people. One can envisage a genuine equality of income, with all sharing in times good or bad, no question of abundance need arise. There would be a considerable degree of job interchangeability, with totally unskilled work taken in turn. Job allocation would be democratically decided. Elected committees, with rotation and right of recall, could cope with any likely set of problems. And if by chance someone had to be designated to do something arduous and unpleasant, a democratic vote would decide on some special compensation, a few extra days holiday, for instance. This is all feasible, but with two rather important conditions. The first is that such a society should consist of committed volunteers, that anyone who wishes to live a different sort of life could do so, as is the case with kibbutzim in Israel. Imagine the effect of making membership compulsory. The second, and more important perhaps, is yet again scale. People are dividing up tasks they see, among people they know, with consequences that are indeed instantly visible, transparent. It is a naive fantasy to extend this to an industrial society of hundreds of millions of people, unless, of course, one or both of two conditions are met, that the separate small units are largely self-sufficient, and that they interrelate and exchange freely with each other, with commodity production as the consequence. Another confusion arises from the contrast between workers selling their labor power under capitalism and their work in a socialist society. A Soviet worker is paid a wage, and certainly feels that some state enterprise or institution employs him, whatever the official ideology may say. Zeleny, in his already cited article, uses the phrase selling their labor power in just this context. Indeed, the worker would be justified in feeling that he faces a monopolist employer, the state, though in practice state-employed managers may bid against each other for his services. The member of an authentic producers' cooperative, or a kibbutz, may be expected to regard him or herself as self-employed, but what of one of many thousands working in a state enterprise, which receives plan instructions from the center about what to produce? The impersonal remoteness of the source of the instructions, made no better if these emerge from a distant computer, contributes to the worker's sense of being, after all, an employee. While in a kibbutz-sized cooperative the little community itself can see what needs to be done and can allocate its resources accordingly, this cannot be simple and transparent on a national, let alone international, scale. The question of who allocates, by what criteria, subject to what responsibility, to whom, exercised how, these become matters of fundamental importance on which, to repeat, Marx had little of relevance to say. Then there is the nature of labor reward. The French Marxist Alain Lipietz, in a recent book, has rightly drawn attention to the fact that there is a very substantial contrast between the demands of the real working class, for a higher wage and life standards within existing society, and the Marxist objective of a new society in which wages as such would not exist. 82. I have seen the slogan "Abolish the wages system" somewhere on a wall in West Germany, but, of course, not a factory wall, it was in a university. Most workers would feel that free distribution means that they would have to take what they are given. This brings us back to Marx's tokens, which are not money. Why not call them money? Let us look at these tokens and their function. Let us abstract from the basis of how these tokens are earned. Suppose that 100 such units have been received. What is the recipient to do with them? Presumably he will face a choice of goods in the state stores, whose values will be expressed in tokens. It seems to have been Marx's idea that these would be proportionate to labor time, presumably with something added to cover what might be called productive and social overheads, old age pensions, investment fund, and so on. Thus one can imagine that a chair or a kilogram of sausage might be valued as 12 and 3 labor-hour tokens, though the actual labor time devoted to their production might be 9 and 2 hours respectively. The possessor of the 100 tokens decides what he or she prefers to spend them on. At a higher stage, with abundance, one would have to each according to his needs, so tokens would wither away. Several defects of such a system must be apparent, if earlier analysis is taken into account. First, what of supply and demand? In a remarkably simple passage, Marx wrote, if it were assumed that the conditions are realized which allow the coincidence between supply and demand, of production and consumption, and in the last instance the proper proportions of production, then the problem of money becomes quite unimportant. 83 Main God. If the function of money were made unnecessary, then indeed it would not be needed. For what is, in the present context, that function? It is to help to bring supply and demand into balance, relating production to consumption, to enable the customer to express the intensity of his or her preferences, and, finally, to relate these to the cost of providing the required supply. Thus suppose at the price of 3 tokens there is not enough, or there are too many, sausages. In the short run the alternative to queues or gluts is to alter the token value. This would also be a signal to the planning organs, produce more of this, less of that. Just as money would be. In fact these tokens would then become money in all but name. What does it mean that the tokens do not circulate? Does this mean that I, possessor of 100 non-circulating, non-transferable tokens, cannot pass any of them on to my neighbor as a reward for baby minding, repairing my radio, or taking me to work in his car. Why not? Police would be needed to stop such transactions. And will the tokens which are paid to shops for sausages be used to purchase sausages from the sausage factory? And then by the sausage factory to purchase the meat from its suppliers? If not, why not? What alternative is there, which enables the requirements of the consumer to work their way into the system of production? With a given distribution of income, as egalitarian as the given society chooses it to be, there is no better way of enabling citizens to register their preferences than to allow them freely to spend their money, tokens, or their money. If this is denounced by the fundamentalist as a market, so be it. As Castoriadis explicitly recognizes, no voting system can be a substitute, because, first, the huge variety of preferences makes it an impossibly unwieldy task, and, secondly, as already pointed out, because this is not a matter of majority vote anyhow, since a minority is entitled to be supplied also. Of course this is very far from a priori planning decisions. But, as we have already seen, these are usually impracticable where there is choice. Is this market solution free from defects? No, it is not. But the critic must make a case for a feasible alternative. The proletariat and productive labor. Barrow has some highly important things to say about the role assigned by Marxist theory to the proletariat. That the proletariat is the actual collective subject of general emancipation remains a philosophical hypothesis, in which the utopian components of Marxism are concentrated. 84 He also writes that Marxist intellectuals have an idealized picture of the worker. What, he asks, about the ideas and aspirations of the really existing proletariat, their relationship, if any, to its real-world historical aims assigned to it by the theory? After all, as he also remarked, the immediate objectives of subordinate strata and classes are always conservative. 85. Men as different in their ideology as Alfred Meyer, Mihajlo Markovi, and Alain Lipietz have in various ways drawn attention to the difficulties to which this notion of the world historical emancipatory mission of the proletariat gives rise. How can the industrial working class, being so thoroughly alienated from its own human nature, have it within itself to achieve its own emancipation? 86. But Marx did not solve the problem. How will the whole proletariat form its common will, make the step from a class in itself towards a class for itself, win power and run society organized as the ruling class? How will this alienated and degraded class build up a consciousness about essentially new possibilities, a consciousness that requires enormous general culture and far surpasses official academic scholarship? And if a vanguard of the class does the job, how to avoid alienation of the vanguard, manipulation of the class by it? 87. Markovic is also able to see the vagueness of certain common Marxist slogans. He quotes phrases like "all production is concentrated in a vast association of the whole nation," and "the public power loses its political character," whatever this might mean. 88. Lipietz, as we have seen, is troubled by the wide gap between actual demands by real workers, for higher wages and the like, and the fundamental changes which they ought to want, which include abolishing the wages system. This, of course, is an echo of Lenin's well-known belief that socialist ideas need to be brought to the workers from the outside, that left to themselves workers will confine themselves to trade union demands. Perhaps he too would have recognized the validity of Barrow's point about the conservative aspirations of most ordinary folk. André Gortz puts the question rather strongly, as follows. Marx's theory of the proletariat is not based upon an empirical study of class antagonisms. No empirical observation or experience of militancy could lead to the discovery of the historic mission of the proletariat, which, according to Marx, constitutes its class being. The being of the proletariat transcends the proletarians. It is the transcendental guarantee of the adoption by the proletarians of the correct class line. A question at once arises: who is able to know and to say what the proletariat is, when the proletarians themselves have only a confused or mystified sense of it? Historically, the answer to this question is, only Marx was able to know and to say what the true nature and historical mission of the proletariat really were. The proletariat is revolutionary in its essence, it must become what it is. This philosophic position contains within itself all the deviations, avant-gardism, substitutionism, elitism, and also their opposites, spontaneity, tailism, trade unionism. The impossibility of empirically verifying the theory has always been Marxism's burden, like original sin. The philosophy of the proletariat cannot be legitimized through really existing proletarians or through actual events. The Hegelian matrix makes the philosopher the prophet, and his philosophy a revelation of sense and being. No one, and particularly not the proletariat, can decide the debates which divide Marxists. In the absence of any possible empirical verification, their divergent political and theoretical theses can be legitimized only by reference to the book. The spirit of orthodoxy, dogmatism, religiosity, are not accidental phenomena in Marxism, they are necessarily inherent in a philosophy with a Hegelian structure. The theory of the proletariat rests on the texts of Marx and the words of Lenin. This philosophy of the proletariat is religious. 89. All this has implications which merit much fuller discussion, but this is not the place for it. I will confine myself to drawing a few general conclusions, which are relevant to Marx's concept of a transition to socialism, and must be applicable to the feasible socialism to which this book relates. First, there is the question of the likely behavior and attitudes of the real working class. In a hard-hitting article, the Hungarian scholar Mihai Vajda has pointed out that there is no reason to expect working-class solidarity except in conflict with the class enemy, and not always then. With no capitalists to struggle with, what is it that should link together the interests of bus drivers, instrument mechanics, bricklayers, street cleaners, and cooks? Or, for that matter, the inhabitants of West Africa with those of the Iberian Peninsula or Malaysia? The contrary view rests on faith alone, and most obviously so if, as will surely be the case, there are insufficient resources to satisfy all the needs which these workers, or people in these countries, regard as legitimate. The workers are not, in Marxist theory, regarded as morally superior people, they are supposed to liberate mankind by pursuing their own class interest, which creates a classless society by eliminating the ruling classes, whether they are conscious of this or not. But, as we have already noted, the kind of society to which the masses aspire is by no means that envisaged by Marx. Marx argued that the conservative slogan "a fair day's wage for a fair day's work" should be replaced by abolition of the wages system. But how many workers believe this? Nor does experience suggest that the overthrow of landlords and capitalists results in the final elimination of the rulers/ruled distinction. This is because, secondly, there will and must be people who are in charge. How can the workers rule? How can they be organized as the ruling class? What can all this mean in practice, in the face of the objective need for hierarchy which Barrow so explicitly recognizes? One must get beyond the dilemma of choice between cooperative egalitarian or hierarchic elitist structures, because it is illusory to imagine the possibility that informational and decision-making flows could be primarily or solely from bottom to top. 90 Again and again the same problem arises: what does rule by the workers, or the dictatorship of the proletariat, mean? What could it mean? Rakowski, in a letter written in 1928 in exile, bitterly reflected on the separation from the masses of former workers, affected by the professional risks of power. The personal ambition of workers to rise to the status of rulers is facilitated, appears justified, because of the objective need for individuals to take command. As Vajda pointed out, it is in the interest of each worker so to rise above his fellows, in fact to cease to be a worker. Thirdly, if workers, to be precise, ex-workers, do rule, will not their conservative aspirations deflect the decisions they take from the aims prescribed for them by Marx and Engels? Real workers are not any less chauvinistic, intolerant, narrow-minded, selfish, than other groups in our very imperfect society. They are certainly less concerned about the rights of women than the middle classes. Oscar Wilde wrote long ago that there is only one class in the community that thinks more about money than the rich, and that is the poor. 91. A further source of confusion is over who the workers are. This applies also to the definition of the working class under modern capitalism. Are they only those engaged in directly productive non-supervisory activities by hand, in which case in many Western industrialist countries they are a minority of the working population? Conrad and Zeleny, in their analysis of East European societies, rest their case upon a similarly narrow definition of the working class. They then identify the intellectual class with the rulers, and imply that they live on the redistributed surplus, the surplus which has been created by the labor of the direct producers. This, in my view, is a misapplication of Marx's ideas. He distinguished between productive and unproductive labor, but his criterion was that of being employed for profit, except in circulation, so that such intellectuals as the chief engineer of a steel works would most certainly qualify as productive, whereas a school cleaner or a fireman would be unproductive. So this distinction, whatever its merits or demerits in other respects, does not help Conrad and Zeleny to make the distinction which matters to them, between those who decide on distribution and redistribution, i.e. the rulers and their acolytes, and the rest. Anyhow, Marx's distinction relates to capitalism, and the mind boggles at regarding all who are not direct producers in this narrow sense as living off the surplus generated by the productive workers, that is, as exploiters. The distinction between productive and unproductive gives rise to some strange illusions. Thus Becker imagines that, under capitalism, there is a huge waste of labor in what he calls the circulatory superstructure. Indeed, Marx spoke of the vast numbers of employments at present indispensable but in themselves superfluous. 92. But surely this is quite misleading. There are indeed some employments which would disappear, in the stock exchange, for instance. However, most activities in circulation are plainly indispensable, though not in the same form, also in a socialist society. Let us take a few examples. A building contractor links together various trades and specialist organizations which together erect a building, masons, painters, lift installers, material suppliers, and so on, and someone must fulfill that task, whether or not the name contractor is used. Marketing is a means of finding purchasers, users, of one's product, in a capitalist economy. One must still find outlets for one's output in a socialist economy, or have them designated by the supply and allocation plan, and in either case human beings will have to take decisions. Travel agents will be needed if people will still wish to book holiday accommodation or seats in planes, even if no actual payment is made. Economy in retail distribution has all too often taken the form of providing too few outlets, so that customers have to wait their turn. Genuine savings of human labor are, of course, possible, through the elimination of waste, but one must not just assume that a system can be brought into being which generates no waste at all. In a modern industrial economy, with high mass consumption and a developed network of services of many kinds, it seems more than a little odd for some Marxists to cling to narrow definitions of the working class, or indeed to assign some special, privileged, position in their model of socialism to the direct producers. However, I have great sympathy with the point well made by Ivan Zeleny. The ordinary worker is all too readily disregarded, in a hierarchical system such as exists in Eastern Europe, and it is a most important object of policy to create the institutional basis for realistic and effective ways of increasing their influence and their rights. In this respect as in so many others, l'emu est l'ennemi du bien, by aiming for an unattainable workers' power, by indulging, in Zeleny's words, in dreams of general emancipation, one fails to devise means by which workers can in fact exercise their power as consumers and as producers, means which are inevitably limited by practical possibility. These ideas I shall develop later in this book. The legacy of Marx, some conclusions. I think that it can be demonstrated that Marxist economics is either irrelevant, or misleading, in respect of the problems that must be faced by any socialist economy which could exist. This is because the very possibility of these problems was assumed out of existence. Attempts to adapt the labor theory of value are doomed to failure, both because Marx did not intend that it be applied to socialism and because of its high level of abstraction. The task is further hindered by an overstress on labor time and the separation of value from demand, use value. No hint appears anywhere about how socialist society, or planners acting in its name, could compute use values and relate them to costs, to effort. The assumption of abundance is far-fetched, when, as the Brandt Commission has reminded us, the number of children to be born in the 20 years 1980 to 2000 will exceed the total population of the world as it was in 1900. The utopian aspects of Marx's ideas, especially the new man, the absence of conflict between individuals and groups, depend decisively on an unrealizable degree of plenty. Marx also grossly underestimated the complexity of the modern economy, and of society too, and the view that production relations and plans would be simple and transparent, that the interests of society would be defined and perceived, was very seriously mistaken. The elimination of commodity production, with production for use and not for exchange, implies a degree of centralization which has a multilevel, hierarchically organized plan bureaucracy as its functionally inescapable accompaniment. This in turn conflicts with the aim of meaningful workers' participation in decision-making at their place of work. The concentration of decisions at the center, with or without computers, must cause alienation. Marx's notions on the overcoming of horizontal and vertical division of labor are wide of any possible application in practice. He left contradictory indications on the need for one directing will and on decisions by freely associating producers. He never faced the contradiction between ex-ante planning and the consequences of choice, which require ex-post verification of these decisions. He never considered the organizational implications of his ideas. By this I do not mean a blueprint or an organizational diagram, but basic principles, such as, the necessary coexistence of centralization and decentralization, the need to reconcile inevitable differences of view about what needs to be done, the importance of responsibility and of the implementation of decisions taken, including the provision of the means of implementation. It may be objected that Marx was busily analyzing capitalism, that his ideas were never intended as guidelines to the building of socialism, and that therefore the preceding pages are misconceived. To this I must, again, reply, because Marx did often indicate features of a future socialist society, if only by contrasting them with specific features of capitalism, his thought developed into an obstacle to analyses of economics of any sort of feasible socialism. Doubtless he never intended this, and his famous saying "Moi, je ne suis pas Marxiste" was his warning against his followers' dogmatism. One wishes that more of them heeded this warning. Let me in conclusion quote two statements. It is necessary for each state-owned factory, with its technical director, to be subject not only to control from the top, but also from below, by the market, which will remain the regulator of the state economy for a long time to come. The innumerable live participants in the economy, must make known their needs and their relative intensity not only through statistical compilations of planning commissions, but directly through the pressure of demand and supply. The plan is checked and to a considerable extent realized through the market. The regulation over the market must base itself on the tendencies showing themselves in it, must prove their economic rationality through commercial calculation. The economy of the transition period is unthinkable without control by the rubble. This is Trotsky speaking. The first quotation dates from 1922, the fourth Comintern Congress, the second from Bulletin Oppositii in November 1932. The observant dogmatist would instantly retort, but Trotsky quite explicitly referred to the transition period. He believed in the ultimate triumph of Marx's marketless socialism. This is indeed correct, as far as it goes. But must not my observant dogmatist use his mind and go a little further? What circumstances can be imagined in which needs and their relative intensity will be known to the planning organs without the interaction of demand and supply being manifested, in something very like a market, without the need for ex post checking of the ex ante calculations made in planning commissions. And, let me add, without making romantic leaps into a world of absolute abundance, perfect information, and perfect foresight. There is a long agenda awaiting socialist economists. They cannot even begin to face the real problems unless they openly reject the utopian elements of the Marxist tradition. Marx would surely have revised his own ideas if he had lived 100 years longer. He would have been a revisionist. There were many things he could not possibly foresee, nuclear weapons, for instance. Great man though he was, he could also just occasionally be wrong. More probable, surely, than abundance is quite another sort of world, one in which conflicts over scarcity threaten the survival of the human race, in which the pursuit of short-term profit threatens the destruction of the environment. Some species of socialism, on an international scale, may well be the only alternative to disaster, political, economic, ecological, military. But this is conservationist, sheer scarcity socialism, which can have little in common with a utopia based upon the assumption of limitless resources. Sharing Barrow's dislike of what he called real existierender socialismus in Eastern Europe, I would like to see serious discussion of alternatives. Barrow's own alternative must by now appear questionably feasible even to its author. I feel sure that he, and other honest Marxists, will not be content to remain in a quasi-religious dream world, from which they can sally forth to damn every realistically conceivable form of socialism for making compromises with reality, as Debray put it. Western mainstream economists escape reality by retreating into mathematical abstractions and an artificial world of formulae. Those who claim to believe in praxis should not take refuge in some socialist equivalent of general equilibrium never land. Marxist scholars have interpreted his doctrines in this way and that. The point, however, is to change them. Addendum, more on human psychology and reductionism. It has been suggested here that the idea of some new socialist man is integrally linked with the concept of abundance, that conflict and self-interest, or group interest, must be assumed to exist unless there is no opportunity cost, there are no mutually exclusive alternatives. It seems also that to assume away personal selfishness, acquisitiveness, competitiveness, is far-fetched. Let me deal at slightly greater length with the view that this shows lack of imagination, that I am lumbered with bourgeois values. Few will doubt that not only I, but also the present working class, are, in this sense, permeated with bourgeois values. Workers are as acquisitive as anyone else, and the typical agitationist stance of the extreme left does everything possible to encourage demands for higher wages, which are the basis of consumerism, the car, color television set, and so on. The triumph of the extreme left is associated in most workers' minds not with the abolition of the wages system, l'abolition du salariat, sounds better in French, but with additional material income, allegedly denied them by capitalism and capitalists. Intelligent Marxists would, of course, admit this, as they would readily admit that many real workers have racist, sexist and other prejudices. These they ascribe to the evil effects of a capitalist environment. It will take time, they would agree, to remove the evil effects, the false consciousness, inherited from the past. This, they appreciate, raises awkward questions: who is to do the removing, and does this approach not lead rapidly towards substitutionism, to a group of inspired Marxist intellectuals leading the real working class in a direction that few workers would spontaneously follow? This is an integral part of Leninism. Revolutionary consciousness is to be brought to the working class from the outside. This can lead, has led, to the dictatorship of the proletariat turning into a dictatorship over the proletariat. One line taken by those who wish to avoid these uncomfortable conclusions, without making implausible assumptions of universal abundance, is to say that revolutionary struggle and experience will change man. The revolution transforms those who participate in it. It is not the actual workers that exist today, anywhere, with all their prejudices, who would build socialism. The process of overthrowing, then of building, would change them. This view obviously owes nothing to the study of the actual experience of the Russian Revolution. While some devoted workers did indeed throw themselves heart and soul into building a new society, the majority, even of workers, let alone the peasant masses, faced with hunger and cold, became more, not less, acquisitive. According to Kritzman's pamphlet The Heroic Period of the Russian Revolution, never did so many people trade and barter as during the period of war communism, when such activity was supposed to be illegal. Many a Marxist theory concerning the degeneration of the Soviet Republic points to the disintegration, the demoralization, the déclassing of the working class at this period. Lenin and the Bolsheviks found themselves exercising dictatorship in the name of the proletariat, over the proletariat, when their supposed class base vanished, or supported their opponents. 93 During the critical period of 1919 to 21, Trotsky and Bukharin both showed themselves acutely conscious of the need to enforce discipline on the recalcitrant masses, who were apt to pursue sectional interests, or were selfish, lazy, and so on. And this at a time of the most acute crisis, when they might be expected to rally round the party, as, of course, some did. It may be objected that the years following the Bolshevik Revolution were exceptionally harsh, owing to the chaos of civil war. True. But, as Bukharin correctly pointed out in his Economics of the Transition Period, any proletarian revolution will be costly in terms of economic efficiency, not only because of the damage done to productive capital by the revolution and its aftermath, but also because of the disruption of established links and organizations, the inexperience of the workers, and so on. It would therefore seem reasonable to expect any violent revolution to lead initially to a decline in living standards. But in any case the essential point is a different one. Revolutionary dogmatists, Mondale is an excellent example, fail to distinguish between human beings in a situation of acute crisis, and the post-revolutionary society, which presumably will have to develop a routine to cope with everyday life. Mondale once wrote that, for the French workers, a strike was seen as a feast, unfate. A struggle, a battle, revolution itself, brings out a spirit of self-sacrifice. But then what? Men may jump into a canal to save a drowning child, but this neither proves that they will cease to be selfish in their normal dealings nor trains them in that direction. My fellow soldiers in the last war did many brave and unselfish things, but physical hardships merely whetted the appetite for enjoying consumption once the war was over. Nor were Bolshevik commissars immune from this, on the contrary, with honorable exceptions, of course, many succumbed to temptation, and Trotsky and others denounced this at the time. Yet what, as a Marxist, could one expect, even of people who were party members and claimed to be devoted Marxists? A fortiori, what of ordinary citizens of all classes? It seems basically reasonable, therefore, to discuss feasible socialism in which human beings are recognizable, similar to those that now exist. Of course, we must take into account any likely or possible changes in circumstances. But that is a different question, the answer to which does not depend on making assumptions about some imaginary new man, who, in a choice between his own advantage and that of others, would always choose the latter. What of changed circumstances? This brings me to the second of the points to be raised here, that of reductionism. This word covers a number of different but related meanings. It is sometimes used to refer to the need, in Marxist value theory, to reduce complex or skilled labor to units of simple labor. But it can also be used to criticize the tendency to reduce complex causal relationships to a single cause, or to identify one aspect of a problem or situation as its essence. In vulgar Marxism it takes the form of giving some phenomenon, event, work of art, a crude materialist or economic explanation. The more sophisticated Marxists avoid this. But even they are driven to see in material or economic circumstances, or in the class struggle, the essential explanation, in the last analysis, though certainly allowing for some interaction with ideas, religion, politics, and other elements of the superstructure. This can be, often is, accompanied by a tendency to ascribe various evils to property relations, to capitalism. From this it follows that a change in these relations, the elimination of private property in the means of production, will effect a cure. It has already been argued that this causes difficulty in explaining those historical events in which conflict was primarily between members of the same class. But more relevant to the present theme is the way in which this attitude leads to mistaken views concerning, for instance, racism, sexism, alcoholism, crime, even foul play on the football field, and therefore to an exaggerated and unreal view of the effect of the abolition of private ownership of the means of production on human psychology and on social relations. No one, at least not I, can doubt that property relations and class divisions can contribute to these and other evils in our society. For instance, anti-Semitism had its economic roots. The subordination of women is related to property. Advertisers persuade people to drink more, people commit crimes to acquire goods or because they are deprived of access to wealth, and the term professional foul has been coined to cover the many cases in which highly paid footballers commit offenses while motivated by the large money bonus they would receive for winning. It then turns out that anti-Semitism can continue for reasons unconnected with capitalism, that women in the USSR seem to suffer from many of the same disabilities as their sisters in Western Europe, that drink remains a problem regardless of system, that thieving, and bribery, know no ideological boundaries and, finally, that even in those sports where no money whatever is involved there is still some foul play. Of course, one can say that the Soviet experience is irrelevant, that it is not socialism. Thus, to take the first of the examples, anti-Semitism can be motivated by the desire to keep Jews out of positions of high rank, and so it could be argued that since there is economic advantage in holding such positions, the motive remains economic. Even accepting this, what can we conclude? If there is competition to acquire positions of influence and honor, and it is difficult to see how this can be or will be avoided, then some will be interested to find reasons to disqualify competitors. Because racial feelings have some rather deep roots, they could enter in the equation, whereas, let us say, the fact that the other applicants come from another part of the country, Yorkshire, say, or Leningrad, provides no basis for prejudice to influence action. Similarly, some men who are in positions of authority will use their position to secure sexual favors from women, whether or not property relations are involved. If the fundamentalist replies that under socialism no one will be in a position of authority, that when everyone is somebody then no one's anybody, to quote W. S. Gilbert, then we are again in the realm of utopia. Naturally, if there is no authority then it cannot be abused. If anyone is satisfied with such a reply, then surely we are dealing with religious faith and certainly not with scientific socialism. All this is no reason, needless to say, why we should accept evils and abuses as ineradicable facts of life. We must all hope that they will be eradicated, or at least fully discredited. The point is only that the causes, like the other evils listed above, cannot be reduced in essence to property relations, not even in the last analysis. Under socialism too there will be a need for a referee at football matches. Another aspect of reductionism has been well described, in a yet unpublished work, by the émigré Czech sociologist Zdeněk Stremiska. He notes the monistic way in which Marxism has sought to analyze society. Marx at times had a much more complex view of society, and the two approaches can and do conflict. He notes how the monistic, economistic dialectic affected Marx's view of the relationships between base and superstructure, and that this type of dialectic does not allow one to think in terms of the relative autonomy of power relations. Marx, writes Stremiska, combined the monistic historical conception with accentuation of antithetical forms and negations. This recognizes only two sets of relations internal to the social system, antagonism or perfect functional harmony. He points to the highly ambiguous and reductionist term negation. The manifestations of an antithetical dialectic are numerous in Marx's analyses. It leads to a simplified representation of two types of societies, class societies and classless ones, with which the whole of Marx's sociology is pervaded, and which, one could say, forms its very foundations. This basic idea generalizes, schematizes, and extrapolates the numerous real or possible differences between various types of society in such a way as to conceptualize classless society as a universal negation of class societies and vice versa, the transition of classless societies into class society and transformation of class societies into classless ones, which takes place on a higher level of historical development, is supposed to lead to a solution of all social and human problems. 2. Communism. The real possibilities of change in modern societies are envisaged here in a romantic and many respects utopian manner. The concept of antithesis, imposing itself in the sphere of ideology, is without doubt the source of this orientation. This antithetical dialectic becomes negative or directly negativist dialectic, in the interpretation of qualitative social change. The reductionist character of the concept of negation also detracts attention from the actual complexity of social change, socialist transformation primarily, accepting the problems of that transformation as resolved at a moment when their solution enters its decisive phase. The illusion that a supersession of the old social forms represents the main goal in the realization of social change, tends not to accelerate the process as it might seem at first glance. On the contrary, it makes it more difficult, robbing the projects of change of much credibility. What is even more serious, it tends to disorient the groups or individuals involved in the process, because the solution to all social problems is seen in terms of mechanistic antitheses of reality, existing in the old system. It does not offer a theoretical basis which would permit a definition of the real historical status of the socio-cultural elements to be found in the framework of the old social system of capitalist society. There is no way of determining which element should be eliminated, which retained and developed, what is to be maintained in transformed shape. Such a perspective allows only with difficulty to distinguish the permanently valid results of the developments of civilization, especially aspects of the superstructural sphere and historically transitional phenomena, characteristic of capitalist society, which both merge into one another. A dialectic of this type, enthralled by the conception of antitheses and forgetting the conception of synthesis, anticipates a solution of the contradictions in capitalist society and the building of socialism to be effected most exclusively by the social forces situated at the pole of the social structure, that is, by the proletariat, and bases its strategy on the somewhat controversial assumption of a polarization of social structures. 94. This can be seen as one consequence of Marx's philosophical adaptation of Hegel. As Charles Taylor pointed out, Hegel's analysis of the contradictions of human existence leads to a species of higher reconciliation, Aufhebung, through the intervention of a supernatural Geist. Marx the materialist rejected Geist, but in doing so he had to substitute man. The revolution would abolish bourgeois society and hence the laws of its operation, and a united class of proletarians would take over and dispose freely of the economy it had inherited, but Marx seems to have been oblivious of the inescapable opacity and indirectness of communication and decision in large bodies of men, even in small and simple societies, let alone those organized around a large and complex productive system. This prevented Marx from seeing communism as a social predicament with its own characteristic limits. This leads to a wildly unrealistic notion of the transition as a leap into untrammelled freedom. Marx held a terribly unreal notion of freedom, in which the opacity, division, indirectness, and cross-purposes of social life were quite overcome. Taylor agrees that one should not ask for a blueprint of communist society, but one can and must ask in general terms how we envisage men's situation to have changed, what constraints, divisions, tensions, dilemmas, struggles and estrangements will replace those we know today. Not only does classical Marxism have no answer to this, it implies that the answer is none, that our only situation will be that of generic man, harmoniously united in contest with nature. But this predicament is not only unbelievable, but arguably unlivable. 95. Part 2. Socialism and the Soviet Experience. Introduction. What can and should socialists learn from the experience of the USSR? Its official theorists designate the existing situation as one of mature socialism, while claiming, with Stalin, that the Soviet Union entered into the socialist stage in the 1930s. The next stage will be communism. This raises a whole series of questions. There is the Soviet experience viewed historically, the war communism period, NEP, the various theories and controversies of the 1920s, the Soviet model viewed as a model of rapid industrialization of a backward country, and so on. It can be considered against the background of Marxian prophecy, that is to say, we can compare Soviet socialism at any of its stages with what Marx envisaged. We could apply Marxist theory to the USSR, but in doing so, we should undertake a double process, not only using Marxist ideas on socialism as a criterion for judging the USSR, but also seeing how far Soviet experience might throw some light on the validity of the Marxian criteria. We could also look at Soviet planning as a technique, its achievements, weaknesses, limitations, efficacy, its potential for reform. Then socialist theorists must inevitably look at the political economy of the USSR from the standpoint of the rights of the working masses, the extent of their control over their leaders, over the means of production, over the disposal of the product, at political and economic democracy. Once again, this should be done without adopting utopian criteria, thus no one would seriously wish to criticize Soviet criminal law or constitution on the grounds that, in a truly socialist society, law, crime, and the state will have withered away. Similarly, for reasons abundantly explored in Part 1, it would be naive and pointless simply to denounce the USSR because there are elements of hierarchy, because some are managers and others are managed, in other words, there is a vertical division of labor. But a critical and realistic appraisal of Soviet experience could be of considerable assistance to clear thought about the relationship which could exist in a socialist society, without making any absurd or far-fetched assumptions. Then there is one other important question, that of economics, or economic laws, under socialism. Here too there are Soviet discussions, there is Soviet experience. Nor should the views of minority groups be neglected, whether these belong to oppositions within the party or to, especially economic, specialists outside it. However, there is also the relative scarcity of paper and of the readers, and authors, patience. Most of these questions could be the subject of a book. There are in fact 2 French doctoral dissertations beside me as I write this, one by Basley, the other by Chavins, both referred to earlier, devoted wholly to the discussion of economic laws and the law of value, which together run to just about 1,000 typed pages. I have myself written perhaps as many pages, in books and articles, about various aspects of the Soviet economy and of economic history. Far more than this has been written by other authors. The literature on Soviet-type economies is vast and is growing. So Part 2 of the present book will seek to draw lessons and conclusions from aspects of Soviet experience which will have been documented, by this author and by many others, in other works, with only occasional direct reference to illustrative material. Externalities and internalities. As an example of how I shall proceed, let me take the argument that under socialism it will be possible to internalize externalities, that is, to decide by reference to the general interest. Under capitalism, the profit of each separately owned unit can contradict the profitability, interest, of the whole. One can transcend this fragmentation if the means of production are commonly owned. Or can one? Soviet experience suggests that this is far more difficult than might be supposed. Externalities arise not because of separation of ownership, but because of separation of decision-making units. Even in a university, room allocation or timetable changes by one faculty office can have deleterious effects on students in other faculties, effects which are external to the faculty office in question. What is taken into account depends on the area of responsibility of the decision maker. This is partly due to interest. The decision maker will be judged by how well he or she carries out his/her prescribed responsibilities, and partly due to information flows. Effects external to the office concerned may simply not be known to the decision maker. Given the magnitude and complexity of the task of planning and managing a modern industrial economy, it is inevitable that the task be divided between different offices, departments, ministries, regions, and so on. This is the institutional foundation of what a massive Soviet literature describes pejoratively as vedomstvenost, departmentalism. The other frequently mentioned disease is mestnichestvo, localism. Brezhnev and others have repeatedly criticized both these manifestations of the priority of partial over general interest. There is abundant evidence of pollution of air and rivers, and local Soviets have at least as much difficulty in enforcing zoning and other town planning regulations as the authorities of any Western conurbation. One reads almost daily of some ministry or department neglecting the interests of some related or complementary activity, because it is beyond its departmental barrier. There is a strong tendency to self-supply. Thus each of 25 ministries engaged in construction in the Pavlodar Oblast seeks to set up its own quarry and building materials factory. Pravda, December 26, 1980, to cite an example that happens to be to hand. The difficulty faced by the center in internalizing all the externalities, in identifying and enforcing the general interest, is evidently closely connected with the sheer scale of centralist planning, which is also the cause of the necessary division of function between departments and local bodies. To consider everything in the context of everything else is plainly an impossible task. At departmental or local level the general interest is not and cannot be unambiguously visible, or even visible at all. Imagine that one is an official responsible for allocating sheet metal, or for building a petrochemical complex, or manufacturing precision instruments, or controlling the movement of trains in the Ukraine. One's task is determined by plan instructions, and/or norms, and the efficiency of one's operation will be judged by how well one has carried out the instructions and responsibilities. It is inconceivable that the official could evaluate, at his or her level, the external consequences of this or that action, e.g. of supplying A rather than B. So Soviet experience points to the importance of boundary lines of responsibility, their effect on perception and on decision-making, the impossibility of avoiding the issue of external economies and diseconomies, the difficulty of reconciling partial and general interest. How much of this, it may be asked, is due to the specific features of the Soviet system? One hears voices from the New Left to the effect that Soviet experience is irrelevant, it is not real socialism. One of their arguments is precisely that, in the USSR, differences of interest exist between different strata, workers and managers, managers and planners, leaders and led, different industrial and local officials are at odds with one another. While this is indeed so, can one envisage a situation in which the general interest would be universally perceived and identified with? For reasons already examined at length in Part 1, this seems to me a utopian and unreal conception. Nor could grassroots democracy make the problem any easier to handle. But this does not mean, of course, that any form of feasible socialism must reproduce the deficiencies and distortions of the Soviet system, in this or a number of other respects, for instance, in the relations between management and workers. It is also the case that organizational rearrangement can mitigate some of the problems, by altering areas of responsibility. For instance, the Soviet leadership is now, 1981, considering ways and means of putting agricultural machinery design and production, and also storage and transport of farm products, under one organizational umbrella together with agriculture. Of course this would not eliminate the boundary problem, it would change the boundary. Perhaps more significant is another and different point. Many of the problems of the Soviet-type economy are in some way or other connected with shortage, with the seller's market situation. This exacerbates all the other problems, thus fear of not receiving needed supplies of so-called deficit products is one reason for self-supply, and it is shortage which makes it all too easy for the producers to neglect the requirements of the users. Shortages, it may be argued, are a consequence of the priority of growth, of the strategy of catching up and overtaking, a consequence, then, of specifically Soviet policies. Shortages and the seller's market. So let us now pass to an examination of the causes of shortage. This must be distinguished from scarcity, the latter being a situation in which demand unlimited, by either price or rationing, exceeds supply, while shortage means that individuals, factory managers or consumers, with a legitimate claim on resources cannot obtain what they want or need, even though they have the money. Shortages can be due to natural causes, e.g. a drought, to unforeseen circumstances, events abroad, to imperfect foresight, e.g. demand was underestimated, supply overestimated, to deliberate policy, as when retail prices are not increased, though demand is known to exceed supply, or to an overambitious plan which exceeds the resources available, but is meant to have a mobilizing function. There are several works published in Eastern Europe on the subject of shortage, chronic or recurrent. The most important are by Kornai 1 and Bauer. 2. They identify social political pressures which result in overtaught plans. Insofar as these concern investments, they will be further discussed later in Part 2. It would be theoretically possible to envisage a socialist society in which such pressures would be less strong, but, unless we were to imagine a state of abundance, they must surely be present. In the real world there will be unsatisfied aspirations, and the existence of democratic institutions will not reduce such pressures, on the contrary. This is quite apart from government's own commitment to growth, a commitment which is also associated with full employment of material and human resources. Full employment is, of course, of great significance, especially when one contemplates the alternative, which is unemployment. It is not an advertisement for the efficiency of capitalism if a sizable proportion of productive capacity and personnel is inactive. However, it can, I believe, be shown that full employment must entail shortage. This is a consequence of, inevitably, imperfect foresight. Unless one assumes a static economy, there is bound to be change, in tastes, techniques, preferences. At microeconomic levels these cannot be precisely foreseen. Any major investment takes many years to complete, and then has many more years of life before it. Workers and engineers acquire specialized skills, which may or may not be needed 10 years hence. So we may be sure that, even if macro equilibrium exists between requirements and resources, there would be some shortages, which, because of full employment, cannot be speedily made good. Let me give 2 examples. Suppose that there are 1,000 different spare parts for vehicles of all kinds, and suppose that the planned supply in aggregate exactly equals planned demand in aggregate. Or suppose that the number of seats in restaurants, and the total number of dishes to be served in them, exactly equals total demand, but that no extra unused capacity exists. It is certain, is it not, that some shortages would occur? Say, there would not be enough of a given type of carburetor or radiator cap, not enough seats in certain restaurants, not enough duck or apple tart, even while some other items were in excess supply. Kornai argued long ago that the negative features of a seller's market situation must exist unless it is difficult to sell, unless the seller, supplier, finds it necessary to take trouble to satisfy the needs of the customer. This, too, is an important aspect of Soviet, and not only of Soviet, experience. Where the supplier is in a strong position vis-a-vis the customer, whether because of shortage or because the supply plan ties the customer to this particular supplier, the latter tends to neglect the requirements of the user, and finds that it is actually beneficial to do so. In the Soviet system the supplier is usually designated by the supply plan, and is therefore in a position of an absolute monopolist. Even if others produce the same item, the manager is not, legally, entitled to transfer his custom to them. The rules do empower the customer to refuse to accept goods which are not to specification, but ample evidence exists that such powers are used sparingly, under conditions in which the slogan "take it or leave it" applies. It should be possible to envisage a socialist economy in which one is free to negotiate freely with suppliers, and we shall be considering this later. Just such a reform has been proposed in the USSR, and there was mention of it in the decree published in 1965, but it has not in fact been adopted. But the condition of shortage is one of the principal reasons why the material allocation system exists. We know from wartime experience in the West that there too it led to the negative phenomena associated with a seller's market. Shortage, then, is due partly to the full employment of resources, partly to the commitment of the center to rapid growth, and partly to the efforts of sectors, departments, ministries, and localities to acquire resources for their various purposes. Because it is known that resources are scarce, that goods may not be available, for production and consumption alike, everyone tends to hoard, to buy whatever non-perishable goods may be obtainable, and this exacerbates the shortages. The power of the supplier, under sellers' market conditions, still further weakens the already weak position of the customer vis-a-vis the producer. Shortage is the consequence of the Soviet version of inflation. In theory this should be excluded. Demand for producers' goods is planned demand, limited not by the money supply but by the system of material allocation. One can have the money in the bank, but the bulk of materials and machines are, in fact, rationed. Consequently, a balanced plan excludes the very possibility of inflation. In the case of consumers' goods and services, the total incomes of the population appear to be largely determined, and paid out, by the state and its institutions and enterprises. Supply is planned, prices are determined by state organs, so there should be balance. In practice this does not happen. Partly the imbalance is a micro-imbalance, that is, some materials, machines, foodstuffs and manufactures are in short supply and others are in excess supply, owing to errors, unpredictability and inflexible prices. However, massive evidence points to the existence of macro-imbalance too. In the producers' goods and investment sectors too many projects are started, for reasons to be examined when we discuss investment, and many producers complain that they are ordered to deliver more than they can produce. In the case of consumers' goods, incomes tend to be equal to or sometimes exceed plan, output is well below plan, and there is reluctance to increase the general level of prices. So, as a result, as a Pravda editorial frankly admitted, three incomes increase much faster than supply, and the rapid increase in saving bank deposits and a rise in prices of foodstuffs in the free peasant markets are consequences of the frustration of would-be purchasers. A further point worth making is that so-called commercial criteria can be highly misleading and even perverse when the producer can exercise monopoly power. If, for example, the producer is urged to cut costs, it is sometimes all too easy to pass them on to the customer. Thus Soviet machinery producers are notoriously unwilling to take responsibility for installation, maintenance, and repairs. For them these are avoidable expenditures, that is, they can be passed on to others. Goodwill is gained through a reputation for quality and prompt service, and goodwill is valuable, under competition. Since to acquire goodwill involves cost, in the absence of competition it has no commercial value. Quality can be expected to deteriorate. Or take the example of a monopolist retail trade organization. How is its efficiency to be measured? By profits? By labor productivity? By turnover per shop? By all these measures, it pays to have customers stand in line all day and every day. A city's buses show better economic results if they are jammed with passengers. I have made these points in discussing certain naive formulations of commercial criteria for British nationalist industries, but they also apply to the East, and it is perhaps no accident that an article of mine on the subject was reprinted by a Hungarian periodical. I shall return to these questions when considering nationalist industries. Planning indicators and the evaluation of performance. The question of evaluating efficiency leads to the problem, familiar to most students of the Soviet economy, of success indicators. Plan instructions have to be expressed in units of measurement, tons, square meters, millions of rubles, thousands of pairs, and so on. In any instance where there is a product mix, or different types or dimensions, plan indicators must of necessity be aggregated. As has already been noted, there are about 12 million different products if these are fully disaggregated. There are in all some 48,000 plan positions. In other words, The average product which is the subject of a plan instruction is an aggregate of 250 sub-products. These cannot be the subject of systematic plan instructions because of the curse of scale. There would be far too much information to handle. When a road transport enterprise receives a plan, in its fully disaggregated form it should include instructions as to what load every one of the several hundred lorries should carry every day, and where to. But an order aggregated, e.g. in ton-kilometers, incites the recipient to act in a particular way. If the measure is tons, this rewards weight and penalizes economy of materials. If the measure is gross value in rubles, there is benefit to be derived from making expensive goods, using expensive materials. Ton-kilometers incite transport undertakings to carry heavy goods over long distances. Examples of wasteful or otherwise irrational practices designed to fulfill plans: in Russia the phrase is "delad plan," literally "do the plan," could fill several bound volumes, all the examples being taken from Soviet publications. That so well known and well studied a problem still resists solution is proof enough that it is genuinely difficult to solve. The basic contradiction arises from the simple fact that the center cannot know in full detail what is in fact needed by the customer, and yet the entire logic of the Soviet system rests upon the proposition that it is the duty of all subordinate management to obey the plan instructions of the center because these supposedly embody the needs of society. In practice, the detailed specifications can generally only be determined in negotiation between producer and user, with or without the intermediacy of trading organs. But instead of the plan being the sum total of the detailed requirements, the detailed requirements have to be made to add up to the predetermined aggregated total. As Brezhnev, among others, has noted, the user has insufficient influence on production, and the user is not only the consumer citizen but also industrial, agricultural, and other state enterprises. Soviet experience proves also how difficult it is to plan and define quality, as against quantity. One can issue an order, produce 200,000 pairs of shoes, and this is identifiable and enforceable. To say produce good shoes, that fit the customer's feet is a much vaguer, non-enforceable order. Similarly, I can be meaningfully instructed to give 50 lectures, but it is not so easy to enforce an order that I give good lectures. It also shows the severe limitation of planning in physical quantities. The same number of tons, meters, pairs, can be of very different use values and fulfill widely different needs. In any event, quality is a concept frequently inseparable from use, thus a dress or a machine can be fully in accord with technological standards, but still not be suitable for a particular wearer or factory process. How can this problem be overcome if plans are orders of superior authority, the central planners or ministries, and not those placed by the users? The success indicator problem is a major unsolved question, and is worthy of much closer attention than it can receive here. As noted already, it is exacerbated by the seller's market and supplier's monopoly, which frequently force the customer to accept goods of a quality or specification quite different from his desires and preferences. This applies both to producers and to consumers' goods. Thus many machinery manufacturing enterprises have obligatory plan targets in tons and in rubles, construction enterprises have plans expressed in rubles expended. Labor productivity is usually measured by dividing the number of workers into the gross value of the output. As a multitude of Soviet sources attest, this inclines the producers to select the more expensive variants. Similarly, plans expressed in tons actually penalize those enterprises which succeed in using less metal, and this at a time when metal is particularly scarce. Output targets for intermediate goods and services have the inevitable effect of stimulating waste. One should produce a given final output with the minimum use of intermediate goods, i.e. of inputs, yet this would bring penalties to the enterprises and ministries producing such goods. The system also lends itself to some outrageous abuses, thus the service organization Sельхозtechnika, which, inter alia, supplies machinery to agriculture, levies charges for transport, delivery, assembly, and testing, even when the farms have to send their own transport for machinery parts and assemble and test them themselves. 4. All this is an integral part of a major problem, itself in two parts: how to incorporate micro-demand into instructions passed down from hierarchical superiors, and, in more general terms, how to plan in aggregate quantities. For a serious socialist economist, it cannot be enough to smile at the very numerous anecdotes of unintended forms of waste and of misfits between supply and demand. For what is the alternative, short of allowing horizontal relationships between supplier and customer, with or without the intermediacy of trade organs, to determine the product mix? But this is a market solution. There are two kinds of exceptions to the rule that microeconomic demand fails to have the required influence on supply, that plan indicators do not and cannot indicate just what is needed. One of these relates to homogeneous commodities, which may be termed plannable, of which electricity is the best example. A figure such as 100 kilowatt-hour is unambiguous and clear, unlike 100 pairs of shoes or 100 spare parts for tractors. The other concerns those cases in which the center is itself the customer, and can directly demand that its demands are met. This is the case with armaments. Of course, armaments are also a very high priority, but not all high priority sectors fare well under the centralist system. Thus there is no doubt at all about the importance which the top leadership attaches to technical progress, but to translate this desire into operational micro-orders has proved remarkably difficult. The curse of scale, innovation, and bureaucratic fragmentation. Soviet experience underlines both the necessity and the dangers of a multiplicity of plan targets in a non-market economy. Output plans must be backed by the allocation of inputs and, since most factories' output consists of products which are inputs for other factories and sectors, the plan becomes an interlocking multiplicity of instructions on production and allocation. It is important to distinguish between the current operational plan, which the Russians call adresny, i.e. an order with a name and address, and the longer-term plan, which is and can only be of a much more general and aggregated kind. Thus a 5-year plan contains a target for, say, steel sheet and footwear, but this is not yet operational. There is no order yet for any specific production unit to produce any specified thing. It is inevitable that production plans are issued from offices other than those responsible for material allocation. It is also obvious that if to produce a good requires 10 different inputs, these are likely to be allocated by 10 different offices, each of which is also responsible for allocating the item in question to other economic sectors that use it. Consequently, there is an immense task of coordination, to ensure that, at microeconomic operational level, production and inputs plans are coherent and consistent. Be it noted that input-output techniques can only be of limited use in this task, and this for two reasons. One is, again, aggregation. The variety of inputs is too great to be incorporated in full detail in an input-output table. The other is that allocation, and information flows, relate to administrative units, and these do not and cannot coincide with product designations. Point 5. The sheer complexity of the task ensures that it is never completed, and numerous instances arise when supply and production plans are inconsistent. Plans then require changes in the course of their implementation, which is why the desired objective of stable plans has never been achieved. But output and inputs are only part of the process of planning. Labor, the wages bill, profits, investments, payments in the state budget, technological change, economy of materials and fuel, labor productivity, cost reduction, value, gross or net, of turnover, the fulfillment of delivery obligations, and other items, such as a reduction in size of office staffs, figure or have figured on the list of compulsory plan objectives. These two can contradict one another, and conflict with output plans, or with the production of goods actually required by the users. To cite but one of a mass of examples, a change in the output plan halfway through the year is often unaccompanied by any consequential change in the financial or labor plan, and there is even a phrase, vozdushnyi val, gross output made of air, to designate a production task for which inputs are not provided. Faced with an evaluation procedure which is above all concerned with plan fulfillment, and with uncertainty about supply and possible changes in plan, the management understandably tends to seek plans which are easy to fulfill, or avoids the risk of receiving plan orders which may prove unfulfillable, and over-applies for inputs, hoards materials and labor. Faced with the knowledge that this is the likely behavior pattern of management, the planners tend to proceed on the basis of past reported performance. This in turn causes cautious managers to avoid excessive improvements in performance, which could cause them to be given excessive tasks in the next plan period. Technical progress, indeed change of any sort, causes difficulties, and this for several reasons. First, the planners themselves base their instructions on past performance, and input-output tables, material balances too, are inherently conservative, reflecting past technical coefficients. Secondly, technical progress, either in the form of a new type of product or a new method of manufacture, will usually require some change in inputs, or in the output plan, beyond the power of management and requiring permission from one or several planning agencies. Finally, all innovation involves risk, and risk is not rewarded. Indeed, risk aversion is, unintentionally, rewarded. An intelligent critic, Nove, has pointed to an interesting contrast in this respect between the USSR and the West. In the USSR, innovation has to be introduced. The Russian word, vnetreniyi, implies that it requires effort, a push from above. In the West, on the contrary, one had industrial espionage, and efforts have to be expended to prevent one's rivals learning about one's innovations. 6 The reason for the contrast must be competition, which exists in the West even in sectors, such as the chemical industry, for instance, in which giant monopolists may seem to be dominant, whereas in the USSR it is no accident that many plays and novels feature the obstructionist director who resists innovation. He has very little incentive to do otherwise. I am reminded too of a Czech economist who was once asked in conversation, why is a capitalist monopoly so much more enterprising than a socialist monopoly? His answer, there is nothing so monopolistic as a socialist monopoly. A further obstacle is the fragmentation of machinery production. Many machines and instruments are made by enterprises under a large number of different ministries, all of which are also engaged in a variety of other production activities. This applies both to industrial equipment and to consumer durables such as refrigerators, and also to farm machinery of many kinds. To give just one example, in 1975 materials handling equipment was made by 380 enterprises under 35 all-Union and Republican ministries. 7 There are many complaints about non-interchangeability of parts, lack of desirable standardization and lack of any clear line of responsibility for quality or technological improvements. A devastating analysis by Eskindman tells us much about inefficiency and waste in the design and production of Soviet machinery, about the almost incredible degree of fragmentation of production and also of repairs, causing inefficiencies in the use of machines and skilled labor, and about the high cost of many components, as well as poor quality of equipment. 8 This, along with many similarly critical articles, helps to explain the need for the USSR to import modern technology on a large scale. Management is in fact placed in an anomalous position. On the one hand, its task is to fulfill plan instructions, supposedly embodying the needs of society. On the other, these plans are frequently inconsistent and ambiguous, and in any event the management's own proposals influence the instructions which it receives. Many orders are written by their recipients, a Hungarian economist once remarked. So management is in fact in a position to make a whole number of choices, but its performance is evaluated in terms of plan fulfillment, and so it is constrained to use its powers to demonstrate that it has succeeded in terms of the success indicators of the plan. This frequently is to the detriment of quality and of satisfying user needs. A Soviet author has calculated that in a year there is a total of 2,700 to 3,600 million plan indicators determined at all levels, 2.7 to 3.6 million at the center, and 70% of these concerning material allocation and supply. 9. What has all this to do with factors specifically Soviet? Surely the difficulties and distortions are the consequences of scale, are various kinds of manifestations of diseconomies of scale. As already argued in the section on Marx, it was, to some extent still is, unfortunately the case that Marxists have vastly underestimated the complexities of Central East planning. Baron and Mises can be said to have seen the genuine difficulties clearly, and it was an East European economist who once said that, in a future socialist commonwealth, a statue to Mises might well be erected. Those who choose to attribute the distortions of the planning system to bureaucracy and lack of democracy have put the cart before the horse. Given the aim of substituting planning for the market, administrative resource allocation for trade, the visible for the invisible hand, central control becomes an objective necessity. Given the immense complexities, one requires a complex bureaucratic structure to take a multitude of interconnected decisions which, of their nature, are not a matter for democratic voting. In no society can an elected assembly decide by 115 votes to 73 where to allocate 10 tons of leather, or whether to produce another 100 tons of sulfuric acid. This is not to deny that there are economic policy decisions that ought to be democratically arrived at, and I will devote many pages later on to discussing this question. A case can be made for the proposition that the functional logic of Central East planning is closely associated with a one-party type of hierarchically organized despotism. This is because of the immense power wielded by the state's production and allocation mechanism, and the absence of countervailing power, when everyone is so dependent on the state, and also because the bulk of the state's functions become economic managerial, and there seem to its controllers to be some very good reasons why these highly complex functions should not be disturbed by the unpredictabilities of volatile voting by the masses. And those who ascribe the problems to alienation must face the fact that this too is a diseconomy of scale. Decisions are taken at levels remote from ordinary people. It has already been argued at length that this remoteness is due to the very nature of Central East planning, of a marketless economy. So is hierarchy, which arises because decision-making is hierarchical, but which then has profound social effects, including the emergence of institutional East privilege. This is one reason why a model of socialism free of such defects will have to be based on direct links between economic units, that is, on commodity production, on exchange, with some form of market. Soviet experience is, in my view, conclusive on this point, though one should never forget that external economies and diseconomies may remain unperceived at levels below the center. Indeed, the numerous lacunae, inconsistencies, and uncertainties in the plan, especially the unreliability of material supplies, lead not only to self-supply, i.e. wasteful duplication, but also to unofficial horizontal links between enterprises, a network of personal relationships, supply agents known as tollkeke, pushers, or expeditors, and also corrupt practices. Lack of data does not allow any of this to be quantified, but ample anecdotal evidence exists which suggests that these phenomena are very widespread, and that they are the consequence of the malfunctioning of the planning mechanism, a malfunctioning which seems to me an inescapable consequence of the sheer scale of the task, and of the size and multiplicity of the hierarchical organization which has to cope with it. The Hungarian émigré György Marcus has called this the third economy, that of the personal informal relations of assistance in case of shortages, existing between the various members of the bureaucratic apparatus. This he distinguishes from the second economy, which is the tolerated, or unsuppressed, private enterprise which provides or redistributes goods and services for the consumer, filling gaps left by the clumsy and over-centralist official plan structure. The tendency of management, and others in charge of sectors, to overstate material requirements, to hoard, to maneuver so as to fulfill plans, may appear to be due to their failure to identify with the general interest. As Marcus points out, they are indeed exhorted all the time to give priority to the interests of the state. This is undoubtedly their duty, but it is not the task for which they are directly responsible. As a matter of fact, even if they wanted to act in a disinterested spirit, they would not know how to do it. They have no systematic information about the real situation in all those fields not under their direct control. And in the bargaining process which accompanies plan disaggregation and implementation, their claims for resources represent an attempt at the most optimal conditions for the fulfillment of those tasks which the plan specified. Inevitably, in the bargaining process at all levels the balance will always be further tilted towards the largest, most centralist and politically most powerful organizations, independently of actual economic demand, not to speak of the needs of the population. Point 10. Hierarchy has its purely economic aspect too. Let us take as an example a product which appeared on Brezhnev's list of so-called melikai, minor items, in short supply, toothbrushes. In capitalism the firms which make toothbrushes do so because it is profitable. In the Soviet model they are made because a planning office so decides. Who, then, is responsible for toothbrushes? One must suppose that the official is a fairly junior one. So, under conditions of shortage, in the competition for scarce resources he or she carried less weight than a more senior official in charge of, say, wool cloth or electronics. With too many items to handle, the planning mechanism inevitably tends to identify some as priority. Indeed, the production and delivery obligations imposed on management specify what is called vaznishaya produktsiya, the most important products. An influential Soviet economist, D. Valovoy, has pointed out that some items not on the most important list are in fact complementary to those that are. And some figure on the list of those that Brezhnev described as melikai. Another problem which has proved difficult to solve deserves a brief mention. This is the contradiction between basing central planning on industrial sectors and on regions. Obviously one cannot do both at once. If steelworks or electronics factories are subordinated to the appropriate ministry in Moscow, then the regional authorities can have only very limited power over economic activities in their area, which causes problems with regard to regional coordination. Each ministry looks after its own subordinate units and potential local economies of scale are not realized. However, as experience under the Khrushchev regionalization reform of 1957, Sovnarkozy, abundantly proved, placing the enterprises under the authority of regional or local bodies does even more harm. Supplies to other regions and the planning of specific industries on a national scale inevitably suffer. In 1965 the industrial sector, ministerial structure was restored. However, much criticism has been directed at the resultant lack of regional coordination, particularly evident in places such as Siberia, where large-scale developments in previously empty areas require the coordinated activities of enterprises under many different ministries. A number of so-called territorial production administrations have been set up, some of which overlap the existing provincial boundary lines. Neither provinces, oblasti, nor the 15 republics are convenient units for planning purposes. As a result, there is still considerable confusion about lines of responsibility and authority. Another difficulty with the ministerial form of centralist planning arises from the fact that the same goods are made in enterprises under a number of different ministries. The example of materials handling equipment has been cited already, but the same is true of many other items, from refrigerators to plows. The vast range of products made by modern industry makes it difficult to distribute the task of organizing their production between a finite number of authorities. Is it planning? Several authors of the most diverse political views have stated that there is in fact no planning in the Soviet Union. Eugene Zaleski, J. Wilhelm, Hillel Tikhtin. Point 11. They all in their very different ways note the fact that plans are often, usually, unfulfilled, that information flows are distorted, that plan instructions are the subject of bargaining, that there are many distortions and inconsistencies, indeed that, as many sources attest, plans are frequently altered within the period to which they are supposed to apply, partly to take the unexpected into account, but also to justify the claim to 100% fulfillment of a plan reduced, at enterprise level, to the level of actual achievement. The outcome often differs both from the intentions of the authors of the plan and from the needs and desires of the users. So, how can all this be planning? Zaleski has produced a large and scholarly volume, in which he is able conclusively to demonstrate that, over many decades, Not only were long-term and short-term plans underfulfilled, but target figures were not seldom missed by very substantial margins. Plans of every sort were repeatedly altered. His statistical appendices document all these facts with unparalleled thoroughness. He then concludes that the economy was not planned in any meaningful sense, that planning agencies, ministries, and managers adapt as best they can to circumstances, and that therefore the economy was not planned but managed. Wilhelm takes a similar view, but he also gives emphasis to the fact that the plans themselves are affected by consumer demand, that they are based on the actually achieved level, and so on, which would not be the case if this really was planning. Ticktin believes that planning should conform to the original ideas of Marx and Lenin on the subject, and that wasteful bureaucratic planning does not deserve this name. The economy is administered. He also strongly opposes anything resembling market socialism. My difficulty with the Zaleski formulation is perhaps mainly verbal. All that he says is correct. It demonstrates the existence of great inefficiencies, gaps between outcome and intention. If this intention is called a plan, then this is bad planning. By the same token, it is bad management. The existence or non-existence of a plan cannot be demonstrated by showing that a large gap exists between the original objective and the result. If most of what actually happens does so because the officials and managers are trying to fulfill plan orders, the fact that many will fail in this does not transform a planned economy into an unplanned economy. Wilhelm's approach is logically consistent. If planning is defined as he defines it, as a set of consistent and enforceable objectives laid down by the central authorities, then it is easy to show that many objectives are not enforceable or not enforced, or mutually inconsistent. Many of the objectives are influenced or even determined by pressures and circumstances which affect the orders given by the center, and so on. In a later and as yet unpublished version of his argument, Wilhelm comes close to asserting that consumer choice and planning are definitionally incompatible. His conclusion follows from his premises, but one can and should question the premises. My argument is that the deficiencies and imbalances, and distortions due to group interest too, are the inescapable accompaniments of the endeavor to plan centrally, and that central planning is the inescapable consequence of trying to organize a socialist economy along non-market lines. It follows that in Wilhelm's terms centralist planning has not existed because it could not exist. Ticktin never explains how his non-market, non-bureaucratic planning would or could work. So it is difficult to discuss his implied model. On one attempt to do so, I was met with the reply, the very notion of a model is un-Marxist. That Soviet-type planning differs radically from that envisaged by Marx is, of course, true. For reasons developed at length in Part 1 of the present work, it could not possibly conform to what Marx did envisage. Class structure, labor, wages, and trade unions. A Soviet theorist, Kosolapov, has sought to argue that a worker in the USSR is a co-owner, that since he does not sell his labor power he employs himself, and the consumer's good he buys is in essence an issue of his share in the social product, even though Kosolapov himself states that some workers do not see things that way. 12 In fact, surely it is the case that the we/they division is very real, and is perhaps equally felt by the rulers and the ruled, the managers and the managed. There is a quite sizable literature on the nature of Soviet society, on whether those who rule are a class, or a stratum, or an elite, whether the system is state capitalism, whether the workers are exploited, and if so, by whom. I have joined in this interesting discussion elsewhere. 13 And this is not the place to pursue terminological definitional matters. Let us content ourselves with noting that the hierarchical Soviet model is one in which persons of high rank acquire power over resources, and over other persons. Or it might be more accurate to say that the inherently hierarchical nature of the decision-making process ensures that the holder of a particular rank in the hierarchy does have such power, just as, in an army, a battalion or division must have a command structure, independently of the ambitions of a particular holder of this or that senior rank. The central authority's power includes that of defining the privileges that go with rank, and also the power to prevent any public reference to and discussion of such privileges. For example, Everyone knows that party and state officials of a defined seniority have access to special shops where goods unobtainable by ordinary citizens can be bought at low prices, but censorship prevents any mention of this in any publications. Who are the rulers, the class, that governs? This is a question which admits of no unambiguous answer in any society, and the Soviet model in this respect is both more and less clear than that of the West. More so because, thanks to the nomenclatura system of appointments and the carefully graded ranks of an all-embracing hierarchy, most posts of significance and the persons holding them are identifiable. It is as if there were a universal civil and military service. Senior officers can be seen to be such. By contrast, in a typical capitalist society there are many independent hierarchies, alongside property owners large and small. However, in the Soviet system one is still left with no satisfactory basis for defining rulers. Again, taking the military rank parallel, are they senior officers, colonel and above, or all officers, or anyone with any command role whatever, which would include corporals? Is a foreman on a building site to be included, or the manager of a rural retail store? Equally important, what, for a socialist, should be the criterion for judgment? Is the very existence of a distinction between rulers and ruled already evidence of the non-socialist nature of the Soviet Union? Is it therefore implied that a complex modern society, with or without a market mechanism, can operate without rulers, or with individuals holding posts of authority by rotation? Even if one believes that elections to the Supreme Soviet should be genuine, which they are not at present, should industrial managers, planning officials, chief engineers, ships captains, newspaper editors, also be elected, and if so, by whom? Presumably in the real world of tomorrow factories will need to be managed, or newspapers edited, and so on. I have referred to these questions before and will return to them later. For the present it is enough to pose them. Linked with them is another question, in assessing the role and nature of the ruling class stratum elite, is one to consider their power, or what they do with the power that they exercise. Or to put it another way, are the rulers exploiters because they determine, within limits, of course, the way resources are allocated, and therefore appropriate the surplus? Or does the surplus they appropriate consist of their own excessive material and non-material privileges? And what are excessive privileges? Suppose that the Soviet authorities decide to invest in housing, or in a factory to make sausages, or in fertilizer to improve the potato harvest, or in rural health clinics. Let us further assume that these measures benefit the masses. Does the fact that the decisions are taken by the elite make them exploitive, a form of appropriation of the surplus extracted from the workers? Would a genuinely paternalistic despotism be exploitive because despotic, or exploitive because not genuinely paternalistic? There is no need to dwell further on these matters. I do not raise them to justify any aspect of the Soviet system, but because if the existence of the distinction between rulers and ruled is to be a feature of feasible socialism, then it is not the existence of rulers, but their relation to and responsibility towards the rank and file, and the nature of the decisions they take, that should be the basis of an adequate critique. As has been argued earlier, one cannot devise safeguards against abuse of authority under socialism if one believes that under socialism there will be no authority. The Soviet managerial model is authoritarian, in that management is appointed, and has no responsibility to its own workforce. The so-called production councils, proizvodstveni sobshchania, appear to have little significance. Supervision is from above, not from below. The Yugoslav self-management approach is rejected, and not without reason, as we shall see. It is important to note the close connection between the rejection of the market and the system of upward managerial responsibility. Within a model of centralist non-market planning, the task of management is to fulfill plan orders received from above, and this predetermines the command relationship between the manager and his subordinates. With relatively few decisions taken at the level of the factory or shop, even genuinely elected representatives of workers would have so little to decide that they would probably not bother to attend meetings. As Bruss has several times pointed out, Meaningful workers' participation requires decentralization of decisions to the level at which they can meaningfully participate. Of course, meetings are held, suggestions and criticisms, from below, are supposed to be welcomed, but management is in theory and in practice in command. Its powers are constrained not only by party, and to some extent trade union, organs, but also by the unorganized response of the workforce. Soviet experience shows that management finds it difficult to cope with go-slows, absenteeism, drunkenness, petty pilfering. It would be quite wrong to imagine that a terrorist labor force does what it is told. Under conditions of shortage, as we have repeatedly noted, there is a seller's market. There is a labor shortage, and a worker is usually free to resign and go elsewhere. The Soviet state may be a monopoly employer, but the state is for practical purposes a large number of separate units which compete with each other for labor. Influence from below, though unorganized, is therefore greater than it might appear. The determination and enforcement of wage and salary scales raise a number of problems in Soviet experience. The first is the principle or criterion to be adopted. The words to each according to his work are no more than words. In theory the scales should reflect skills, responsibility and the burdensome or unpleasant nature of the work, subject to a minimum which has been increased significantly in recent decades. It is in fact very difficult to put actual numbers to those very general considerations. Thus should medical practitioners and teachers receive half the pay of bus drivers? Should semi-skilled workers in the chemical industry earn twice as much as those in retail trade, or a manager 3 times as much as an engineer? Who is to tell, and on what basis? In practice pay rates must be modified by the conditions of the labor market, i.e. supply of and demand for different kinds of labor in different areas. Thus, under conditions of labor shortage, let us imagine that the pay of bricklayers or metal workers in central Siberia is not attractive. Since they are free to move, the workers in these categories have to be offered more, or plans will be unfulfilled. This will mean either that the central regulations will change, or that they will, whenever possible, be evaded by management in collusion with the workforce. One moral to be drawn from Soviet experience is that central income determination is frequently ineffective, that actual income relativities differ significantly from tariff rates, through piece rate and bonus payments, etc., and also that evasion is easier in some sectors and occupations than in others. Thus key priority projects and areas are more likely to be allowed extra, and a worker on piece rates is far more likely to be able to exceed his tariff or basic rate than, say, a bookkeeper or librarian. The effective control over wages is the so-called wages fund, that is, the limit placed on the total wages bill of every enterprise and institution. Soviet experience suggests that material incentives are needed, but also that the desirable income relativities are hard to define and harder to enforce. It would seem that, as has already been argued, pay differentials are an integral part of any system in which labor is not directed, and is free to move. The alternative to inducement is compulsion, and inducement implies incentives and therefore inequality. This is not meant to imply that the actual degrees of income inequality, and other privileges or handicaps, conform to principles appropriate to a socialist society, but clearly giving such principles operationally meaningful definitions is a highly complex task to which far too little attention has been given by socialist theorists, in and out of the Soviet Union. Criteria apart, it is also an important question to determine who should decide. The government? An elected assembly? The market, suitably modified? What role should be played by the trade unions? It is only proper to add that income distribution is in a mess at points far west of the Soviet border. Before returning to the issue of trade unions, a few words about women. Soviet ideology has always laid great stress on female equality, and there is equal pay for equal work. However, the average rate of pay of women appears, from incomplete evidence, to be as much below that of men as in capitalist countries of Western Europe, and men fill the overwhelming majority of senior positions. Nor is there any trend towards changing this situation. This certainly should lead us to question the views of naive feminists who attribute female inequality to capitalism. It seems as if male and female attitudes, and the obstacles and handicaps which women face in their careers, are somewhat similar on both sides of the ideological barrier. Given the typical attitude of most male workers to women, there was in fact no reason to expect that the rise of workers, or rather ex-workers, to leading positions would be of any special benefit to women's liberation. The situation has been exacerbated in the Soviet Union by the low priority enjoyed by those sectors which particularly cater for women's needs, e.g. retail distribution, and indeed by those which tend to employ a large proportion of women. Much more could be said on this topic, but this is not the place to say it. Point 14. The moral seems to be that socialist feminists should derive from the Soviet experience the need to think hard and long about the causes and remedies of women's inequality in income and status, and of course some feminists have been doing just this. Soviet trade unions have long been party-controlled adjuncts of the state planning system, responsible also for administering social insurance. Independent trade unions had been snuffed out by 1921. This is not the place to discuss early controversies about the etatization, or even militarization, of the trade unions. The point is that they had from the first a dual role, that of acting as a connecting rod between the leadership and the masses, mobilizing the workers for the fulfillment of state plans and policies, and that of protecting the workers and furthering their interests. Should the workers need protection from a workers' state? Lenin answered that the state did have bureaucratic deformations, and neither in theory nor practice is it denied that workers' rights can be disregarded by management. It is the duty of trade unions to ensure that rules are observed. Furthermore, there is evidence, for instance in Mary Macaulay's well-documented Study 15, that the union branches can and do act in a protective capacity. However, they have tended for many years greatly to stress the mobilizing function, so much so that trade union officials are often seen as part of the official establishment. Events in Poland in 1980 highlighted this. Workers felt that their trade unions were official stooges, which was not surprising, as their officials, above works level, were in effect party nominees, on the nomenklatura, responsible therefore to those above them, not to the members. In the USSR one does not ever hear of any union making a demand, or even the politest request, for higher wages. This said, Soviet and Polish experience raises in one's mind a number of unanswered, perhaps unanswerable, questions. Should trade unions in a socialist society militantly demand more for their members? Is there not a likelihood of conflict, of clashes between sectional and general interest, especially since, as we have already observed, there is no generally accepted and objectively correct standard for income distribution? Even in the West, various unions which ostensibly fight the employers are in reality leapfrogging over each other, redistributing incomes also away from other workers. In the USSR or Poland it remains true, and not only official propaganda, that any important gain in material welfare requires higher output and higher productivity, that without it higher wages can lead only to inflation, and that work stoppages diminish output and tend to depress the level of real incomes. So, while being rightly critical of the unrepresentativeness of Soviet-type trade unions, socialists should think carefully about trade union reforms. Romantic Marxist fundamentalists may imagine that workers in a real socialist society will show solidarity and pursue the interests of society as a whole. For reasons discussed at length earlier, this is surely an illusion under conditions of scarcity. The achievement of meaningful abundance under effective workers' control would surely eliminate the functions of trade unions, as well as those of the state, but then we are back in Never Never Land. The dilemma posed by the power of sectional interest in any kind of socialist society is a real one. Agriculture and the peasants. A whole volume could be written on this theme. A most important aspect relates to the treatment of the peasantry by the almost wholly urban party, both in the so-called Great Debate of the 1920s and in the collectivization drive that followed it. Both of these questions are fundamentally linked with that of the building of socialism in a backward country with a peasant majority. This is by no means an issue only of historical interpretation, since there are socialist or Marxist governments in many developing countries where the peasants are numerically predominant. Is it appropriate, is it acceptable, to treat the peasants and their interests as mere objects of policy? One consequence was, to subordinate all nominally democratic institutions to the one party, which considers itself engaged in the role of transforming society against the will of the majority. In retrospect, one of the causes of the rise of Stalinist despotism must be seen as the emasculation of any democratic counterweight to the party machine, an emasculation justified in the eyes of the Bolsheviks by their position as an embattled minority in a peasant petty bourgeois swamp. Indeed, it was Trotsky who noted that too much democracy in the party itself was dangerous, since petty bourgeois ideas could penetrate it from outside. 16. Collectivization, Soviet style, is surely a disastrous course, disastrous economically, production and efficiency suffer, and disastrous politically, mass coercion, justification of terror, cruelty, and so on. The deportation of the kulaks, i.e. of the bulk of the successful and hard-working peasants, did serious damage, and it is surely no accident that such a procedure was not followed even in those countries which in other respects followed the Moscow line. It is essential to distinguish agricultural cooperation from the Soviet type of collectivization. The vital differences are, voluntary as against compulsory membership, and self-government as against control from above. Historically, Soviet collectivization was associated with the mobilization of resources for rapid industrialization. Whether it in fact contributed to capital accumulation in the 1930s is a controversial subject, but that this was the intention is disputed by no one. The process was essentially coercive, and unaccompanied by material inducements, since the latter were simply not available at a time when all efforts were directed to the building of heavy industry. The nominally cooperative and democratic structure of collective farms, the management was, formally speaking, elected and responsible to the members, was negated by the fact that the local party nominated the management. The farm was subjected to compulsory delivery quotas and to binding instructions on a wide variety of topics, ranging from the date of sowing and the area to be sown to wheat to the number of cows and the planned yield and deliveries of milk. This too was partly explicable by the lack of material incentives. Unlike state enterprise workers, who were guaranteed their wage, collectivist peasants were residuary legatees, in that their pay, in money and kind, depended on how much was left over after the state took its share, at low prices, and the average income was very much below that of urban workers. Indeed, most peasants survived because they were allowed a small private plot and some private livestock. Under these circumstances, collective work and sales to the state did not pay, indeed could have the effect of diminishing the real incomes of peasants. But more recent experience shows that the lack of incentives was not the whole explanation. In the last 2 decades there has been a very substantial increase in agricultural procurement prices and in peasant incomes. Over half of all arable land is now cultivated by state farms, and the collectives now pay a guaranteed minimum wage to their members. Yet the practice continues of imposing compulsory delivery quotas and issuing operational orders to the farms. State farm management was and is appointed from above, and collective farms management, the chairman and the committee, are still elected on the nomination of the party authorities. Indeed, the tendency is to try to incorporate agriculture more closely into the Central East planning system, with much talk of agro-industrial complexes. So while poor Soviet agricultural performance until, say, 1960 could be attributed to neglect, underpayment, underinvestment and exploitation for the benefit of industry, this is no longer the case, and any remaining deficiencies exist in spite of massive investments, high priority, much better incomes for the producers and large subsidies. There has, undeniably, been an improvement in production and productivity, but no one seriously questions the proposition that Soviet agricultural performance has been disappointing. The extent of the shortfall in production has been exaggerated by price policy. Shortages of many foodstuffs become visible when they are underpriced relative to demand, for reasons and with consequences to be discussed later. But productivity is still low by international standards, and here again we must examine the reasons, distinguishing the consequences of specifically Soviet methods and policies from those which relate, or could relate, to socialism in general. One must return at once to the issue of diseconomies of scale, already discussed at a more general level. Socialists were already arguing at the end of the last century as to whether economies of scale applied to agriculture. One of the heresies of Bernstein, the original revisionist, was that he claimed that smallholder peasant agriculture had strength, that large-scale capitalist production had disadvantages in agriculture. Since his day, of course, the size of farms in Germany and elsewhere has increased and the number of peasant cultivators has declined. However, mechanization has greatly added to the effectiveness of the large family farm, and facilitated highly capitalized agriculture undertaken by a small labor force. It is noteworthy that while Soviet factories resemble their Western counterparts, and their internal structure is largely predetermined by technical necessity, Soviet collective and state farms have no parallel outside the area where Soviet political influence is or was dominant. What does Soviet experience tell us about diseconomies of scale in agriculture? One important point concerns internal management, and the related problem of incentives. Farms are big. This is not just a matter of area, though this is considerable: 17,200 hectares of farmland, 5,300 of sown area for state farms, 6,600 hectares of farmland, 3,700 of sown area for collective farms, i.e. very large, in 1980. These large farms usually cultivate many crops, keep many kinds of livestock and have a labor force of 500 and more scattered in numbers of villages and hamlets. Given the nature of agricultural work, there is a major difficulty of ensuring supervision. It is unnecessary to follow a peasant proprietor or working farmer around to ensure that he does his job properly, as he is directly interested in its outcome. But the many and varied tasks on a mixed farm can be done well or badly, and this may remain unnoticed, the consequences unseen. Thus, if plowing is carelessly done, the effects on the next harvest, which is also affected by weather, weeding, cultivation, and so on, are unattributable. The large size of the farms, and the sad history of the treatment of the peasantry by the Soviet authorities, contribute to a strong sense of alienation, of lack of commitment. A Soviet author once wrote, "To kill the peasant's love of private property we had to kill his love for the land." It has proved difficult to replace this by meaningful material incentives. Incentives exist, of course, but repeatedly produce perverse results. Thus, if tractor drivers engaged in plowing are rewarded for the area they plow, and for saving fuel, and avoiding breakages, it pays them to plow shallow. Repeatedly one reads in the Soviet press about the ill effects of incentives linked with plan fulfillment. Rewards can also depend on chance circumstances, on whether the plan target is easy to reach and on favorable weather. If there is a drought, no amount of hard work can avoid financial penalties for failing to reach the target, and prices paid to farms will not rise in years of shortage. Indeed, with bonus prices paid for extra sales, the opposite may be true. Compared with the family farm, the Soviet variety requires a much larger administrative structure. Of course, this is true of all large-scale business in all spheres, but economies of scale in agriculture are peculiarly hard to realize. The lack of commitment of the peasantry to their work, and inadequacies of mechanization, have led to the rapid increase in the scale of the annual mobilization of labor to help with the harvest. According to a Soviet source, the numbers involved in 1979 exceeded 15 million, which was 2.4 times more than in 1970. The individuals in question are industrial workers, clerks, students, soldiers. The disruption this causes to the rest of the economy must be considerable. In a perceptive paper, Michael Ellman reminds us that Marx himself, and also both Koskay and Lenin, grossly overestimated the economies of scale, and ignored the diseconomies of scale, in agriculture. The efficient large-scale organization of labor requires efficient planning, administration, and bookkeeping work which is unnecessary under peasant or smallholder farming. He also rightly notes that the great difference between agriculture and industry as far as economies of scale are concerned can be seen clearly by looking at the experience of capitalist countries. Under Stalin, the underpaid peasantry were virtually attached to the land, semi-serfdom, but the much higher pay and the issuing of internal passports to peasants have not resolved and cannot resolve the problems of material incentives. This results from the sequential nature of much agricultural work, the fact that it is spatially scattered, the heterogeneous nature of the resources, e.g. fields of different quality, and the erratic and seasonal nature of the inputs, e.g. precipitation and temperature. Moreover, there is no fixed or easily predictable relationship between output and inputs. This calls for flexibility, adaptability, initiative, at the grassroots. Instead, he rightly points out, there is apathy. Marxist theory had exaggerated expectations concerning the gains from abolishing private ownership. Point 18. Problems are exacerbated by interference with farm management from the party and state authorities. Agricultural planning is complicated by the infinite variety of land, and the need for flexible decision-making in a sometimes very fickle climate. Crop rotations must be carefully adhered to if land fertility is to be preserved and, in some areas, land erosion avoided. Soviet agricultural history abounds in examples of centrally directed campaigns imposed on the farms through the party-state apparatus. Some are hardy annuals, sowing, harvesting, delivery to the state, at dates determined by officials anxious to report completion to Moscow and not by conditions down on the farm. Then there have been Stalin's plan for the transformation of nature, forest shelter belts, Khrushchev's maize campaign, the mass use of peat compost pots, overtake America in the production of meat and milk, amalgamation of farms into larger units, and now, 1981, the formation of agro-industrial complexes. There is repeated interference in the choice of an area under particular crops. In some years management is forbidden to slaughter even one head of cattle without written permission. And, finally, the practice continues of imposing compulsory delivery quotas, and of arbitrarily varying them, though it must be emphasized that prices are now much higher. These practices have been publicly criticized, but persist. With the progress of mechanization, the problem of the link between agriculture and its industrial suppliers becomes more acute. This is a special case of a general weakness, the customer's lack of influence on production. Farm management puts its purchase requests to an intermediary body, Sельхозтехника, which then seeks to obtain the needed machines, spare parts, and so on, from the agricultural machinery industry. A massive volume of published complaints testifies to the fact that machines are too often of poor quality, unsuited to local conditions, with insufficient spare parts, while many requests are not met at all. Sельхозтехника, and yet another service agency, Sельхозchimia, the latter responsible for fertilizer, liming, weed killers, etc., are bitterly criticized for fulfilling plans in terms of rubles, instead of seeking to act in the manner best calculated to increase harvest yields. Since farms generally lack well-equipped workshops and skilled labor, many tractors, combines and other equipment are out of action, or need to be cannibalized to produce the missing spare parts. The specialized press repeatedly complains of nekomplexnost, i.e. of lack of complementary equipment, of unbalanced mechanization which creates bottlenecks at other stages of a complex production process. Thus powerful tractors are produced, but not the attachments which should accompany them. Planners find it difficult to relate production and allocation to the highly varied needs of farming in a vast country. Inevitably the task becomes fragmented, thus the production of fertilizer is decided in a different office from that which is concerned with bags, transport, storage, and the machines that spread the fertilizer, with the notorious consequence that fertilizer piles up in the open at railheads. There are many other lacks: hard-surfaced roads, packaging materials, ordinary roofing. Mention must be made of the private plot. For a generation and more this was the main source of most peasants' food, bread grains apart, and cash income. Work for the collective in those years was analogous to barshchina, work for the lord under serfdom, i.e. virtually unpaid labor. To all intents and purposes the peasants were tied to the land, in that they were not issued with internal passports, without which they could not legally change their residence. Things are different now. Not only is payment for collective and state work much higher, but at long last peasants are being issued with passports. However, the private plot continues to play an important role. In 1978 it provided over 26% of all agricultural production. 19. It is sometimes asserted that, since only 3% of the land is privately cultivated, this shows that the private sector is 8 times more productive than collective and state farms. This is not a legitimate calculation, for 2 reasons. First, private livestock accounts for 2/3 of the output, and its fodder mainly comes from collective and state sources. Secondly, on a restricted amount of land the peasants understandably cultivate high-value crops, and obviously a field planted with onions or grapes will yield a higher value than a field of the same size under oats or rye. The yield of comparable crops on private land is higher, but not in the proportion of 8:1. It is higher because of a concentration of effort, sweat, and manure on a small area. It does not follow that the same yields would be achieved if the area were substantially increased. It is important to note that the private sector produces so much despite great handicaps. Fodder is often difficult to obtain. Simple tools are scarce, and there are literally no machines adapted to the needs of small holdings, so that techniques are primitive. The present, 1981, policy is to favor private plot production, so the situation may change. Many complaints are published about the difficulties of marketing, and these difficulties also apply to the farms. They are due to poor transport facilities, and lack of roads, storage capacity, or interest on the part of state and cooperative trading agencies, and the non-existence of professional traders. Some of the deficiencies of the Soviet model relate directly to centralist non-market planning, and its many consequences. If the management has no basis for determining what should be produced, and land can produce many different things, then the planners must. Yet the very variety of types of land, and ways in which it could be used, virtually ensure that the plan orders will frequently be unsuitable for the specific conditions of the given locality. Similarly, farms cannot just purchase their inputs, they must apply for them and take what is allocated, which once again leads to predictable errors and omissions. The large size and complexity of farms is due partly to ideological preference, but also to the desire of the overworked planners to reduce the number of the units to which they have to issue instructions. Remedies, to be effective, must surely enlarge the decision-making functions of those on the spot, both farm management and the sub-units within the farm, to reduce the size of the giant farms, to stimulate peasant interest in the outcome of the work they do, and to allow the farms to purchase the inputs they need, as well as the provision of the required infrastructure. It is interesting in this connection to study the much more successful Hungarian experience. The key contrasts are, first, the absence of compulsory deliveries, and therefore the much greater freedom of farms to choose what to produce and what to sell; secondly, almost total freedom to purchase inputs; thirdly, much greater flexibility in internal organization and in organizing the work of peasant members; fourthly, the successful incorporation of the private sector in the production of food, with adequate supplies of fodder, equipment, well-organized marketing facilities, and so on. In my view, none of this is inconsistent with a properly understood socialism, but this is not how Soviet, and many new left, ideologists see things. Investment decisions and criteria in theory and practice. These have several aspects. There is the volume of investments, the share of accumulation in the national income in relation to current consumption. Then there is the complex question of investment criteria, how to judge which investments are appropriate, rational, efficient. Also of great importance are, who decides what, by reference to whom, and what can and should be the role of the democratic process and/or of interest and pressure groups of various kinds. Finally, there are problems of planning and implementation, how to ensure that the necessary means are available to carry out the intended program, and then ensure that this, and no other, program is in fact carried out. How much should be invested? What balance should be struck between present and future needs? It is only in the more formalistic Western textbooks that this question is resolved by phrases about the time preference of the community, since in practice personal savings play a subordinate role as compared with the savings of institutions and the reinvested profits of firms. In any event, in a socialist society a major part of investments must clearly be the responsibility of the planning organs, based on a political decision, taken in the last resort by the political authorities. There is no scientific basis for determining the scale of capital accumulation. Should net investment be 10% or 15% or 25% or the national income? It must depend on the level of development already achieved, on the perceived urgency of expanding productive capacity, social overhead capital, and so on. The role of the democratic process, in determining how much to invest and in determining broad priorities, seems both important and desirable. Indeed, this is fully recognized in the USSR on a formal level. The 5-year plan and the annual plan, which incorporates investments, are voted on by the elected Supreme Soviet. The snag, of course, is that the vote is always a unanimous formality, as indeed are the elections. No historian of economic thought should overlook the remarkable pioneering ideas of the economists of the 1920s on development strategy and investment criteria. Some were political figures, such as Preobrazhensky, others were non-Bolshevik specialists, of which Bazarov was a distinguished example. Indeed, an early contributor to the development strategy debate was an anti-Bolshevik, writing in an area occupied by the whites during the Civil War. Grainovetsky and Lenin knew of and used his ideas when discussing plans for the electrification of Russia as early as in 1920. War and Civil War had interrupted Russia's industrialization. The triumph of the Bolsheviks had led to the elimination of capitalists and landlords, and therefore meant that savings and investments were to be primarily the direct responsibility of the state. Thus, at a time when Western economics was uninterested in growth and development, Russian thinkers of many political hues or none had to blaze their own trail. The debates coincided with a period in which small-scale private enterprise coexisted with the state sector, and one aspect of the discussion centered on how, and whether, this coexistence could continue, how the resources needed for investment could be pumped over from the private sector, that is, primarily from the peasantry. I can do no more here than underline the importance of the arguments of the period and refer interested readers to the literature. Point 20. The dissolution of the so-called new economic policy, and the elimination of the private sector, and of nearly all the most talented economists, followed, and was partly caused by the increase in state investments which was taking place in 1925-7, even before the adoption of the first 5-year plan. Even this comparatively modest increase, modest in comparison with what was to follow, caused the gravest strains and shortages and proved incompatible with market equilibrium in a mixed economy, that is, with the principles of NEP. There then occurred, under Stalin's first 5-year plan, an investment boom of unprecedented dimensions, which caused massive disproportions and a steep decline in living standards. This tendency to overinvest has been repeated in other communist-ruled countries, and has led to political and economic crises, and also the socialist equivalent of trade cycles, as well as contributing to the chronic seller's market and shortages which were discussed earlier. Under Stalin, the balance between current needs and investment in the future was tilted very strongly in favor of the latter. In view of the hardships it can cause to the present generation, this strategy is closely connected with the elimination of democratic institutions and the emasculation of the trade unions. It may be argued that Stalin in 1930 had very urgent reasons to press ahead with a huge investment program with priority for heavy industry, owing to the sense of isolation and external threat. But the same excesses were committed afterwards, in Poland, Romania, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, not once but repeatedly. Poland's investment boom of 1971-5 led to economic catastrophe and political upheaval. The causes of the Hungarian crisis of 1956 were also connected with the effect of the investment program on living standards. Much greater sufferings, including real famine, occurred in 1932-3 in the USSR, due partly to the crazy investment tempos and partly to the effects of collectivization of agriculture, but there the police and the terror were sufficient to maintain order. What drives the political leadership to overinvest? Various theories have been put forward, some of a psychological nature. A Soviet critic once asserted that Stalin wished the great works of Stalin to be visible from the planet Mars, a kind of pyramids complex. While this is of doubtful validity, it is by no means incorrect to note the predisposition of the leadership to build for the future. Indeed, the official aim of building communism, requiring, according to orthodox doctrine, a great enlargement of productive capacity, does point to a preference for tomorrow over today. But if this helps to explain the desire for new factories and mines, it cannot be the explanation for the large-scale public buildings, a preference which reminds one of ruling classes of pre-capitalist times. The large and spectacular has taken precedence over the small, and there was, and is, persistent undervaluation of routine maintenance. Here too one notes the strong desire for showmanship, what the Russians frequently refer to as pokazuka. This can be seen as an aspect of the success indicator problem, success in this instance meaning an activity which is big, and visible from above. This, and not only a belief in economies of scale, can account for the many instances of gigantomania. The average size of Soviet enterprises is in fact very much larger than is the case in the West, where alongside the giants there are many thousands of small firms. Another reason for the reluctance to set up small units is that it complicates the process of planning. Orders have to be issued to larger numbers of managers, so that it seems simpler to have large factories and or to merge small ones. Yet, as has been pointed out, for instance, by the Soviet economist Kvasha, there is a clear advantage in certain specialized tasks being carried out by small productive units. This is apart from the argument put forward by Andrei Gortz, to the effect that large-scale industry is inherently alienating, that small is beautiful, a theme to which it will be necessary to return. Gigantomania was, and to some extent still is, accompanied by neglect of minor but essential investments, for instance, the persistent lack of what the Russians call malaya mechanizatsiya, auxiliary tasks, such as loading, unloading, repairs, materials handling, storage, are seldom adequately mechanized, and this causes much waste of labor. Prosaic but useful techniques may be neglected for what appear to be irrationally trivial reasons. A Soviet newspaper once reported that an inventor who claimed to have devised an efficient buttonholing machine for the clothing industry was met with the reply, "In an age of Sputniks, you come along with a buttonholing machine." This brings the discussion closer to the issue of investment criteria. A Western profit-making firm will decide to develop or use whatever it believes to be profitable, whether it is a buttonholing machine, a gramophone turntable or a machine for putting tops on bottles. In the USSR the preference for the grandiose and neglect of minor matters spring from lack of clear criteria for decision-making. Space forbids even a brief analysis of the huge Soviet and non-Soviet literature on investment criteria in the USSR, and the many discussions on the subject. After decades in which the purest voluntarism, a refusal to calculate, to use the words of Jean-Michel Collet, seemed to prevail, practical planners found that choices had none the less to be made, and that in a choice between techniques the one with the shortest payoff period should be chosen, other things being equal. It was argued that there should be a cut-off point, beyond which the proposed investment should be adjudged inefficacious. However, several points of great importance remained in dispute, and for good reasons. One was the question of whether the chosen criteria should be identical throughout the economy, or vary by sectors. This was essentially a matter of how to cope with priorities. This in turn had two sub-aspects. One was that past priorities had caused great unevenness between the profitabilities, rates of return, payoff periods, of investments in different industries. To redistribute investment in accordance with a single criterion would cause major imbalances. The second was how to take present priorities into account. Example, does the urgent need for energy imply that a lower rate of return should be adopted for energy, or should the criterion be formally identical and a case made for exceptional treatment for energy? The practical outcome in the two formulations might be the same, but there is a point of principle involved: should objective criteria be recognized, or should one alter the criteria in line with the chosen policy? Reference to energy should remind us that Western theories on investment criteria are neither satisfactory nor complete. If the world is really to face a shortage of energy towards the end of the 1980s, this in itself constitutes a powerful argument for more investment in the sector, whatever may be the current rate of interest and the actual rate of return on investments in energy at present prices. Of course, we all ought to be using the shadow prices which reflect the probable scarcities of 7 and more years hence, but these in turn are a consequence of fallible calculation as to future supply and demand conditions. Calculations about future shortages, input-output, material balances, need not be confined to energy. Insofar as, in their major investment decisions, Soviet planners reflect not only general policy priorities but also anticipated shortages, of anything from sheet metal to sports shoes, they should not be regarded as irrational if, in a conflict between rate of return and material balance calculations, they give precedence to the latter. The above might seem to downgrade, or even ignore, the role of prices. This is not my intention. One must agree with Kornai that, while price information is indeed essential, decisions are not taken on the basis of price information alone, especially bearing in mind the vital role in any major investment decision of uncertainty about the future. To cite Kornai again, while it makes sense to say that if the price of a certain type of cotton cloth has risen, more should be invested in its production, no one is likely to say, in East or West, the price of electricity has fallen, let us therefore invest less in power stations. Accepting this, it is still necessary to stress the waste occasioned by the nature of Soviet prices. Since, as will be shown, they do not reflect relative scarcities of means, or use value, or demand, it is clear that all calculations aimed at minimizing cost, or maximizing effect, are doomed from the start, since the monetary units used in the calculation fail to measure what they ought to be measuring. All this is quite apart from the presence or absence of a rate of interest, and of the rate chosen. Many a socialist critical of Soviet practice, from Trotsky to Bettelheim, has rightly criticized arbitrariness, has urged the need for rational calculation. But how is one to judge whether a decision is arbitrary or irrational save by reference to some objective criteria? In a choice as to whether to invest in A, B, or C, or whether to produce more of A by methods X, Y, or Z, how can the calculation be made other than in some kind of meaningful prices? How can one avoid having to take time into account too? Evidently, if a project takes 2 years longer, but economizes in the use of some scarce material, there must be some means of comparing the advantages and disadvantages. But the relevance of Soviet experience in the area of prices raises many more issues, and must be put aside for the moment. Let us pass on to the question of who decides what to invest in. One element of Soviet experience must be mentioned first, since it is often overlooked. It may be best illustrated by quoting a conversation with a Soviet specialist, who said, "There is a large literature on investment choice, but often there is in fact no choice, as the project makers have only drafted one project." Other economists, for example, Krasovsky, have strongly criticized the large and bureaucratic proyonitny organizacji. 21 design bureaus, quantity surveyors, engineers capable of selecting appropriate machines and other such specialists are an important part of the investment process. Whoever chooses can only choose between alternatives that are elaborated by specialists. These also require criteria. If the project makers have to fulfill plans expressed in millions of rubles worth of projects, this incites them to opt for expensive variants. 22. The place at which decisions are taken must naturally depend on the relative magnitude and importance of the proposed investment. It may be the top leadership, say, in a decision to develop oil and gas in northwest Siberia, or to launch the Virgin Lands campaign, or a minister, or more junior officials at the center or in a locality. The interests and motives of ministerial and other officials below the topmost levels affect the nature of proposals made, the total number of projects started, the speed with which they are completed, and much else besides. Here, as in many other instances, Soviet experience underlines the extent to which, in a nominally highly centralist and hierarchically organized system, proposals made and information supplied from below, and the implementation of orders given, are all substantially affected by subordinates, but also that, given the criteria by which they are judged, the actions of subordinates can have deleterious effects. One of these is an aspect of the problem of externalities, already discussed. Anyone below the center can see only a part of the whole picture. A ministry faced with the task of increasing output of, say, farm machinery will tend to save expense and trouble by placing its manufacture in an already developed area, where the social overhead capital already exists, which may well conflict with the objectives of regional policy and may cause bottlenecks for transport or excess demand for local labor. A different problem arises out of the commitment of subordinates to large investment programs of their own. The motives vary. One is the familiar one of empire building: a party secretary, a minister, a manager, gains in status, and in some cases also salary, if his bailiwick expands. But one need not assume selfishness. As argued in Part 1, people identify sincerely with their area of responsibility, whether it is fertilizer, housing in Tomsk, medical services, artillery, washing machines, or the development of minerals in Yakutia. Genuine reasons exist for more investment. Those in charge of the activities concerned will press for an allocation, authorization, credits. It is important to note that there is no real cost involved, the price of the investment for the recipient is all but zero. This is obvious in those instances in which the investment is financed by the center, by outright grant. It is also the case if the retained profits out of which the investment is financed would otherwise have to be transferred to the state budget. But even if there is a capital charge, or the investment requires an interest-bearing credit from the state bank, this does little to discourage over-application for investment resources. Among several reasons for this, two stand out. The first is what Kornai has called the soft budget constraint: in the end deficits will be covered and no one will be allowed to go bankrupt. The other is that in the end it is not clear who is to be held responsible if the given investment proves to be an error. By the time this becomes known, there would probably be a new director. The tendency to overinvest therefore arises both because of the center's own ambitious growth targets and because of the efforts of subordinate units to expand, of local bodies to undertake public works. It is, of course, the task of the supreme planning organs to prevent this, to ensure that there is balance between the investment program and the resources necessary to complete it. But this seldom happens. In virtually every year since 1930, a Soviet leader has deplored what is called raspylenie sredstv, the scattering of investment resources among too many projects. Measures are taken to prevent this, to concentrate on completing what is already started, but the ineffectiveness of these measures is attested by the fact that they have to be repeated, while the percentage of uncompleted investments rises. The result is very long delay in commissioning new factories, houses, and so on. Pressure from above sometimes has paradoxical or even comic results. Pravda reported in 1980 on projects certified to be operational but which were not in fact completed, and the excuse given by local officials was that they had strict orders to reduce the percentage of uncompleted construction. It is plainly in the interest of sectoral and local officials to start as much as possible, and to try to divert resources to projects of particular interest to them, and it is equally plain that the central coordinating power is unable to combat this tendency effectively. As is so often the case, the center is able to ensure that a few key activities are given priority, but cannot cope with the task of controlling everything. Point 23. Mention has already been made of fluctuations, trade cycles, these being closely connected with overinvestment and its consequences. In the smaller countries, heavily dependent on foreign trade, the balance of payments constraint, excessive deficits, debt, etc., compels a downturn in investment, but in due course the upward movement is resumed, with, apparently, no lesson learned from the previous crisis. The case of Poland is a particularly striking instance, and will be discussed in greater detail in Part 3. In the USSR such a classic cycle stop occurred in 1932-3, but in more recent years it has been more a case of chronic shortage, and construction delays, than a pronounced cyclical trend, at least at macro level. It is quite another matter if one looks at sectors. There one sees grossly excessive investment upswings, for instance, in the chemical industry in the 1958-65 period. These arise for a reason which it is important to analyze, however briefly, the fact that, in a centralist planning system, any important change of structure requires a decision at the very top, but the need for such a decision will only be perceived, by the very busy men at the summit, if the need is very urgent indeed. Until that moment, working with material balances or input-output tables, the planning officials naturally tend to preserve the existing pattern, partly because input-output tables are of their nature conservative, reflecting the past, and partly because these officials do not have the authority to make structural changes, which inevitably affect vested interests. One needs a decision at the summit. Let us take the Soviet chemical industry as an example. By the mid-1950s it was woefully backward. Production of fertilizers, plastics, and detergents was very far below need, and below Western levels. So Khrushchev decided to launch a great campaign to catch up. Overinvestment occurred on a massive scale, plans surpassed the possibilities of training personnel, designing, or importing, and installing the machinery, and so on. It should therefore be a matter of concern to socialist economists that necessary structural changes should not be delayed by the degree of centralization. One must also assess realistically the time available at the summit to digest information and to take decisions, and then to ensure that they are in fact implemented. It must also be recognized that in any realistically envisageable situation there will be many conflicting interests involved, each trying to put the best possible case for a larger share of the investment cake. The Soviet economist Maimonides has suggested that one way of limiting the distortions that this can cause is to devise a procedure by which those who draft variants of a project must be distinct from those who select, and a separate body then authorizes the necessary financing, all to ensure that information flows and decision-making are kept as clear as possible of prejudice due to interest. Point 24. It is also important to appreciate that, in the competition for resources, victory is likely to go to the sector which has the biggest political pull, the best hierarchical connections, the most senior and influential boss. As already argued, whoever is in charge of toothbrushes, or an economically backward province, say, Tambov, is bound to have less pull than the official in charge of metallurgy, or of Sverdlovsk province. So instead of bias towards anticipated profitability one has a bias in favor of the already big and powerful, and this helps to explain the chronic underinvestment in consumers' goods and services, as well as in small equipment of many kinds, malaya mechanizatsiya, and this despite repeated attempts by the top leadership to redress the balance. Finally, the tendency to adopt overambitious investment plans is an important cause of Soviet-type inflation. Planned demand for producers' goods, building materials, machines, and also labor, exceeds actual supply. This would cause prices to rise if they were free to do so. Since they are not, there is shortage, and this gives rise not only to the delays already mentioned but to semi-legal forms of barter, bribery and other unplanned or downright criminal phenomena. On the positive side, we must note the fact that centralist planning does give to those who plan major structurally significant investments an overview of the whole economy, and an insight into its probable future needs, which are a source of potential strength, especially if seen against the background of the plain inadequacies of Western theory and practice. Prices in theory and practice. Soviet experience underlines the importance of prices, and also the difficulty of devising a relevant theory and an appropriate price structure. Let us look at theory first. In 1920 it was still believed by many comrades that prices as such were a dying remnant of a moribund capitalism, that they could and should be speedily done away with. Various theories emerged as to alternative means of calculation, combined human effort and energy units, or units of labor, treaty, and so on. Reference has already been made to these efforts, and to the difficulties which any such approach faces, in particular how to relate effort to result. In due course money was rehabilitated, though there was a period of ultra-leftism during the years of the first five-year plan, 1928-32, when it was again downgraded. This was when the Central Statistical Office was renamed the Central Office of National Economic Accounting, CSUNCU, because the word statistics suggested unplanned, random, and uncontrolled phenomena. Linked with the discussions on prices were deeper-lying issues connected with the role of the law of value under socialism, the applicability and relevance of the labor theory of value. This debate still continues. Thus in 1979 it was still being argued that in Soviet conditions a product is not a commodity, but only looks like a commodity, just as a worker receives only what looks like a wage, but is in principle his share as co-owner in the social product. 25 Others, naturally, take a very different view. Of course, there is a close link between theory and practice. The real question is, what role should be played by what the theorists call commodity-money relations in a Soviet-type system? We must examine this, and then also discuss the effects on economic efficiency of the price system which has actually operated. In 1943 an authoritative article published in Podznaменем Marxisma declared that the law of value operated in the Soviet economy, albeit in transformed form. The point was to stress the existence of objective economic laws, which had to be taken into account by planners, though the content of these laws was left vague. In 1952 Stalin himself, in his last published work, revised this doctrine. The law of value was now confined to those transactions in which there was purchase and sale, such as in retail trade, or when the state bought grain or cotton from a collective farm. Transactions within the state sector, for example, the sale of iron ore to a steel works, or leather to a footwear factory, was not a real sale, since the state remained the owner. This resembled what we would call a transfer price. But Stalin accepted that such prices, and the cost calculations which they made possible, were useful and necessary. He supported Ozriskiat, economic accounting, essentially because it made possible evaluation of performance and the avoidance, or identification, of waste in the process of carrying out planned tasks. Within 3 years of Stalin's death a number of economists began to question these propositions, for good reasons. While it was impossible to deny that prices within the state sector were a form of transfer prices, it was deemed essential to stress that they too were subject to economic laws, had to be in some sense rational, and so within the ambit of value theory. There followed several years of argument about the relationship between Marxist value theory and actual Soviet prices, which in retrospect must be seen as a blind alley. This was because the protagonists were trying to apply Marx's value theory to circumstances which were most certainly never in Marx's mind. It would never have occurred to him that socialists would try to fix prices in accordance with values. He was well aware that he had been analyzing a market economy, in which prices fluctuate, in which they play an active role in determining the use of capital, land, and labor, under the influence of supply and demand. As we have already noted, his values were analytical abstractions, which, he claimed, underlay the visible phenomena of price, but which were not and could not be identical with actual prices. Similarly, prices of production, as presented in Volume 3 of Das Kapital, were a part of formal analysis of an equilibrium situation in a market economy. Both were exclusively cost-based. Evidently, if prices were to influence decisions, choices between alternatives, it was essential that they reflect relative scarcity, of means of production as well as of objects of consumption, utility, and demand. This would be so at whatsoever level the decisions were taken, whether central planners or enterprise managers made the choices, insofar as price relations affected these choices. The more far-sighted economists recognized that one cannot take decisions based only on price information. I have already cited Kornai to this effect, and I recall also a saying of Kalecki's, "The stupidest thing to do is not to calculate, the second most stupid thing to do is to follow blindly the result of one's calculation." The information contained in prices is, however, indispensable in the choice of both ends and means. Quantitative planning is evidently inadequate, since it in no way permits a comparison of costs of alternatives. How should one generate electricity? Should the power stations be large or small? Is it prohibitively costly to invest in coal mines in northeast Siberia? What type of insulating material is cheaper? Is it worth investing in a new process for producing sulfuric acid? One cannot answer such questions without using prices of some kind, whether real or shadow, and the prices so used must reflect costs, which in turn reflect relative scarcities of means. Of at least equal importance is the use of prices in decentralist decision-making, as a means of conveying to the producers the relative urgency of user demand. It is therefore not surprising that all those Soviet reformers who stress the need to allow management to be free to choose its product mix and to purchase the needed inputs also advocate supply and demand balancing prices. A market-type reform requires market-type prices. A French theorist, Pierre de Foucault, has put his finger on an important point when he writes of the loss of the significance of exchange. In capitalism, exchange is a determinant phase of the social process of production to the extent that it is precisely through exchange that production acquires its social character. Production is then socially validated by the valorization of the various labors incorporated in it. It is as a commodity that the product acquires its exchange value. In state socialism, exchange, insofar as it depends on the plan and not the market, is reduced to a technical phase of the production process. The social validation of the product is deemed to be present from the first, so to speak on principle. As for its value, it is essentially determined by planning. 26. Herein lies an essential element of the problem. What de Foucault calls the administrative, state, accounting value replaces the valuation of a commodity by its potential purchasers. This would make sense if the planners who confer this value, fix the price, were, or could be, aware of the social value of each product. This brings us back to the earlier discussion of a basic weakness in Marx's view of a possible socialism. How can planning organs, on behalf of society, determine ex ante the value in use, naturally, of what has been produced, unless and until the potential user is directly involved in the process, and in fact can say no? Once again, the hierarchical and undemocratic nature of the Soviet political system, though a factor of undoubted importance, is not the cause of this particular problem. For how can millions of users value millions of products by voting, except, of course, voting with the ruble? The essential theoretical point was made most fully by V. Nove, and it is expressed or implied in the title of his book Izmerenizatrot I Resultstativ, The Measurement of Costs and Results. Abel, and younger, economists such as Petrakov and Karagadov developed his ideas. They and others criticized what was called Zatrotnaya Kontseptsiyatsini, prices based on costs, which disregarded results, utility, effectiveness. 27 Novoselov and his successors stressed the vital significance of feedback, obratnaya svязь, the influence of consumers, and of the relative scarcity of means, on prices and valuations. Indeed, even Brezhnev spoke of the urgent need for the customer to have a greater influence on what is produced, though he and his senior advisors derived no price theory, or practice, from this insight. These ideas, as well as the linked theories of the mathematical programmers, of which more in a moment, were attacked by a coalition of dogmatists and traditional planners. The dogmatists, for instance, Kronrod, Boyarsky, pointed to the alleged contradiction between such price theories and the labor theory of value, some of them insisting that value in Marx depends only on effort, human labor, albeit socially necessary, and not on utility. An attack was mounted on anything which suggested marginalism, or a subjective theory of value. The practical planners insisted that disequilibria between supply and demand be corrected by their decisions, and not by the price mechanism, or only if they so decided. The price reform now, 1981, in progress is on traditional lines, cost plus, with discussion centering on cost plus what. The reformers' ideas are still being effectively resisted. Let us now look at the consequences of the pricing system actually adopted, concentrating on points of principle rather than on specific anomalies, of which there are quite a number in all countries and systems. If prices do not reflect relative scarcity of means, then whosoever chooses between means, to achieve a given end, can be misled. Actions which appear to be cheaper, to save labor and resources, may in fact be wasteful. The exclusion from costs of a charge for use of scarce land must also cause distortion in cost calculations. At least equally important is the fact that if prices do not balance supply with demand, this means either rationing, administrative allocation, or standing in line. In Soviet practice, rationing, material technical supply, applies to producers' goods, with familiar consequences, a great burden on the planning organs, frequent mismatching between production and supply plans, difficulty in securing deliveries of the needed specifications. Organs responsible for allocation lack criteria in choice between alternatives. In deciding whom to cut when supplies are short, they usually proceed by applying crude priorities, the most important, or arithmetical allocation based on past performance. Frustration and irrationality are the common result. Prices which do not reflect either demand or relative scarcities are also useless as a guide to what to produce. There is then no connection between profitability, or other success indicators, and the product mix desired by the customer, no link through prices between demand and supply. In the case of consumers' goods and services, Soviet experience clearly shows the disadvantages of underpricing. It shows also, as does Polish experience, that price rises are intensely unpopular, and so it appears to be politically safe and socially fairer to keep prices low, especially those of necessities. If, for example, there is not enough meat at the price of 2 rubles per kilo, then the low-paid can afford it if they can find it, while if it is sold at 4 rubles then the better off will benefit. But is this in fact so? The Hungarian sociologist Ivan Zelenyi has argued that raising prices to a level at which supply and demand balance benefits the working class. The reason is that, if supply is short at the official price, the upper strata of society will usually find ways to obtain what they need, in special shops or by other backstairs means. Certainly in the USSR it is shortage at official prices which is the source of much of the privilege of the privileged. They can obtain what ordinary people cannot, and at low prices too. This explains why there is no pressure from the ruling stratum to raise prices to supply and demand balancing levels. As for the ordinary citizen, his or her ability to get scarce goods at low prices depends on luck, or on having the time to wait in line. Then, of course, there are the other familiar aspects of a seller's market, conditional sales. You can have these herrings only if you also buy 5 bottles of mineral water, petty bribery, black markets, and so forth. It is thus by no means obvious that a policy of pricing goods low in fact benefits the low-paid, unless there is strict rationing. The whole problem was well put by the already cited Hungarian émigré, György Marcus. As long as the whole country is not transformed into one enormous camp of labor with a strict system of rationing, so long as individuals have some choice between the administratively offered jobs, at set wages, and available consumption goods, at set prices, the economies in question necessarily represent a dual picture of administratively centralized production and atomized consumption, following different principles of economic activity, being submitted to discrepant logics. The economy can function as a whole, of course, only because these two spheres are interconnected, primarily but not exclusively by the administratively regulated markets, or pseudo-markets, for labor power and consumption goods. but both these markets have an essentially non-pricing character. Changes in demand for articles of consumption do not lead through a feedback mechanism of prices to a readjustment of the structure of production. In the absence of such equilibrating forces, the central apparatus must try to achieve some degree of balance by administrative intervention. Point 28. So the existing system of prices renders necessary the existence of the central apparatus, which is possibly why it has, so far, resisted a change in the principles of pricing. The same point is made by Salucki. The direct feedback between production and consumption, the market, has been abolished. The link is through the planning apparatus, which forwards plan targets to the producers. Since every working man is simultaneously both a producer and a consumer, his economic essence is split into two parts. As a producer he reacts to the targets of the plan, while as a consumer he tries to satisfy his material needs and interests through his effective demand, and he calls the resultant contradictions and frustrations the alienation of man from his wages. Point 29. There is one other important aspect of Soviet experience with regard to pricing. This is the sheer volume of work involved. Estimates of the number of prices, fully disaggregated, range from 10 to 12 million. It is essential to appreciate that actual prices must be fully disaggregated. There is no such thing as the price of footwear or of agricultural machinery, only prices of specific kinds of shoes or plows from which an overall price index can be derived ex post. If millions of prices are to be fixed, whoever determines or approves them must collect information, on costs and on demand, information which needs cross-checking, in view of the possible interest of the information providers in higher prices. This is a hugely labor-intensive, time-consuming task. A general review of prices is therefore undertaken at long intervals, e.g. 1955, 1967, 1981, which means that, even if they do bear some relation to cost in the first year of their operation, they soon cease to have such a relation as costs alter. Furthermore, even if it were decided that prices should be flexibly adjusted to changes in supply-demand relationships, it would be quite impracticable to do this administratively, that is, through price control by the government and/or the planners. There would simply be far too many prices to control. This, let it be stressed, is not an argument against all forms of price control. What is being asserted is that it is impossible to control all prices without creating a very large number of unintended irrationalities and anomalies. Some of these arise because central price control deprives the customer and the supplier of the possibility of negotiating a price, and related specifications, which suits the circumstances of the case. In other words, the proposition that one can flexibly control millions of prices is plainly incorrect. This, as we shall see, is one of the points overlooked by advocates of the so-called Lang model of socialist planning. Of course it is possible, probably even desirable, to control the prices of, say, energy, steel and bread, and it is also necessary to prevent monopoly powers being used to increase prices. But a comprehensive, all-inclusive system of price control cannot be either flexible or rational in any terms, because of scale. It also seems that no socialist, feasible socialist, society can be realistically envisaged without prices. Their existence is the necessary accompaniment of relative scarcity, opportunity cost, choice, the need to calculate costs and to relate effort to result, to have an economic link between demand and supply, criteria for decentralist decision-making. The objective need for a price mechanism is not the consequence of the specific features of Soviet-type socialism. Turning now to a less basic but nevertheless important aspect of Soviet experience, one must mention not only the vast complexity of the task of comprehensive price control, but the virtual certainty of evasion. By this I do not mean black or gray markets or the so-called second economy, though of course these too exist. The point is rather that the official price index, official prices, become distorted. This arises from the coincidence of several factors. One is price control itself, the prohibition of unauthorized price increases. Another is the possibility of changing the product mix, by producing some new good or service. Still another is the existence of plan targets expressed in monetary aggregates. Finally, there is the seller's market. To sell is easy, to buy is more difficult. Under these conditions it is possible, indeed it is almost certain, that price control can be evaded by introducing a new product or model, which, so it will be claimed, is of better quality, while withdrawing cheaper varieties from production. Soviet price and volume indices are undoubtedly affected by this, causing an understatement of price rises and a corresponding overstatement of volume increases, but to an extent which none can precisely measure. Some new and dearer products are genuinely of better quality. The only cure for this disease is to eliminate excess demand and the seller's market. Mathematical methods and programming. Over 20 years ago I heard Danzig present the principles of linear programming at a seminar at the London School of Economics. An eminent neoclassical economist remarked, with dismay, that this technique would be particularly applicable to socialist countries, should make them more efficient. The reason, as he saw it, was that they, unlike us, had an objective function, or an authority that could define the objective, and programming techniques would enable the authority to calculate the most effective means to achieve the given, determined, ends. He need not have worried. Soviet economists too were attracted by the potentialities of programming, the advantages of computerization. Did not Mises and Robbins argue that socialist planning was impossible because of the number of simultaneous equations to be solved? And did not computers solve such equations by the million in the twinkling of an eye? Input-output techniques had been developed in America by Leontief, and those in Russia who wished to adapt these techniques to Soviet planning did not fail to point out that Leontief was a graduate of Leningrad University, who had already as a young man showed an interest in the first primitive Soviet efforts to draw up a balance of the national economy. As for linear programming, Kontorovich's remarkable pioneering work dates back to 1939, and he very properly received the highest international recognition. Soviet mathematics is of excellent quality, and so if these methods could resolve the problems that face Central East planning, we must suppose that ways to apply them effectively would have been found. Why have they not been? An important factor is the definition of the objective function. What is it that is to be maximized, or minimized, and how does one measure the result? A large and extremely interesting Soviet literature exists on the issue of the objective function. It turns out that this raises insuperable problems. It is one thing to solve a specific allocational problem, such as the best use of means of transport for given purposes under given constraints. It is quite another to do the same exercise on the scale of the whole economy, the whole of society. The party's general economic policy objectives are too general, too diffuse, to serve as an operational criterion. If asked by the leadership to produce a program which contains optimal targets for 1990, the economic profession cannot escape the problem by taking the targets adopted by the leadership as its optimization criterion. After all, the leadership asks the advice of economic profession about what these targets should be. How is one to distinguish means from ends? Various proposals are mooted: maximize the national income, maximize labor productivity, minimize costs for a given set of outputs, and so on. To maximize human welfare is altogether too vague, and the more intelligent Soviet specialists never forget that some aspects of welfare, leisure, quality of life, environment, etc., do not figure in national income statistics. But in the Soviet case even the purely material part of welfare is poorly reflected in aggregate statistics. This is a consequence, inter alia, of cost plus pricing. With prices fixed by authority, on the basis of costs, to maximize an aggregate in such prices will maximize effort, not result. It is evident that society will not fail to differentiate between two baskets of goods which have in common only the fact that they cost an equal amount of effort to produce. It may be easier to expand the output of products which yield less satisfaction than do alternatives, but this would fail to find expression in the prices used. Also, choice may be objectively incompatible with maximizing growth. The whole notion of somebody defining an objective function rests on the incorrect assumption that there is only one actor. But, as Malinvaud has pointed out, to regard the decision process as the solution of a mathematical program assumes a single decision maker. But this is never the case. Actual processes involve many participants whose interests inevitably conflict. In the same volume, the Yugoslav economist Radmila Stojanovic writes, "The problem of finding an answer arises when there are conflicting objectives, such as is the case in all social systems." 30. Kantorovich and other leading Soviet mathematical economists envisage a means of overcoming the price problem by means of what he has called objectively determined valuations. Plan determination interacts with price determination, the valuations reflecting the scarcities in relation to the plan program and vice versa. Appropriate valuations would emerge for land, minerals, and other means of production, as well as final products of every kind. Of course, this would not ensure that the plan program itself was optimal, but the valuations would be those appropriate to the plan and would affect the choices made by the planners. Thus, if variant A of the draft plan implied a high degree of scarcity, and so a high shadow price for steel or copper, this would lead to the conclusion that a redrafted plan with less steel and copper, and more of the more abundant substitutes, would reduce real cost, and free resources for other purposes. It seems to me that Kantorovich's objectively determined valuations are the prices appropriate to evaluation in terms of so-called planners' preferences, that is, they are those prices, or shadow prices, which correspond most closely to the scarcity relationships and pattern of demand implied by the adopted plan targets. This would also fit the definition adopted by Novoselov. By iteration, one should seek to minimize costs in the production of a given set of outputs, and then, by further iteration, use any additional resources that can be identified to increase total output, or rather total value added. As a number of Soviet economists have pointed out, at macro level the aggregate measure to be used as a criterion is value added, measured in the appropriate prices, since it is the best, or least imperfect, measure of the product available for distribution. At micro level, that is, at that of the enterprise, profitability could serve as a criterion, since the level of wages and salaries can be taken as given, and so profits can be regarded as the excess, surplus, of the value of the result over the value of the total inputs. Whereas at macro level the division of the total value added between personal consumption and other uses is itself a variable. The concept of planners' preferences has meaning at macro level, e.g. their choice between investment and consumption, or in certain instances also at lower levels, e.g. priority of energy as against textiles, or for the works of Brezhnev rather than those of Dostoevsky, or a desire to limit the sale of vodka. However, it is important not to treat actual output as necessarily conforming to planners' preferences, save in the tautological sense that what is produced is to some considerable degree determined by the plan. For reasons already discussed at length under the heading of diseconomies of scale, the center seldom knows exactly what needs to be done in disaggregated detail, and what is actually provided may not accord with anyone's conscious preferences, as when sheet steel is made too heavy in order to fulfill a plan in tons. I would draw a further conclusion from these facts. If the center did know precisely what was needed, there would be every justification for giving it the power to order that it be done. If it is known in advance that precisely n units of product X need to be produced, it seems somewhat pointlessly roundabout to adopt a model in which the center achieves this result indirectly via the price and market mechanism. The whole experience of the centrally planned economies indicates something quite different, that without a price and market mechanism the center is deprived of vital information about what is most urgently needed, and that the micro detail would in most cases have to be decided at lower levels, closer to the suppliers and their customers. Disaggregation is in fact one of the main difficulties which arise in the use of programming techniques in planning. The number of plan indicators has to be kept to manageable levels. Let us again take as an example agricultural machinery. It would probably appear in a program, linear or nonlinear, as one item. Yet there are hundreds of types of agricultural machinery, the price of none of them could be derived from an aggregated program, nor indeed would such a program tell us how many of each type were required, what new models should be adopted, or precisely what inputs of what specification should be supplied, and to whom. In other words, it is inconceivable to mathematicize the complexities of current operational production and supply planning and thereby secure a more efficient operation of the central leased system. True, very interesting efforts have been made to decompose aggregated plan programs, to devise schemes for multilevel programming, in which decisions at one level can be used as parameters and or constraints at lower levels. However, even their authors would admit that the applicability of these schemes in practice is not great. One also recalls the opinion of a Hungarian economist who noted that the most hidebound and conservative bureaucrat is infinitely more flexible than the most flexible computerized program. All of this in no way precludes the widespread use of computers in most calculations, or to arrive at optimal solutions of partial, limited questions, such as a transport problem, or that of loading a given set of machine tools, which were the context of Kontorovich's original discoveries. To repeat, Soviet mathematical economists are on a very high professional level, and it is only right to learn from their experience about the limitations of computers and programming. We cannot exclude the possibility of further large advances in computer technology, but as of now one sees the formidable obstacles that face models of mathematical socialism. Growth and full employment. Soviet experience can be interpreted as a model of rapid industrialization, without private capitalists and landlords, with many of the crudities and errors attributable to backwardness, and or to the impact of specifically Russian traditions and political culture. It can also be regarded as pointing a way which developing countries could follow, even while it could be argued that the Soviet planning system has ceased to be appropriate to an increasingly sophisticated and complex industrial economy. In this respect, the evidence points in a direction contrary to the assertions of some dogmatists, who hold that the need for market-type decentralist decision-making arises out of backwardness, with the implication that a more advanced economy could be the subject of efficient comprehensive quantitative planning. The reverse is surely the case. Centrally determined priorities, though over-brutally imposed, can be seen as having played an important role in making possible a speedy industrialization, under conditions of isolation and military danger. To say this is not to apologize for Stalin's excesses, some of which were directly counterproductive, the arrest of many engineers, when such skills were highly scarce, to mention just one example. Even when deflated to remove various sorts of statistical exaggeration, Soviet industrial progress was certainly rapid at least to the end of the 1960s. So was the pace of recovery after war damage. Most impressive also was the performance of war industry in 1942-5, after the terrible shock and disruption occasioned by the German occupation of many of the principal industrial areas. It is also a positive factor that the urban unemployment which characterized the 1920s in the USSR itself, before comprehensive planning was introduced, and which has caused so much underutilization of material and human resources in the capitalist West, was brought to an end. Rapid and forced accumulation was achieved without having as its byproduct the enrichment of owners of land or capital, and without the diversion of resources for all species of secondary and, from the standpoint of the priority of industrialization, wasteful purposes, advertising campaigns, imports of luxuries, and so on. So the model has a rationality, linked with backwardness, and with lifting oneself up by one's own bootstraps. It may be objected that material privilege was acquired by a new class of rulers, who simply took the place of capitalists and landlords. But from the strictly economic point of view this had, and has, a much lower direct cost, in that the standard of life even of fairly senior officials was nowhere near that of, say, a Mexican or Kenyan entrepreneur. Having a four-roomed flat instead of a room in a communal apartment, the use of an official country cottage, access to a closed shop, give the Soviet official important privileges relatively to ordinary mortals, but these are but a fraction of the riches at the disposal of a fairly successful businessman. From the left one can imagine indignant protests, this may or may not be a development strategy, but it has nothing to do with socialism as Marx envisaged it. Some denounce the very notion of socialism in one country, in the sense that socialism to be real has to be international, a point to which it will be necessary to return. From left, right, or center it could be objected that the close association of Soviet experience with rapid industrialization of a backward isolated country, and with terror and despotism, limits the relevance for socialism of this experience. Presumably socialists should be concerned with envisaging normality, not a siege economy. This is indeed a serious point, and readers should be reminded of the spirit in which these pages are written. It is always important to bear in mind that the problems or difficulties discussed may be peculiar to the specific circumstances of the Soviet Union. The measurement of growth is complicated not so much by statistical sleights of hand as by the fact, already referred to, that aggregate totals in Soviet prices do not measure use value. The price indices that are used tend to understate price rises, and various forms of waste, e.g. unnecessary goods transportation to fulfill a plan in ton-kilometers, are included in output. But this is not the place to discuss statistics. Foreign trade. It is not surprising that there is little about foreign trade in Marx's scattered remarks about socialism, though it is known that a volume of Das Kapital was planned which would deal with the subject of trade under capitalism. Marx's death came first. Presumably there would be some species of world socialist commonwealth, in which all would draw freely from the common pool of abundantly available products, though one can read into Marx the possibility that he envisaged separate socialist communities interrelating in some undefined comradely way. It is difficult enough to envisage a medium-sized country being planned as one gigantic cooperative workshop. The world is bigger yet. It is possible, therefore, that the separate but allied socialist commonwealths of the imagination might enter into some sort of exchange. Bukharin and Preobrazhensky's ABC of Communism can be read in this spirit. Anyhow, the USSR, Czechoslovakia, China, Cuba and the rest exist as separate socialist states and trade with each other. There is also trade with capitalist countries. It seems reasonable for us to envisage feasible socialism as a state of affairs in which many countries coexist in some sort of, let us assume it is friendly, relationship, and exchange with one another. Therefore Soviet trading experience is not irrelevant, in particular trade within the Soviet bloc, within the countries of Comecon, which now include Mongolia, Cuba, Vietnam, as well as the European countries of the Soviet sphere. Several negative features have been widely commented on. First, although various resolutions on integration have been adopted, the plans of the separate Comecon countries have been drafted separately, while the bilaterally negotiated delivery obligations, and a limited agreement on specialization, have been incorporated in the national plans. No one has claimed that this constitutes effective joint planning. In a centralist and complex industrial economy of a non-market type, the sectoral lines of subordination lead to the center of each country, so that joint planning requires coordination at the topmost level. Under conditions of shortage, the fear that priority might be given to domestic users predisposes planners against dependence on supplies and, especially, components from other Comecon members. So, although trade does take place on a substantial scale, many sources in the USSR and other Eastern countries complain that the advantages of the International Socialist Division of Labor are not adequately realized. One reason why they are not is the prevailing bilateralism and non-convertibility. The cause of bilateralism lies once again in the centralist nature of planning and allocation. Trade agreements have to be incorporated into the plan. Thus a contract to deliver goods wagons from Czechoslovakia to the USSR involves the central planners of both countries. Those in Czechoslovakia must ensure the delivery of the needed inputs to the enterprises charged with making the wagons, while the wagons are entered in the Soviet rail transport plan. The means of paying for this, e.g. a quantity of iron ore, must then be found and incorporated in the Soviet plan for the given year. Mere possession of currency does not mean that the possessors can claim the goods they require. These have to be the subject of administrative decision. Below the center, in a centrally planned economy, even a country's own currency is non-convertible. Thus a manager in Omsk cannot obtain an allocated commodity from one in Tomsk, even if he has the necessary rubles, unless in possession of a planner's allocation certificate. A fortiori, he cannot turn these rubles into crowns and buy from, say, Prague, unless there is a bilateral agreement to cover the transaction. This is the issue known as the non-convertibility of goods. This procedure turns into bilateral barter. Multilateral barter is theoretically possible, but has proved difficult to organize. Barter at what prices? This has been a major bone of contention, and has contributed to and complicated the practice of bilateralism. At what prices, at what exchange ratios, should socialist countries supply each other? Marxian values. This is quite unsatisfactory, for several reasons. One relates to the use in any transaction, external or internal, of a price into which relative scarcity and demand do not enter. But there is a further complication. What is the meaning of Marxian values in an international context? A lively controversy has arisen over so-called unequal exchange, involving, inter alia, A. Emanuel and C. Bettelheim. 31 This relates directly to trade between developed and developing, rich and poor, countries, and raises such questions as, does West Germany, say, exploit India through trade, since the prices are such that the product of an hour of German labor exchanges for 2 or more hours of Indian labor? The complexities of the argument need not detain us, these concern such issues as organic composition of capital and labor productivity. The point is that these differ widely between socialist countries too. By these criteria, are the more developed socialist countries overcharging the poorer and less developed ones? Are these the relevant criteria? If not, what are? A prolonged study has failed to come up with any sort of socialist market prices, and the solution has been to base transactions upon capitalist market prices, as the one objective criterion. To iron out fluctuations, it has become the practice to use capitalist world market prices averaged over the previous few years. A remark made to me by a Czech economist may be quoted in this context: when the world revolution comes, we shall have to preserve at least one capitalist country. Otherwise we shall not know at what prices to trade. But the use of such prices in a socialist market leads to plainly undesirable consequences. The price relativities may more or less reflect the demand-supply relationships of the capitalist world market. They in no way reflect the demand-supply relationships among socialist countries, or the relative scarcity of particular goods. Furthermore, there is virtually no connection between these prices and the domestic prices and costs of any of the countries concerned. Nor, finally, has there been any serious attempt to align their domestic price structures to each other's, or to the exchange rates in use. This enormously complicates all and any calculations of comparative advantage, of the profitability of specific trade deals. It also means that some goods are much more valuable to both the recipient and the seller than is indicated by their prices. These are then termed hard goods, and bilateral barter involves not merely overall bilateral balancing, but balancing by category of hardness. With such prices, convertibility is out of the question. In Hungary, where management has wider powers of decision and where an attempt has been made to abandon administrative allocation, steps have been taken to align domestic and world market prices at a realistic exchange rate. However, Hungary's new economic mechanism is something of an anomaly within the Eastern Bloc. This whole controversy on trade and prices can be regarded as a special case of the wider issue of the role of markets and the price mechanism. It will certainly be necessary to return to these matters later in this book. The cost of what is missing. So far we have been examining the effects of methods, policies, and administrative arrangements that exist. It would be improper, however, not to count the cost of what does not exist. Few can doubt that this too is serious. I have in mind the virtual elimination of small-scale autonomous enterprise, whether private or cooperative, and the absence of professional traders. The inflexibility and lack of enterprise of Soviet internal trade is notorious. This can only partly be due to its low priority and poor pay, which must affect the quality of the personnel it recruits. There has been persistent difficulty in devising relevant criteria of efficiency and productivity under conditions of shortage and monopoly, and with fixed retail margins which do not establish any link between profitability and consumer demand. If, for example, farms offer to supply perishable fruit and vegetables, which are in fact in demand, and the fixed margins make it financially unattractive to handle them, the retailers will try to avoid doing so. And no private trader can fill the gap. Suppose, for instance, there are apples and tomatoes in Krasnodar, but a shortage of these in Rostov. It is not legal for some enterprising citizen to buy them in Krasnodar and resell them in Rostov at a profit. This might well earn him 4 years' imprisonment as a speculator. Similarly, suppose that there is a shortage of toothbrushes, safety pins, piston rings, babies' diapers. It is not possible for citizens on their own initiative, jointly or severally, to set up workshops to produce these commodities for sale. Private craftsmen can function, but in a strictly circumscribed way, and they cannot employ others or form a cooperative workshop. Nor can a citizen who thinks he can cook well decide to open a restaurant. In a remarkable novel, unpublished in the USSR, Vasily Grossman puts the following words into the mouth of a simple Russian prisoner of the Germans, as it happens. I wanted since childhood to open a shop, so that any folk could come in and buy. Along with it would be a snack bar, so that the customers could have a bit of roast meat, if they like, or a drink. I would serve them cheap, too. I'd let them have real village food. Baked potato. Bacon fat with garlic. Sauerkraut. I'd give them bone marrow as a starter. A measure of vodka, a marrow bone, and black bread of course, and salt. Leather chairs, so that lice don't breed. The customer could sit and rest and be served. If I were to say all this out loud, I'd have been sent straight to Siberia. And yet, say I, what harm would I do to people? 32. What indeed? Emphasis definitely mine. In Hungary many restaurants and shops, even when state-owned, are leased to private individuals, who operate them freely as small family businesses and are even allowed to employ a limited number of persons. There are also large stores and supermarkets operated by the state. It seems to do no harm to people to have state, cooperative, and private side by side. One returns again and again to the thought, expressed by Marx, that modes of production pass from the scene only when they have exhausted their potentialities. Nowhere in the communist-ruled world have small-scale production and distribution, for and through the market, exhausted their potentialities. On the contrary, they have to be kept under by prohibitions and by repeatedly invoking the criminal law. Yet nowhere does Marx say that the petty bourgeoisie should be eliminated by a socialist police. Later in this book I shall discuss the many problems that must arise out of the coexistence of plan and market, state, cooperative and private activities. Soviet experience demonstrates the inadequacy of what might be called the police solution, the frustration of potential petty entrepreneurs and of their potential customers. It suggests that there is plenty of room for spontaneity, for freedom to fill gaps in planned production and to respond to user requirements without involving the complex bureaucratic structure. If the state-planned provision is adequate, there is usually no incentive for the privateer. Thus, to take a Soviet example, in the limited but important free market for foodstuffs one will seldom find any peasants selling butter if butter is available at the official price in state shops. If, however, there is an insufficient supply of state butter, it makes it worth the peasant's while to sell it, at a higher price of course. Soviet law and practice recognize this as legitimate, so long as the peasant is selling his own produce. This principle could with great advantage be generalized across a wide range of goods and services. Why not a private or cooperative workshop making toothbrushes? Why not an unofficial travel agency? Or a cafe? Yet the very word spontaneity, samotyok, is a dirty word to Soviet official ears, as is the word chastnik, privateer. It is thought to be highly objectionable if private enterprise turns out to be very profitable, although the size of the profit is usually a measure of the extent of the failure of the official distribution network, and profits can, and should, be subject to a progressive rate of tax. The unresponsiveness of the existing system to user demand is built into its very nature. It arises from its own complexity and from the dominance of production ministries, who issue commands to enterprises and evaluate their performance, and also from the consequences of a seller's market. It is only to a limited extent a question of human attitudes, as has repeatedly been noted. Even well-motivated directors, planning officials, or retailers are frequently unable to act, because other offices and departments are needed as suppliers, allocators, authorizers. This in turn arises not out of some abstract love of bureaucracy, but out of the functional necessities of a system based on directive planning and administrative allocation of resources. One might even enunciate the following paradox. The power of the state and party is both too big and too small. It is so big as to prevent the emergence of autonomous and spontaneous activity, or free associations and organizations. It fragments and isolates. But it is itself fragmented, and has the greatest difficulty in ensuring coordination of its own activities. While it is nominally in command of almost the entire microsphere, it is evidently unable at this level to secure the necessary link between supply and demand, or indeed to impose discipline on labor, management, or its own officials. The system model assumes omniscience and omnipotence, and many of its problems arise because neither exists. Conclusion: Centralist planning and democratic socialism. It is impossible for anyone seriously concerned with the future of socialism to ignore the political and social aspects of Soviet reality, and their link with the economic system. Despite the apparently massive participation of citizens in low-level representative organs, authority resides in a hierarchy of party and state officials who recruit to their ranks by co-option. For reasons just advanced, they are not all-powerful, especially in the microsphere, but their power is sufficiently great and pervasive to offend deeply the principles of socialist democracy, including the principle which allegedly underlies the Soviet Union's own institutions, democratic centralism, which implies an elected leadership. It does seem that the despotic nature of central power is much enhanced by the nature of the economic system. Thus a strict state monopoly of printing presses and editorial offices facilitates, along with the censorship, a dreary homogenization of news and comment. It is easy to blacklist undesirables, to deprive them of employment, if the state is the only employer, and the damage is the greater when unofficial ways of earning a living are illegal. The great poet Mandelstam and his wife, out of favor and penniless, dreamt of owning a cow, for that would give a degree of personal independence even when poems displease the powers that be. At least one could drink and sell milk. The fact that the party-state machine is mainly engaged in planning and managing the economy also provides a raison d'etre for a one-party state, to ensure stability for long-term planning, undertaken, naturally, for the good of all of society. The hierarchical structure of the planned non-market economy is paralleled by a similar hierarchical structure of society as a whole, and no Marxist should be surprised that this is so. The power of the party-state leadership over resource allocation facilitates the diversion of a part of these resources for the benefit of the ruling stratum itself, and these and other kinds of privilege and inequality are then hidden from view and never publicly discussed. Marcus, in his already cited article, notes the apparent perversity of some decisions. Thus, while genuinely anxious to increase agricultural production at least cost, the Soviet-type regimes have consistently disregarded the fact that the most cost-effective sector is private, then collective cooperative, and the least effective are state farms. Resources are in fact poured into state farms, to a lesser extent into collectives, and least of all is done for the private sector, which is usually obstructed. This, writes Marcus, reflects the systematic preferences of the apparatus for the maximization of material means under the global disposition of the apparatus of power. This is so, but the question arises, what if the minimal degree of efficiency which the apparatus itself requires comes into conflict with its being able to retain control over the means invested? Marcus, and many other writers, notably Bienkowski 33, have also stressed the unfortunate economic effects of the political domination of a self-perpetuating oligarchy which claims dominance over all spheres of human activity and thought. This has a whole series of adverse effects, on scientific research, on the possibility of grassroots innovation in any field, on the quality of leading personnel, often chosen for their political qualities, i.e. for conformism and loyalty to the leadership, or a particular leader, a process which could be likened to the survival of the unfittest, unfit, that is, for efficiently carrying out the assigned task. This is apart from diseconomies of scale, which have been examined at length earlier. Perhaps insufficient attention has been paid in the preceding pages to the impact of specifically Russian factors, the despotic political past, the weakness of spontaneous social forces, which partly explain the rise of despotism and are partly explained by it, economic and social backwardness, and the way in which these elements were reinforced by Leninist politics and the exigencies of civil war and socialist construction. It is hardly an accident that a Russian poet, Voloshin, wrote, "Peter the Great was the first Bolshevik." I have also given emphasis to these matters in other works. 34 We can argue about the relative weight of the past in our explanation and understanding of the present, but that it has some considerable explanatory importance can hardly be doubted, even if it cannot be measured, any more than Japan's remarkable economic achievements can be analyzed without reference to the specific features of Japan and of the Japanese. Political ideological considerations apart, the student of Soviet economic performance cannot but be struck by the fact that various negative phenomena have become more widespread. There is an increasing feeling among the Soviet economists themselves that drastic changes are essential. It is not just that growth has slowed down, that plans are not fulfilled. Shortages have become more serious, disequilibria and imbalances, which always existed, have reached intolerable levels, and by intolerable I mean that the leadership itself is alarmed and is not prepared to tolerate them, though it has yet to devise a cure. One is told repeatedly by the highest in the land that efficiency is essential, that this is a period of intensive growth, that higher labor productivity, rational investment choice, technical progress, are vital, that waste of resources must be sharply reduced, that production for plan statistics must be replaced by production for user needs, that the shortages of food and transport bottlenecks which now, 1981-2, beset the economy are matters of the gravest concern. No one who reads the Soviet press can doubt the high priority which the leadership gives to correcting these and other defects. However, since they still reject the market model, the reforms they are announcing cannot possibly cure the disease. Tighter central control, the imposition of centrally determined norms, normed value added, normed material utilization, etc., stricter allocation of a longer list of materials and machines, exhortation to achieve higher quality of planning and of production, more severe penalties for non-fulfillment of planned delivery contracts, and so on. While no one would deny that some aspects of the system could be made to function more efficiently, the basic problems are either untouched or actually exacerbated by reforms such as these. The chronic crisis of the centralist system may be reaching its acute stage, with consequences as yet unforeseeable. From all this it follows that our further examination of feasible socialism will be concerned with how to avoid the over-concentration of power and the over-centralization of management, and the diseconomies of scale, which have been among the major defects of Soviet-type socialism. Inflexibility, inefficiency, human alienation, and the unrepresentative nature of authority are part of the same unattractive package. Of course the USSR was a pioneer and faced grave difficulties, and it would be foolish simply to denounce it without seeking to understand causes and circumstances. It is also absurd to ignore its experience, as if the negative features that existed were due merely to human wickedness, or to socialism in one country. From Soviet experience there is much to be learned. But it should be possible for socialism to present a much more human and acceptable face. A short digression on ideology. Discussion of Soviet policy on almost any topic, from foreign policy to economic reform inclusive, often reaches a point at which someone asserts, they do this, or do not or cannot do that, because they are guided or influenced by their ideology. No doubt they are. However, what is their ideology? This is by no means a simple question to answer, and some of the attempts to answer it represent circular argument of an almost classic kind. So, what is Soviet ideology? The sayings of the Founding Fathers. This is hardly a satisfactory definition, in view of the many departures from these. As we have already had numerous occasions to observe, some of these departures were, so to speak, inescapably necessary, since a number of the assumptions made by Marx and Lenin were contradictory or unrealistic. Thus the division of labor has shown no sign of withering away. Planning is the task of a complex and hierarchically organized bureaucracy, and not the associated producers. Less necessary, though of course not accidental, are a number of other elements of Soviet reality which may be said to conflict with Marx's ideas: Russian nationalism, the refusal to allow free trade unions, the preservation of capital punishment, strict press censorship, pseudo-elections, and so on. Even the one-party state was never mentioned as a possibility by Marx, or, until 1917, by Lenin either, though it is certainly the most important Soviet political principle. Under Stalin a law was passed forbidding marriages between Soviet citizens and any foreigners. While this law has been repealed, such marriages remain notoriously difficult still, though this is surely in conflict with internationalism of any variety. The list can easily be lengthened. My object is not to score cheap propaganda points, but to clarify the issue. If these and many other patterns of organization and behavior exist, do they show that ideology is disregarded in practice? Not so, argue some of the Soviet Union's bitterest critics. The above examples, they would say, are misleading. We must identify and define the real ideology. Some sayings of the Founding Fathers have no operational significance. The real ideology can be deduced from what the regime actually stands for, what it does. Thus in these terms the one-party state, censorship, hierarchy, privilege, the suppression of workers' rights to organize, nationalism and militarism, are essential elements in the real ideology of the Soviet regime. Without entering into the merits of these propositions, let me stress the circularity of the argument. For what this type of analyst does is to deduce the ideology from actions and policies, and then to assert that the actions and policies are determined by, or are at least consistent with, the ideology. Quod erat demonstrandum. Surely this will not do at all. I do not wish to deny that something called ideology affects the perceptions and behavior of the Soviet leadership, but to define its role and practical influence is a very difficult matter indeed. Just as in foreign policy the great power interests of the USSR, or of the latter-day Russian Empire, if one prefers, are inextricably mingled with, and may even override, considerations of a more ideological kind, so the evident reluctance of the party hierarchy to accept economic reform could be due primarily to their self-interest as controllers of the economy, rather than to what Marx said about commodity production under socialism. In both these instances the legitimation or justification of policies and actions make reference to principles enshrined in the sayings of the Fathers, but this is far from showing that it is these sayings that determined or even had a major influence on what was decided. Of course, as also in Christian doctrine, biblical texts are many, sometimes contradictory, capable of differing interpretations. Some are conveniently forgotten or rediscovered. No doubt the upbringing and party training of the responsible party officials does have an effect on what they do. But it would be wholly within the materialism tradition to accord primacy to the interests of classes or strata, and I believe that this approach is more likely to be fruitful. Thus, applied to such an issue as economic reform, if the powers that be become convinced of its practical necessity in their own interest as they conceive it, the right ideological texts will be found to justify whatever it is decided to do. Indeed, such texts and interpretations exist already, in the work of such Soviet economic reformers as Nove, Petrakov, and others. It may help to clarify a necessarily complex issue to take a historical example, the forcible collectivization of the peasantry in the USSR in 1930-3. Was it due to a collectivist ideology? Then what of the clear statements by both Engels and Lenin about the vital need to avoid coercing the peasantry? So well known were these statements that Stalin, and official Soviet historians, had to pretend that the process was basically voluntary, apart from some errors by overzealous comrades. The need to lie can be seen as a gesture towards the power of ideology, but by the same token the action cannot be ascribed to it. It can of course be argued that, since collectivization of peasants played and plays a major part in policy, in the USSR and in most of its allies, it is an integral part of Soviet ideology, but this conclusion involves the fallacy, mentioned above, of deducing theory from practice and then ascribing the practice to the theory. And one cannot legitimately escape from this by intoning a formula about the unity of theory and practice. The following elements of an explanation seem to me to fit both the facts and the prevailing set of ideas. A. The industrialization strategy required increased and secured marketings of farm produce. B. The level of forced savings needed to make rapid industrialization possible precluded reliance on normal market incentives to obtain this produce. C. There was an ideological as well as a political hostility to what could be called the kulak solution, i.e. getting the extra produce by encouraging the growth of a prosperous property-owning peasant stratum. Note that this closed off the most promising practical alternative to collectivization, and thus had the negative effect of making the latter seem the only solution to the problem. D. The belief in planning, a negative gut reaction to the market, the view that the petty bourgeoisie is the class enemy, the equation of planning with tight state control over production and distribution, and faith in the existence of big economies of scale in agriculture, all played their part. So did the deep distrust of the peasantry on the part of the almost totally urban party. Opinions can differ as to how much weight should be assigned to these many elements in the chain of causation, and also as to the contribution that agriculture actually made to capital accumulation, bearing in mind the adverse effects on production of forcible collectivization, the losses in livestock, and in peasant lives too. The point is just that it would be much too simple to assert that forcible collectivization followed inexorably from Marxist or communist ideology, though it was undeniably one element which cannot be ignored. Any orthodox Marxist who decided against such a policy would have no difficulty in finding numerous texts to support him. Perhaps an even better example is China. If Mao's leap forward and cultural revolution were products of ideology, what, then, were the inspirations of those who tried to undo the first and are undoing the second of these? All concerned claim to be orthodox, or else creatively developing the allegedly unchanged body of doctrine. It is also important in this context to cite the Polish social philosopher Bienkowski. Among the many stimulating thoughts which his book contains is one concerning the internal dynamic and logic of institutions in general, despotic institutions in particular. Another is the role of the given country's political culture and traditions. Just as certain aspects of Stalinism may reflect Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great, and even Nicholas I, more than Marx, so Mao's Cultural Revolution has, he suggests, some deeply Chinese roots. In any event, pure ideology, even if it could be defined, never is and never can be the sole factor in any decision in the real world, which always has to do with practical exigencies of some kind. Perhaps, then, we could best see ideology as coloring the spectacles through which reality is seen, or, changing the image, one might see it as a set of blinkers, which cause the wearer to reject, not to see as practical, certain solutions which might otherwise be objectively possible. All this is not to deny that ideas affect human actions, in the USSR or anywhere else. However, ideas evolve, ideas can be reinterpreted, elements of doctrine can be dropped, in response to circumstances, even while men seek to shape circumstances in the light of their ideas. Part 3. Reform Models, Hungary, Yugoslavia, Poland, China. Some revisionist critiques. There have, of course, been efforts by Marxists of many schools to discuss possible solutions to problems to which Marx paid little attention. I can well imagine a number of individuals, who would regard themselves as non-dogmatic Marxists, being dissatisfied with the treatment accorded to the master's doctrine in the earlier part of this book. They could well say that the essentials of Marxism consist of a method of analysis, as Lukács argued 60 years ago, though of course a method which is integrally linked with the aim of human emancipation through the achievement of feasible socialism. It does not mean that his various statements with regard to socialism, or anything else, must be accepted by his followers. It can reasonably be held that Marx, were he alive, would most certainly have modified his doctrines in the light of experience. Just as his views on war would hardly have remained uninfluenced by the emergence of nuclear weapons of mass destruction, so we can imagine him studying with care the experience of those countries which have tried to plan their economies. Similarly, it is possible for Marxists deliberately to put aside the utopian aspects of Marxist thought, seeing in them the influence of 19th-century Romanticism, while retaining the essentials of his methods and aims, using his methods to show the irrelevance of this Romanticism to the achievement of practical socialist objectives. Another way is to point to inconsistencies in Marx, which his followers are not obliged to reproduce. For example, Harding 1 has pointed out that the Marx of 1848-50 repeatedly advocated the strengthening of state power over virtually all aspects of economic life, including the creation of labor armies in industry and agriculture, while the Marx of Civil War in France, 1872, was writing eloquently of the smashing of the state machine and its replacement by highly decentralist self-governing associations. Harding argued that this underlay a similar contradiction between Lenin's authoritarianism and the libertarian utopianism of his State and Revolution. Or one can undertake exercises in redefinition. Thus the withering away of the state can be held to relate only to the state's functions of class domination and class coercion, which do indeed vanish by definition if class domination is ended, but the state's many other functions can be held as necessarily persisting in any conceivable society. A point similar to Harding's was made by Salucki. Marx's economic model of socialism was highly centralist, the political model highly decentralist, yet on Marx's own showing, how could such a political superstructure rest upon this economic base, too? The non-dogmatists would have no difficulty in accepting the validity of most of the criticisms which have been made here concerning Marx's actual propositions about socialism, but would not regard these criticisms as destroying the validity of Marxism, any more than they prove that socialism is either wrong or impossible. It may be useful, therefore, to consider first one of the best-known economic models of a possible socialism, that of Oscar Lange. 3. This model must be situated in its historical context. Lange was answering the arguments of those who, like Mises and Robbins, asserted that socialism was impossible because it placed too vast a burden on the shoulders of the central planners. Lange did not deny that the burden would be impossible if they had to take all microeconomic decisions, but there was, in his view, no need for this. In his model the consumer is free to choose, and it is the duty of the planners to respond to consumer choice. There is relative scarcity of means in relation to ends. He therefore assumed that there must be prices, and that the level of prices affects the behavior of the consumers, and that of the producers too. That is to say, the production units, enterprises, are influenced by prices and profitabilities, acting in a way similar to that of a textbook entrepreneur, tending to equate marginal revenue with marginal cost. The Central Planning Board, CPB, is responsible for investments, and presumably also for investment goods and industrial materials too, since in the Lange model there is a market only for consumers' goods. The CPB keeps its eye on stocks. If a shortage threatens, prices are raised, if stocks are abundant they are lowered, by a process of continuous tâtonnement. Prices of consumers' goods in the market are free to fluctuate. It therefore becomes unnecessary for the CPB to issue specific instructions as to the product mix, as there would be a large measure of automatism in the functioning of the system. The CPB imposes a parametric function for prices. It is possible, wrote Lang, to imagine the CPB arbitrarily deciding what to produce, and then disposing of these goods by fixing the appropriate market clearing prices, but Lang, writing in the 1930s, discounted this possibility. In a democratic socialist society, these preferences would embody, reflect, the interests of the citizenry. Lang himself recognized, when he returned to post-war Poland, that his model could have no practical application. In his last years he was attracted by the possibility of computers and cybernetics. A critical look at the model may help us to see its limitations. In some respects, it is a step in the right direction, in that it explicitly recognizes the need for a market in consumers' goods, as the inescapable consequence of consumer choice, save on far-fetched assumptions about abundance of all things, and also recognizes that the CPB cannot, and need not, handle micro-detail. However, the boundary between market, consumers' goods, and planners' control, investment goods, is a dubious one. Apart from the fact that the Lang model of 1935 does not incorporate growth, there is the problem, which must be faced, that a market for ends is unworkable unless there is a market also for means. Lang may have silently assumed firms which are vertically integrated, but this is rare in the real world, and indeed undesirable. A major weakness of the Soviet system is constituted by the tendency of firms and industries to produce their own components, procure their own materials. Let us imagine a socialist footwear factory. It requires leather, nails, glue, machines, fuel. It cannot respond to user demand unless those who provide leather, glue, nails, machines, and fuel can in their turn respond to user demand. In other words, the logic of the model requires market response of those who make and sell producers' goods. One would require supply response from them all, which in turn means that at least some investments be made on producing units initiative. Thus suppose demand for item X rises, so does price, but there is insufficient unused productive capacity, so that it is only possible to increase supply by installing new machines in a new workshop. This, plainly, is investment. Unless such an investment is made, the higher price would simply serve to increase the profits of the producers to no useful purpose. Of course, one can imagine the CPB responding by providing the necessary resources, but then one is back to the now familiar difficulty of a CPB overloaded by current production and allocation decisions, the very matter which the Lang model was supposed to resolve. Another snag relates to external economies and diseconomies, other than those within the given sector, which the model ignores, except in so far as they are silently regarded as being within the purview of the CPB. Nor can it cope with increasing returns. It is also not clear why the managers of Lang's enterprises should act in the way prescribed, unless so impelled by competition. He hardly discusses motivation, the destination of profits, or the role, if any, of the workers. But perhaps the most important issue relates to the place, the role, and the effectiveness of the price mechanism. It seems impossibly complex for the center to determine literally millions of prices. While Lang does envisage that prices of consumers' goods could be varied in bargains between firms and customers, producers' goods also number many millions. A large number of these too must surely be determined by negotiation, which would be concerned also with detailed specifications, modifications, delivery dates, and the like. This is particularly important in the case of machinery, involving new products and technical progress. A product has many aspects and dimensions in the real world, for goods and services alike. There is a certain textbook naivete about imagining the CPB responding to signals about surpluses and shortages of particular goods by modifying their prices, both because there are too many prices to handle and because, as Kornai has pointed out, few decisions can be based upon price information alone. In a moment we shall be considering the Hungarian experience, also based on the market principle, which must be regarded as more relevant for our purpose than the very interesting and pioneering model imagined by Oscar Lang nearly 50 years ago. More recently we have had the work of Odesik and also of Volodymyr Tsbrus. In their very different ways, both, while starting from a Marxist standpoint, recognize and stress the many disadvantages of centralist planning, and recognize also that the only practicable alternative involves the market mechanism in some form. Neither for a moment denies that there are bound to be difficulties, both technical and social-political, in devising an appropriate mix of plan and market. Both would certainly reply that, in the real world, there inevitably are difficulties and contradictions, as indeed is so. We shall be discussing these at length in the constructive part of the present book. As was mentioned also in the preface, the writings and criticisms of Bruss have been very helpful in clarifying my own ideas. He has also written intelligently on Chinese economic reform discussions, comparing them with those of Eastern Europe. Bruss has provided some extremely cogent criticisms of received doctrine, e.g. on commodity fetishism, and has had much of great importance to say about remedies to the existing state of affairs, which certainly imply an alternative model. Point 4 has gone further, and produced a long book containing a rather fully elaborated model of an alternative economy, neither Soviet socialist nor capitalist. Point 5 Since his book is over 800 pages long, the remarks that follow cannot even begin to do justice to his ideas on the third way. Though certainly influenced by his own Marxist training, he is influenced also by his negative experiences in his native Czechoslovakia, so much so that the word socialism frequently appears in inverted commas, accompanied by reference to the Soviet version towards which he has, understandably, great antipathy. However, his third way is in fact a democratic socialist way, and should be seen as such. He is concerned with overcoming the contradiction between wages and profits, the democratization and humanization of the economy. Capital assets of large firms are to form an indivisible fund, he calls this Kapitalneutralisierung, with a management or supervision committee, Aufsichtsrat, elected by the workforce. Medium-sized firms could be mixed, with some of the capital private. Small firms would still be private. Current operations of all three would be based on the market mechanism. Competition would be encouraged, monopolist tendencies combated. Profits would be devoted partly to the expansion of the firm's capital, partly to profit-related bonuses for the workforce, in proportions which the political authority would determine in the light of its growth and incomes policies. Reasonably enough, Sick emphasizes the role of democracy in electing the government, choosing plan objectives. He proposes not profit maximization but profit optimization as his efficiency criterion, with much emphasis on quality of life and the desirable balance between investment and consumption. Presumably optimization in this context is the level required to provide the desired surplus. This is no place for a lengthy critique of these ideas, though a critique of a kind will be implied by my own rather different ideas in the final part of this book. With many of his propositions one can agree, though perhaps their author has underestimated the practical difficulties, I mean economic organizational, not political, of implementing his proposals. There may be some contradiction between his notions of participation, or self-management, and scale. It is surely easier to achieve a sense of belonging if the firm is small than if it is large. Yet it is precisely in the large firms that he expects the greatest extent of self-management, they become Mitarbeitergesellschaften. He appears to have in mind the desirability of encouraging small entrepreneurs, and his definition of medium and small firms is one which envisages the owner or co-owner being the working manager as well as risk-taker. In my own model I also provide for small-scale working entrepreneurs who might hire a few workers, but envisage that many small and medium-scale enterprises would be cooperative. Otherwise it may well turn out that the economy will in fact remain largely private, while some large-scale sectors would inevitably acquire a monopoly position and so could not be left to uncontrolled self-management. However, Sick would doubtless be the first to agree that his ideas are controversial, that his proposals, like all others, contain disadvantages as well as advantages. His attempt to sketch out a future alternative to capitalism and to Soviet socialism should be welcomed. Critics are under the obligation to do better, no simple task, this, as soon as one tries to move from ideological slogans into the contradictions and complexities of a possible real world. Less satisfactory is the way in which Hegedus and Barrow handle these questions. Both are hostile to centralist bureaucracy, but neither develops any alternative model. Barrow mars a highly realistic and critical analysis of East European reality by hoping for an overcoming, Aufhebung, of the division of labor, which would somehow relegate the problem of Plan V market to the status of unimportant detail. Labor then becomes homogenist. He recognizes quite specifically the hierarchical implications of modern industry and of planning, but if everyone has an all-round education and is therefore interchangeable and jobs rotate, there need, in his view, be no social hierarchy based on professionalism and specialization. For reasons already discussed at length earlier, all this seems beyond the bounds of feasibility. There are a number of others who, starting from Marxist premises, have developed ideas which are highly relevant in the present context. Even Trotsky, whose modern followers tend to regard the market as the devil's invention, could write, and repeatedly, that one needs a combination of plan, market, and democracy to combat bureaucratic arbitrariness. True, he was discussing what he called the transitional epoch, but the word epoch suggests that he did not see this as a short-term expedient, even while retaining his faith in the ultimate Marxian vision of full communism. More recently, a number of Soviet reforming economists have discussed in a most interesting way such problems as optimal decision-making structures, from which emerges an irreplaceable role in the microeconomic realm, alongside planning, for market relations. For instance, Petrakov and Karagadov. 6 An émigré who has remained a socialist, Bolotserkovsky, has been mentioned already as seeing the necessity of producer and consumer choice and positive competition between autonomous units. 7 The Hungarians Ivan Zeleny and Janoskis, though they differ in many respects, have questioned the relevance of what some regard as Marxian dogma. They show awareness of the negative effects of substituting the visible for the hidden hand, stress the implications of producer and consumer choice, note that Marxian value theory, which was related by its author to a model of capitalism, would require significant modification if one were to use it in a transitional or any sort of socialist economy. The dangers posed by a market are not denied, but there are no solutions without dangers or disadvantages. No model can be discerned in which the market can be eliminated without even greater danger and disadvantages. The Hungarian reform. Hungary's experience shows all this clearly. In examining Hungarian experience, it is necessary to abstract from specific circumstances of the time, for instance, the adverse terms of trade after 1973, or the complications due to the failure of Hungary's Comecon partners to adopt similar reforms. What can Hungary's experiment with the new economic mechanism tell us about the consequences of strengthening the market mechanism and eliminating, at least in part, the centralization of microeconomic production and allocation decisions? In 1968, the Hungarian leadership adopted a measure which greatly strengthened the role of the market mechanism, dismantled the administered material allocation system and abolished the compulsory plan targets in relation to output and assortment. It was intended to link domestic prices with those on the world market, so that, subject to import duties and certain other restrictions, enterprise managers could buy and sell across borders. Prices were partially decontrolled. Managerial bonuses were linked to commercial results, to profits. Investments were henceforth to be financed mainly by interest-bearing credits, with the enterprise responsible for around half of all investments. In agriculture, the imposition of compulsory delivery quotas was discontinued, and a wide range of non-agricultural activities was undertaken by the collective, cooperative, farms. Private enterprise on a small scale was allowed, in towns and in villages. Central planning was to be confined to macro magnitudes, together with key sectors such as energy and transport. There would still be, for instance, quinquennial plan targets for specific products, but these would be indicative and not obligatory. 8. The so-called new economic model was not consistently applied, and there was some retreat from its full rigor. There were many cases of direct central intervention, including ad hoc subsidies, directions to deliver to specific customers, e.g. to Comecon partners under bilateral agreements, limits placed on imports and on cooperative enterprise. This is not the place to go into the many modifications and policy zigzags which followed the original reform of 1968, though it should be borne in mind in assessing its significance that it was not fully or consistently applied. The question we shall now put is the following. Given that the reform was designed to overcome the principal defects of Soviet-style centralist planning, how far can it be said to have succeeded? Which of these defects can therefore be curable by Hungarian methods? A most valuable survey was presented by Kornai in his lecture to the Irish Economic and Social Research Institute. 9 He, like most others, claims that the reform of 1968 was reasonably successful. But certain stresses and strains have come to light. Perhaps the most important for us are those that he enumerates, which concern a contradiction between principles of efficiency and those of what he calls socialist ethics. Thus any system of incentives, if it is to be effective, must be associated with inequalities, and if it is linked with profit is bound to conflict with the principle of equal pay for equal work. As we shall see in discussing the Yugoslav model, the problem is exacerbated by the fact that profits and losses may be due to reasons totally unconnected with efforts of workers or management of that particular firm. In Hungary one has seen strong equalizing pressures, to pay subsidies to, or otherwise rescue, the laggards, the unsuccessful. The management itself seeks help, lobbying begins. Personal connections are used, to get tax allowances, subsidies. Bankruptcy is avoided. Conversely, large gains are frequently not allowed to accrue, through taxes or changes in the rules. While entrepreneurship and risk-taking should be rewarded, the risk of innovation is worth it only if success can bring a large gain. But in post-reform Hungary the economic leader cannot lose a lot, but he cannot gain a lot either. There is no scope for any great advance. The firm with uncommon or provocatively high profit will be tapped. The leveling of incomes involves also more or less the leveling of performance. 10. He goes on to point to the contradiction between the socialist principles of solidarity and security, of full employment, and efficiency. Once again, no bankruptcies, no closures, therefore no effective punishment for inefficiency. Competition was and is limited, its effectiveness softened, yet we know that profit-oriented firms require competition, to prevent them from increasing their profits at the customer's expense. Security of employment is naturally much prized, and is a positive phenomenon, but an easygoing, lazy attitude, problems of discipline, become hard to deal with. He does not fail to mention also the issue of externalities. Since these are particularly significant in investment decisions, this is one good reason why the central planners must play a role in any major decision of this sort, and are also involved in investments undertaken on the initiative of firms as providers, or non-providers, of credits and other financial assistance. However, this causes bureaucratic delays and a degree of irresponsibility. If mistakes are made, whose fault is it, and what can one do about it anyway? Decisions in the real world are influenced by many considerations, including string pulling and lobbying. Central planning officials, like others, are not the philosophers of Plato's ideal state endowed with wisdom soaring above society. They are real people, living in the midst of society, linked by 1,000 threads to their colleagues active in economic life. 11. Kornai very properly concludes that there is no solution, no convenient nostrum that will cure all diseases. We will continue to live in an imperfect world, and any reform is bound to contain defects as well as positive features. He shows that one serious obstacle to the smooth functioning of the Hungarian reform was an excessive number of changes in rules and regulations, changes no doubt designed to stop or forestall various undesirable acts, but which had the effect of causing confusion in the minds of management, since they could not adjust to constantly changing rules of the game. He ends with a warning which seems entirely justified. Some reformers, or analysts of reform models, imagine that there is a sort of reform supermarket, and from its shelves one can pick the best features of various models, while leaving the rest. This is not in fact possible. The choice is between packages, the contents of which are functionally or logically interrelated, and some of which are bound to cause difficulties. As already argued more than once, life is necessarily full of contradictions. Some, it is true, are so contradictory as to be non-functional, or self-destructive. Thus some reform packages have come to grief, in the USSR and elsewhere, because of major internal inconsistencies. For instance, one cannot rely on the profit motive if prices are uninfluenced by use value and demand, and relaxation of price control and of administrative allocation of inputs will fail to achieve the desired results if there is a seller's market, excess demand, physical shortage. One very important lesson to be learned from Hungary is that not only is the elimination of excess demand necessary, but it is possible, and possible even in situations in which it involves unpopular price rises. It was necessary for the Hungarian economic policy makers to overcome political fears and the pressures of those who, disliking market-type reforms, were willing to use the unpopularity of price increases to discredit them. It is an important political social fact that reforms of the Hungarian type encounter strong resistance, and it is remarkable that Hungarian reformers have met with some success in their efforts, in contrast with the almost total failure of similar efforts in other communist-ruled countries. Reformmongering, to use a term coined by Albert O. Hirschman, is no simple matter. This raises the question of the various strata and interest groups affected positively or negatively by a greater reliance on the market mechanism, a question we cannot pursue here. Of quite vital importance is the whole question of how prices are or can be determined. Soviet experience shows conclusively that central control over all prices is quite inconsistent with flexibility or indeed with any rational use of the price mechanism. There are too many prices to control. In Hungary it has been found possible to decontrol a large number of prices, most notably in the producers' goods sectors. Prices of most machines, semi-manufactures, many materials, are free, others are subject to maxima, only a minority are tightly controlled from the center, and such control is justified partly on social grounds, for consumer necessities, and partly because of the need to prevent abuses of monopoly power in what is after all quite a small country. Linked with this is the question of the relationship between foreign trade prices and domestic prices. The original intention of the reform was to merge the two, subject to some exceptions and to import duties. Enterprises would be free to buy their inputs and sell their output inside or outside the country. This has been only very partially realized in practice, for a number of reasons that need not detain us. One of these was the worldwide inflation which accelerated after 1973, and which led to the emergence of a very large gap between internal and external prices, and of a complex system of subsidies designed to maintain price stability. This policy was abandoned in 1980, when internal prices were sharply raised, and a new attempt was made to establish a closer relationship with world market prices, though the method used is of questionable logic and effectiveness. It is, of course, neither possible nor logical to have domestic prices subject to free negotiation and to align them with world prices unless there is much greater freedom of trade, especially for imports, than is possible for Hungary in its present balance of payments difficulties and given also the importance of its links with the centrally planned economies in Comecon. However, the object of the present section is to discuss the operational principles of the Hungarian model, rather than describe those difficulties which were due to external causes. It is worth noting in this context that many Hungarian economists stress the considerable importance of informal controls over prices and other decisions. Thus management is given to understand that large rises in prices charged to Hungarian customers for goods free of price control would give rise to disapproval. Very large profits are viewed with disfavor. Given that management can be dismissed, or promoted, by party or higher administrative instances, and frequently needs to apply for various permits and authorizations, such informal controls can have considerable effect. Nonetheless, they must be distinguished from Soviet-type centralization. It is one thing to be formally free to act, subject to spasmodic interference from superior authority, and quite another to be unable to act without changes in obligatory output and allocation plans. There is no doubt whatever that Hungarian directors have far more decision-making powers than their Soviet equivalents, even though these are not as great as the formally adopted model implies. It should perhaps be added that central interference is not necessarily wrong. Some Western work on the Hungarian economy takes it for granted that, in the event of conflict, the management's view is the economically rational one. No doubt this is often so, but it need not be so, given the possible existence of informational economies of scale and externalities. In Hungary, as elsewhere, the center sees the wider consequences of local action, but sees detail less clearly. In Hungary, as elsewhere, some types of decision can with advantage be subject to central decisions or veto. There is also the question of a possible conflict between center and enterprise because of differences in time horizon. According to Ogado, managerial interest in short-term profits, with subsidies if possible, is too great. Methods for creating long-term interests have not yet been evolved. 12. An important role in practice is played by the banking system. Approximately half of the total investments are decentralist, in the sense that the decisions belong to enterprises, and this is a logical consequence of the nature of the model. The center is responsible for decisions to create new enterprises, and for major projects, as well as for social service investments, while firms invest to expand production or to adjust it to changing demand prospects at home and abroad. In practice, the state planners can exert influence on decentralist investments through the banks. Few enterprises have sufficient reserves of their own, they have to borrow, and the bank has the task not only of ensuring the economic soundness of the project, but also of seeing whether it fits into the economic strategy of the government, as well as avoiding unnecessary duplication. The government can encourage decentralist investments by making it known that credits will be readily available for particular activities. Here again, central guidance can have positive results, and foreign observers have commented favorably on the high quality of the work of Hungary's investment banks. There are a few further remarks to be made about the Hungarian experience. It has already been noted that the logic of the reform requires competition, as the original resolution introducing the reform quite specifically recognized. But, quite apart from being out of line with traditional socialist ideology, competition is also inconsistent with the interests of those who do not win. Management and workers join in begging the government to intervene. Yet competition, to be effective, requires that there be penalties for failure. Even in a society with a highly free enterprise ideology, similar pressures develop. Then, of course, there are sectors where economies of scale, technological or organizational informational, favor very large units which, especially in small countries, acquire a strong monopoly position. We will discuss later the difficult question of how then to define efficient operation when monopoly power is present, but in both East and West it is recognized that a case exists for state regulation, to avoid abuse of this power. Does reliance on the market mechanism make for excesses of inequality? As the quotations from Kornai demonstrate, the implementation of the reform showed a tendency to avoid the over-rewarding of success, especially managerial, and the penalization of failure. However, there are some very substantial inequalities in Hungary, and it is interesting and relevant to consider how far they were due, if at all, to the market elements of the reform. It is necessary to recall that the Soviet system also generates inequalities. Large bonuses are paid to management in both cases, the key distinction being, what criteria are used to determine the bonus. In the traditional Soviet Central-East model, the bonus relates to plan fulfillment, i.e. to obedience to orders received from above. In the Hungarian model it relates notionally to the satisfaction of customer requirements, reflected in the customer's willingness to buy and in the resultant profits. In either case the bonus may be more or less deserved, and in principle there is no reason linked with the chosen model why bonuses should be higher in the one case than in the other. As for hidden benefits, perks of various kinds, These exist in some degree in all systems, Eastern and Western, but one must bear in mind that the absence of physical shortage, due to the presence of supply and demand balancing prices, eliminates one form of privilege of great importance in the USSR, access to goods and services unavailable to most citizens, at the low official prices. Hungarian experience of incomes policy and wage control is of great interest, and provides useful evidence of problems likely to be encountered if there is decentralization. Wage scales are centrally determined, as are skill differentials and the rules for bonus payments. However, as Soviet experience shows, actual wages are always to some degree a matter of local decision, whatever is the formal position. Piece rates, promotion, regrading, can be used to pay extra to attract or keep labor. The Soviet method of control, as we have seen, relies heavily on a planned wages fund limit, and also on linking total wages to the value of output. Since 1981 it should be the value of net output. The Hungarians wished, understandably, to relax these inflexible controls. Enterprises responding to market opportunities should be allowed to recruit the necessary extra labor without having to seek permission to exceed the planned wages fund. There should also be some link between wage levels and profits, but since within the firm the model is an authoritarian one, i.e. management is in command, it seemed appropriate to make profit-related bonuses apply particularly to managerial staffs. They would take the risks, they would make the decisions. Reflecting this, the original 1968 version of the reform laid down limits to profit-related bonuses to be paid out of the so-called sharing fund, 80% of monthly salary for managers, 50% for other senior personnel, 15% for workers. In case of loss, managers could have 20% of their salary deducted, while workers were guaranteed their basic wage rates. This gave rise to widespread dissatisfaction, illustrating one of the problems highlighted by Kornai: fairness, the egalitarian tradition, seemed to be ignored. A jest of the period is reproduced below. Kadar, the party leader, visits a factory and asks the manager, "Have you had a bonus under the economic reform, and what have you done with it?" Reply: "I bought a country cottage, and the rest of the money I put in the savings bank." He asks the chief engineer the same question. Reply: "I bought a car, and the rest of the money I put in the savings bank." Finally Kadar asks a worker. He replies, "I bought a pair of shoes." Kadar: "And the rest of the money?" Worker: "The rest of the money I had to borrow from my mother-in-law." These rules were later modified. The government was conscious of the need to avoid a wage explosion under conditions of comparatively full employment. Increases were limited to given percentages, and while enterprises were not actually forbidden to exceed this limit, they faced severe financial sanctions, additional taxes, if they did. By Western, and Polish, standards the rise in money wages was effectively contained, despite the fact that worsening terms of trade compelled the government to increase retail prices faster than wages towards the end of the 1970s. The detailed methods by which this was achieved are worthy of careful study. But one wonders if they could be effective in the face of militant independent trade unions. Commitment to full employment went with the inevitable difficulties in persuading workers to move where they were needed, or in imposing redundancies where labor-saving machines were installed, which led to a combination of labor shortage in some sectors and overmanning in others. In the absence of compulsory labor direction, which would be intensely unpopular, and with little or no unemployment, such problems are bound to arise. Granick, in the course of a very valuable analysis of the Hungarian situation, stresses that this was not only a full employment constraint, but also protection of jobs from changing product demands, and from alterations in technology which affect the skill composition of the labor force. 13. We all want flexibility, so long as it affects others. There are large inequalities of income in Hungary, but they seem to be due not to salary and wage disparities in the state sector, which are no greater, or may even be less, than in unreformed centralist economies in Eastern Europe, but to various forms of private enterprise. These activities range from private medical practice to shops and small-scale private and cooperative manufacture, craftsmen, cafes, car repairs, construction gangs and a variety of other provisions of goods and services, some of them undertaken by state-employed persons to earn extra. In the second economy, point 14 Hungarian laws are more liberal than the Soviet, and most of the so-called second economy is legal. Thus, while in the USSR it is a crime to employ anyone to make something for profit, and all private trade is outlawed, except to sell one's own produce, in Hungary one may employ, say, half a dozen workers to bottle mineral water or to put roofs on private houses, and much else besides. There are cooperative enterprises, in industry as well as in agriculture, and agricultural cooperatives undertake industrial and service activities on the side. Obviously, all this gives very considerable opportunities for making money. Moonlighting, secondary occupations for workers, is a widespread phenomenon, introducing further elements of inequality. All this provides a dilemma for socialists. What should be their attitude? I return to a point made earlier. If the economic situation is such that individuals and groups can profitably undertake small-scale provision of goods and services, should they be prevented from doing so, by a socialist police? Suppose that private or cooperative enterprise of this sort nets a high profit for those undertaking it. Is this an indication that they should be stopped, arrested, deported? Or is it sufficient to impose a graduated income tax, and encourage competition as a means of reducing prices and profits, whether from state enterprises or from other private and cooperative ventures? On the whole, the Soviet tendency was to call in the police. The Hungarians too sometimes resorted to legal restrictions, as when, in 1972, they set some limits to the business activities of agricultural cooperatives. However, the official policy has been on the whole a tolerant one, and in 1980 it was decided to lease most small state shops to private operators, as this was seen as a cheaper and more efficient way to deal with retail distribution. Many restaurants also operate on this principle. Evidently all this heterogeneous activity can yield windfall gains, along with the risk of loss. Clearly this is inconsistent with egalitarianism. It is equally clear that economic loss would follow from the application of restrictive measures. Not only economic loss, but also human frustration would result. I would like to introduce the notion of producers' preferences, i.e. how people prefer to work, which will be taken up again in Part 5. Excessive incomes can be taxed, and competition from other privateers and cooperatives is a better method of combating overcharging than by bringing in repressive laws. The Hungarian economic mechanism has no place for workers' self-management. The trade unions are of the usual East European type, totally unlike both Western trade unions and the Polish Solidarity Union. Hungary has avoided any serious unemployment, and there has been no labor unrest. Under all these heads there are problems for socialist theory and practice. What influence ought the workers to have over decision-making? Should managers be accountable to the workforce, or to their hierarchical superiors? What effect on efficiency, and on the standard of living of the masses, would a militantly free trade union have? Let us leave these matters aside, but bear them in mind. Can the Hungarian experience be seen as a success, from which socialist theory and practice should learn positive lessons? It is certainly of great interest to socialists, as I found when called upon to lecture on the subject in Peking. It has also attracted attention from reform-minded Soviet economists. The question is, how can one measure success? If one confines one's attention to macroeconomic aggregates, or to productivity comparisons, e.g. tons of steel per steel worker, the answer seems quite indeterminate. The reform has made little difference to aggregate growth rates, which eventually declined at the end of the 1970s for reasons external to Hungary, a very sharp worsening of terms of trade, and not directly connected with the reform. Statistics are incapable of measuring improvements which take the form of a closer link between what is produced and what the user actually desires. They measure how much is bought, not consumer satisfaction. Let me illustrate this with an imaginary example. Suppose that, before the reform, a factory made 1,000 shirts at 100 forints each. They were of unattractive design and the color faded on washing. Suppose that, as the result of the reform, 1,000 shirts were made, at a similar cost and at a similar price, but the customers liked the colors, which did not fade. There is a growth of 0. Yet there is a clear gain. Or take another, and quite realistic example. In Hungary there is a wide choice for the consumer, with very little time spent waiting in line. In the USSR the choice is much more restricted, some goods disappear from the shops for months on end, and it is often necessary to wait in line. Yet how does one incorporate this in a comparative measure of living standards? Let us now examine the Hungarian experience more closely, beginning with the position of the consumer. Here the advantages seem overwhelming. Supply and demand have tended to balance at the existing prices. There is not a seller's market, and there is some incentive to acquire goodwill by pleasing the customer. Time spent on shopping is no greater than in capitalist countries, and this sort of cost of consumption is not to be ignored. This result is a consequence of a price policy which has important implications. Hungary is a relatively poor country and, especially in the face of worsening terms of trade, it has been necessary to increase retail prices to a level which has upset many citizens, though without leading to riots, as was the case in Poland. Voices were raised in favor of tighter price control, and the opponents of the new economic mechanism claimed that the policy of higher prices was contrary to the interests of the working class. However, if one contrasts the price policies of Hungary and the USSR, it may be observed that the Hungarian consumer of any class gains immeasurably from being able to choose what to buy without having to waste time and effort on finding scarce products. The dissident, Hungarian sociologist Ivan Zelényi has argued that, in fact, the high prices at which demand and supply balance are in the interests of the working class, because, if there is shortage, the administrators of this shortage become backdoor beneficiaries. One cannot repeat often enough a quip of Trotsky's: if men have anything to distribute, they never forget themselves. One must clearly distinguish between an emergency rationing scheme, to ensure minimal fairness in times of war and disaster, and a model for normal weekdays, so to speak. The emergency provides not merely a generally acceptable reason for the existence of shortage, but also a moral climate within which cheating is reduced to relatively small proportions. But if goods are in short supply, at established prices, for decades, and if, in addition, there is no formal rationing, then all kinds of distortions occur, and the beneficiaries, and victims, are scattered in a random way. Apart from the officials who get their supplies by the back door, some poorly paid shop assistants are able to earn sizable extras by diverting supplies, and various forms of corruption and unofficial barter flourish. The worker family without connections and with little time to stand in line is more likely to be a victim than a beneficiary. The mere fact that in Hungary it is generally possible to buy what is needed through the proper channels, the ordinary shops, is an automatic insurance against much petty corruption. There is no point in using bribery to get what is in any case available at its own proper price. All this underlines the inadequacy of our statistical tools. The key problem lies in the economic meaning of non-market state fixed prices, in which economic aggregates are measured, prices which do not reflect use value or user satisfaction, either in theory or practice, as has been pointed out several times. The aggregate thus measures cost, effort, not result. We also know that the Soviet planning system generates waste by penalizing economy in materials, intermediate goods, and services, e.g. by insisting on fulfillment of plans in tons, ton-kilometers, and so on. Thus the Soviet steel industry may be efficient in its operation, but much steel is wastefully utilized. The output of textiles, shirts, or washing machines may be of inferior quality, or not accord with consumer tastes. Suppose that the effect of reform is to reduce waste and to cause output to be of better quality, better related to user requirements, so that there is less frustration, fewer hours are spent standing in line, and so on. This will find little or no expression in the official statistical aggregates. In the nature of things, one cannot measure such improvements. Thus suppose a purchaser prefers to buy X and buys Y because X is unobtainable. Statistics merely record the purchase of Y, which looks like a revealed preference but is not. The extra satisfaction which is derived from actually finding X is not even conceptually definable. Who can tell in what degree the consumer prefers X to Y? To complicate matters further, there is a special satisfaction obtainable by one who succeeds in finding a deficit good, which cannot be felt if the good in question could be bought at any shop without trouble. There is therefore an evident risk of being accused of coming to favorable conclusions on anecdotal evidence. There seems no alternative to taking the risk. Supplies both to industry and to the consumer do flow more freely, queues are few, and quality and choice compare favorably with Hungary's neighbors. The importance of the so-called second economy can be held to demonstrate weaknesses and gaps. But these same facts can be seen as a form of desirable realism. In the knowledge that the state planning system cannot cope effectively with certain activities, the regime tolerates, sometimes even encourages, secondary, parallel, work which fills these gaps. There are, of course, weaknesses too. Some Hungarian reformers attribute these to the incompleteness of the reforms, to arbitrary interference by ministries, to errors of price policy, and of course also to the strains caused by imported inflation, worsening terms of trade, and the like. These had effects both direct and indirect. They directly worsened the economic situation, and indirectly strengthened the hands of those who sought remedies by tightening control over production and prices, in ways inconsistent with the reform. But there is one lesson which, in my view, can be learned from Hungary's imperfect reform. There is all the difference in the world between not being allowed to decide and having that right, even though from time to time one's superiors interfere with its exercise. Thus a Soviet firm cannot obtain inputs without an allocation certificate, and it always has an output and delivery plan imposed from above. The Hungarian firm, in principle, can choose what to purchase and from whom, and has no imposed output and delivery plan as a rule. True, ministries and party officials may issue orders, buy this, produce more of that. But the central authorities have neither the time nor the personnel to do so continuously and systematically, and so the management can act autonomously, by reference to economic criteria, most of the time. This is decisive and, despite modification and backslidings, this is still an essential difference from the Soviet Central-East model. It should also be noted that there has been no significant unemployment. Indeed, labor is often short. One sector of unmistakable success is agriculture. The reader is referred back to the analysis of Soviet, and also forward to Yugoslav and Polish, agriculture, with which the Hungarian experience contrasts very much to its advantage. The key elements which account for this seem to be the following. A. Price and procurement policy. Prices are negotiated with farms and are such as to elicit the required quantities without having to resort to compulsory delivery quotas. The farms thus find the expansion of production and sales to be profitable. At the same time, retail prices of food are sufficiently high to eliminate queues and a seller's market. To illustrate the importance of this last point, one has only to observe that, according to the Comecon Statistical Annual, 1980, meat consumption per capita in Poland was about 10% or higher than in Hungary, yet in Poland there was a serious shortage, while in Hungary meat was plentiful, but of course at higher prices. This cannot be disregarded, especially if Hungary's success is seen in terms of apparently plentiful supply in the shops and in the markets, with prices in the latter no higher, as a rule, than those in state shops. B. Operational autonomy of farms in the absence of compulsory delivery quotas, or of imposed targets for sown area, output, number of head of livestock, and so on. Farms can decide at their own level what to produce, and of course are freed from the petty tutelage from state and party officials about how and when to sow, harvest, or whatever. Therefore there can be proper adjustment of a farm's activities to the infinite varieties of soil and climate, and to other local circumstances, such as availability of labor and equipment. C. Freedom to purchase inputs. The absence of a system of material allocation, plus a reasonably flexible market environment, means that farms can choose freely whether and what to purchase: machines, fertilizer, fodder concentrates, building materials. Of course, this requires the industrial producers, and also importing agencies, to respond to demand, and this they are to a considerable extent free to do. Limitations on this freedom usually relate to foreign trade, thus pressure is exerted to buy more farm machinery from the USSR and less from the USA. But, despite this, the wide range of choice of inputs, the fact that they are usually available, represents a contrast with the situation both in the USSR, where inflexible administrative allocation prevails, and in Poland, where availability has been very restricted. D. Non-farm occupations. Although no longer quite free to undertake all kinds of non-agricultural sidelines, the cooperative farms and their members can choose among a wide variety of occupations, ranging from car repairs and construction to the manufacture of components and other small-scale industrial production. The principal limitation is on the employment by the farms of outside labor for these purposes. These activities contribute to incomes, and to total output, and ensure round-the-year employment. E. Peasant incentives, and private activities. Last but far from least, the farms have been able to use a variety of schemes to encourage peasants in their collective labors, taking into account local conditions and peasant preferences. It generally pays the peasants to work well, and the level of pay is reasonably high. Furthermore, peasants have no difficulty in spending their money, whether on consumers' goods or on building materials or tools. The private sector can develop without obstacles, with the peasants encouraged to own and fatten livestock, and free to sell it on contract to the state food industry, or through their farms, or market it themselves, or eat meat and drink milk themselves. Of course, they can freely purchase fodder and small tools. So complex are the arrangements within the farms, so vague the dividing line between collective and private activity, that it is sometimes impossible to say which is which. Of course there are problems also in Hungarian agriculture. Thus some critics argue that the farms have grown too big, with the chairman out of touch with the rank-and-file peasants. Costs are high. Peasant incomes have risen faster than productivity. But all these seem minor in comparison with the achievements. These contrast not only with the situation in the USSR, but also with what occurred in Hungary itself when Soviet-style collectivization was crudely enforced upon the peasants in the first half of the 1950s. Surely there are morals to be drawn: peasants can be persuaded to work, management can genuinely manage, within cooperative agriculture. The better-off peasants, instead of being labeled kulaks and persecuted, were drawn in, and given responsibilities. In the second, more flexible, wave of collectivization which began in 1958, the peasants had largely dismantled the earlier Soviet-style collectives in 1956. Let there be no mistake, the second wave of collectivization could not be described as voluntary. Perhaps it could be described as a sugared pill. Be this as it may, it was swallowed, and the subsequent arrangements worked to the reasonable satisfaction of the peasantry and of the urban consumer of farm products, though some of the latter complained about both the excessive incomes of the peasants and the price of food. You cannot please everyone. To sum up, Hungary's experience shows clearly both the advantages and the difficulties which follow from an attempt to introduce what can be called market socialism. On balance, the positive features seem to predominate, and this despite some major inconsistencies in the application of the new economic mechanism. It is very important for anyone thinking seriously about feasible socialism to study carefully the economic and social history of the Hungarian reforms, and also their effects on the political structure. Yugoslavia and workers' self-management. As in the case of the USSR, one must try to distinguish those aspects of the Yugoslav model which are specific to the political realities of Yugoslavia. It is a country with wide disparities in income, productivity, and culture between North and South, and one with serious divisions between different nationalities. We must try to separate out those features of Yugoslav experience which seem to be of general application. There is a sizable literature on the subject. Ward, Van Eck, Horvat, Tyson, Mead, Bergson, Milankovic, and Cirque 15 have discussed it at various levels of abstraction. Some of this has been very abstract, perhaps too abstract for our purposes. Thus some of the models have assumed perfect competition, or that techniques are given. I recall a paper in which it was rigorously established that a rise in price could cause a labor-managed enterprise to reduce output. When I objected that this could hardly happen in practice because the firm concerned would lose out to its competitors, I was coldly informed that on the assumption of perfect competition the firm would be, by definition, unconcerned with the actions of its competitors. Or, of course, its customers' goodwill. Of course, abstractions are necessary, and it is certainly worthwhile establishing the formal differences in maximizing behavior as between the labor-managed firm, in which workers' incomes depend on the financial results of its activities, and one in which the maxi-MAND is profits, or whatever is the maxi-MAND for a Soviet manager. What does a Soviet manager maximize? To say that he seeks to maximize his bonuses under constraints is to say very little, since the constraints can be so vitally important. For example, he must fulfill certain orders and plans which do not earn bonuses, he must obey orders emanating from influential party and state officials even if these conflict with bonus maximizing, and so forth. No simple formula will do. But we should still try to identify the difference between Soviet managerial responses and those of a Yugoslav manager responsible to a workers' council, insofar as this responsibility is real. We must not lose sight of the experience of the real world, nor assume away some key and relevant variables. Thus, to take one example, if one is interested in the effect of self-management on unemployment, it is surely inappropriate to assume that techniques are given, since the essential point might be precisely a tendency to choose labor-saving, capital-intensive techniques. In real-life Yugoslavia the Workers' Council's powers are limited, by state regulations, including regulation of prices, and by political intervention through the so-called League of Communists, i.e. the party. Nonetheless, certain tendencies can be discerned which justify a series of generalizations. There is, first, the question of income distribution. This in turn has a number of aspects. The first is one which arises in all our societies, but can be seen in its most acute form where workers' incomes are supposed to be directly linked with the commercial results of their enterprise. This inevitably creates tensions between two divergent principles, or perhaps even three: payment by commercial results, payment in relation to productivity, and equal pay for equal work. If the notion of workers' self-management is to have meaning, then success or failure must affect income. Income will then vary significantly according to whether the enterprise is or is not commercially successful. But this depends on a variety of causes, many of them quite outside the control of the workers: market fluctuations, imposition of a tariff by a foreign country, and so on. It may indeed have very little to do with effort, or with productivity. The latter is essentially a quantitative measure. A worker or group of workers produced 100 units last year, 120 units this year, therefore productivity has risen by 20%, and according to the concept of relating pay to productivity they would seem to be entitled to an increase. But it is possible that net revenues have not increased, because of a fall in price, increase in costs, or some other cause. Finally, there is among workers the not unreasonable feeling that work of the same quality and intensity deserves the same reward, whatever may be the commercial result of the given enterprise's operations. Suppose, let us say, you are a lorry driver, and you drive a 10-ton lorry from Zagreb to Skopje. Why should your pay be different from that of another lorry driver, driving the same type of lorry the same distance, merely because of differences in the commercial performance of this or that firm? These species of contradiction are inescapable whenever payment is related to a firm's success. Yet if it is not so related, then where is the workers' material interest in the success of their firm? Would they then not be indifferent to the profitability of their firm's operations? The dilemma is an objective fact, and any form of self-management with material incentives will have to live with it. It must be noted that this is not the same problem as that of income differentiation within a firm. It would arise even if all its personnel were paid the same. It seems likely that the problem is less acute below a certain size of labor force. Imagine, for example, a cooperative of 10 workers, providing any good or service, from drawing pins to interior decorating. Any differences in income between them and others are much more likely to seem acceptable, since a small group such as this can more readily relate their direct personal effort to result. This is more remote when there are 100 variegated workers, let alone 1,000 or more. The effect of the contradictions described above, combined with a tendency for workers' councils to be under pressure to distribute higher incomes, has been to stimulate wage inflation. Some earn more, others wish to catch up in the interests of fairness and parity. Of course, wherever incomes are lower than the recipient would like, i.e. in all countries, there is pressure for more. In the USSR this is more or less effectively resisted by a combination of imposed wage tariffs and planned limits on the wages fund of enterprises. In the Yugoslav model the share out of the net income of the enterprise, net of material costs, taxes, and so on, is for its own elected council to determine. The temptation is to distribute the bulk of it, and then to finance investment by borrowing. This would be the normal course of events, unless prevented either by state-imposed regulations, which are, so to speak, external to the model, or by party political control exercised within the enterprise. In the most recent years there has been pressure to reduce inter-firm income differentiation, through a so-called social contract, and this has had some negative effects, in that it is inconsistent with the principles of the model. Successful firms now have sizable surpluses, which can seldom be effectively invested, while the less successful must be subsidized, or borrow from the bank to cover their deficits. It had already been observed that participation of rank-and-file employees in the more important policy-making areas was almost nil. 16 But this by no means excludes continuous pressure for higher incomes, which the key position of management cannot allow it to ignore. The workers as a collectivity lack any economic interest in the long term, to balance the evident advantage of a short-term share out of whatever net revenue is available. As Cirque correctly points out, this arises from the fact that the workers are in no sense co-owners or shareholders. They did not contribute to the initial capital of the enterprise, or indeed to the decision to bring it into existence in the first place. Conceptually they are involved, through their elected representatives, in its management, and they share in its net income, but only for as long as they work for it. When they resign to go elsewhere, or when they retire, they have nothing to sell, and so no material interest in the value at that time or in the future of its capital assets. In Yugoslavia, as elsewhere, there is considerable labor turnover. Only a minority of the workers can realistically identify their interests with that of their enterprise for the whole of their working lives. This has several consequences. One relates to responsibility for investment decisions. No one can say that the Yugoslav model is one of underinvestment, since the statistics show that both the volume of investment and the rate of growth are high by international standards, higher than in most of the countries which follow the Soviet model. But so is the rate of inflation, since these investments are superimposed upon the high share out of net incomes, and borrowing to finance investments, whether by enterprises or by local authorities, can and often does outrun the resources available and the limits of sound decisions. Extra resources can be provided by the printing press, increase in money supply, with the obvious consequences, and by imports, and so a large balance of payments deficit and foreign debt. Suppose the investment proves a loss maker, who can be held responsible, and in what sense? In practice one cannot close down the enterprise, or make it bankrupt. One cannot hit the worker's pocket, not only for political reasons but because most of those actually working at this time probably had little connection with the decision to invest. The manager can be replaced, but he, rarely she, too may not be responsible for the incorrect decision, either because he was not then the manager, or because it was the vote of the Workers' Council that was decisive. So one could all too easily have not only too much investment but also misdirected investment. Market signals and institutional arrangements do not create a coherent whole, even if there is no arbitrary interference with prices. The investment is all the more likely to be both misdirected and excessive when there is arbitrary interference with prices, an increasingly artificial exchange rate and a low rate of interest. Recently the rate of interest has been a quarter of the rate of inflation. Furthermore, in Yugoslavia, unlike even the USSR, there is no capital charge, i.e. no annual payment to the state related to the value of fixed assets. Obviously, under such conditions the extent of resource misallocation can be enormous, unless there is systematic control by some central planning body. But no such control exists, and indeed the center lacks authority, while the republics dispute over resources and sometimes duplicate each other's investments. Controls, when imposed, tend to be sudden and disorganizing, a total price freeze, or a ban on all unproductive investments, to cite some recent examples. These result in a strange mixture of distorted market and spasmodic state intervention, which can hardly be called planning. Yugoslavia's experience suggests that the desire to participate is by no means universal. Many workers and other staffs are not keen to sit on committees, to acquire the detailed knowledge that would enable them to be in any significant sense co-managers. It is for this reason above all that the management has very considerable power. It is tempting, but misleading, to attribute this lack of interest to faults in the system. A man or woman who works conscientiously may have other interests, the family, football, philosophy, do-it-yourself electronics, or playing the cello, for instance. Indeed, most visions of socialism rightly emphasize the need for diversification of interest. Then it must be appreciated that to participate seriously in decision-making one must do one's homework. The manager and his immediate associates are aware ex officio of the relevant economic and technological circumstances. The instrument mechanic, bricklayer, lorry driver, may be assumed to be skilled and intelligent workers, worthy of the highest respect, and with intimate knowledge of instruments, bricks, driving. They will not, in their professional capacity, be acquainted with the demand pattern for the product of their firm, or alternative sources of supply of materials, or relative costs of variance, or the economic advantages of this or that innovation. Only a small minority is likely to make the effort. So it is not surprising that the Yugoslav experience points to the limitations of participation, to the fact that workers and their representatives are concerned most of all either with income distribution or with detail, such as the provision of clean towels in the washroom or a better arrangement of a specific production task or process. The same experience has been reported from a study of Hungarian producers' cooperatives. Few persons other than the manager are concerned with the enterprise as a whole. It is in the nature of the self-management model that it must rely greatly on the market mechanism, on self-interest of the production units. It therefore follows that the issue of external economies and diseconomies is bound to be relatively neglected. The interest of the part can conflict with the interest of the whole. The profitability of one unit may be a misleading criterion. Yugoslav experience strongly suggests that these factors can be ignored at one's peril, that one can overcompensate for the admittedly serious deficiencies of over-centralization. What of complementarities and indivisibilities? There have been instances of myopia, of the fragmentation of systemic links. Thus one part of the railway system cannot be evaluated without regard to the effect of its operations on the traffic and revenue of other parts of the system. A research institute may or may not be profitable as such. Does the research department of Imperial Chemical Industries make a profit for itself? Presumably its existence is advantageous for its parent firm, and this cannot be known without a calculation made at the level of the larger all-embracing unit. Yugoslav experience provides numerous instances of the disadvantages of over-decentralization. Economics of socialism must never overlook this particular problem, since one of the most effective arguments for socialism is precisely the frequency with which private, or partial, benefit can conflict with the general welfare. It therefore will follow, that an efficient socialist economy must be an amalgam of plan and market, centralization and decentralization, control and local initiative. Yugoslav practice has varied at different periods, and this provides the interested scholar with many detailed examples worthy of study, which can only be touched upon in very general terms here. It is a fair generalization that central planning has been weak in Yugoslavia, due perhaps to the conflict between republican and federal powers. Far too little seems to have been done to bridge the gap between richer and poorer areas, though the difficulty in doing this should not be underestimated. Thus there is a great difference in natural fertility between the soil of the Vojvodina in the north and South Serbia or Herzegovina, so that for the same effort the peasantry will obtain a far higher income in Vojvodina, a difference which will not be corrected by an explicit differential rent, as there is no rent. For social, geographical, and purely economic reasons it is more profitable to create new factories in the already developed areas of the north. The greater the stress on market and profitability, the greater the danger of perpetuating regional imbalances inherited from the past. At the same time an effort by the center to locate new industries in the underdeveloped south meets with indignant resistance from those in the north who, understandably from their point of view, regard this as an unsound and wasteful use of their money. The center seems to interfere in the investment process both too little and too much, and critics are unanimous only in seeing major irrationalities in the use of investment resources. Then there is the vexed question of unemployment. It is repeatedly and correctly pointed out that this is one of Yugoslavia's most pressing and chronic problems. Even with a large number of workers exported to West Germany, many are out of work. Is there a connection between the self-management model and unemployment? It seems certain that there is, and it has been demonstrated formally. Compare a capitalist, or a Soviet manager, with a workers' council, assuming that the council is interested in maximizing net revenue per worker. Income of workers according to the model is based upon the sum arrived at by dividing net revenue by the numbers employed. There is no material interest in taking on extra labor if the effect is to diminish this figure. It is easy to visualize that in an otherwise identical situation a capitalist concerned with profit, or a Soviet manager anxious to fulfill plans, would employ additional labor. Similarly, the desire to maintain or increase net revenue per worker would influence investment choice in the direction of labor-saving variance. It must be added at once that practice shows also the reluctance of self-managed enterprises to shed labor. Workers do not vote for redundancies. However, expansion is most profitable when there is the least number of additional sharers in net revenue. In one of his analyses Cirque points to another relevant factor, given a specific feature of the Yugoslav institutional structure, one to which we have not hitherto referred. This is the existence of a limited private sector. The point of the word limited is that there is a maximum number of employees, usually 10. Under these conditions, the private entrepreneur who wishes to expand can only do so by capital-intensive, labor-saving methods. 17.1 appreciates the motives of those who insist on setting limits to the size of private enterprise. We shall in due course have to consider both the reasons why small-scale private activities should be allowed, and the extent to which it is possible to allow them within a socialist society. It may be that size is not to be defined by number of workers, but rather by the value of capital assets, for then there would be no disincentive to employ some of the unemployed. Evidently the Yugoslav system has not been able to surmount the contradiction between the need to provide work and the material interest of enterprises, self-managed or private, in economizing labor. It is noteworthy that this high level of unemployment has coexisted with a high rate of industrial growth, a large volume of investments, inflationary pressure, that is, with conditions that might be expected, in the absence of disincentives to employ, to create a shortage of labor. There is another lesson to be learned from Yugoslav experience, and in certain respects from the Sovnarkaz, Regional Council, experiment in the USSR also. This is the possible negative effect of the granting of powers over resources to regional bodies, whether these be national republics, cities, or districts, communes. It might seem that this would represent an improvement on central control, closer to the people, potentially more democratic. But there are serious disadvantages. Let us take as an example a factory, making, say, cement, or metal rods, or trousers. In the centralist model its output and its customers are determined by the planners, and in a complex modern economy the customers, as also the factory's own suppliers, are scattered over many regions. In the market model the management negotiates contracts with suppliers and customers in many parts of the country and perhaps outside it, devises investment projects, and so on. Where, then, is the role of the local authority? What interests is it likely to express? Its role is clear enough if local resources are used to satisfy local needs. But otherwise, given that its interests and the information at its disposal relate only to its own area, the local authority is almost inevitably prone to intervene to press the claims of the locality. In fact, the more democratic the local institution is, the more likely this is to happen. In the USSR and in Yugoslavia, despite criticism and despite the role of party officials as, supposedly, representative of the general as against the particular interest, diversion of resources occurs in ways which can conflict with economic rationality howsoever defined. There were even some cases in Yugoslavia of a local authority levying a sort of export tax upon goods sent outside its area, a sales tax on outsiders, and this practice had specifically to be outlawed. A cautious approach to local/regional powers over resources seems to be justified by experience. At the same time we know that centralization of the Soviet type tends to weaken regional planning and fragment complementary development plans relating to an area. There is no simple solution. There never is. We learn from experience where the shoe pinches, where problems are likely to arise. In the field of foreign trade, Yugoslavia tried to liberalize, aiming at a convertible dinar, with the labor-managed firms free to deal across borders. Yugoslav citizens were allowed to keep foreign currency accounts in the Yugoslav banks. However, despite large remittances from abroad, and substantial revenue from tourism, the Yugoslav balance of payments moved heavily into deficit, and there is now, 1982, a frighteningly large foreign debt. In part this is a consequence of large and sometimes unsound investments, in part it is a consequence of an overvalued dinar. The effect has been to compel the authorities to impose restrictions on imports, which vary from republic to republic, since, incredibly, they seem to control the bulk of the foreign exchange. Again, what was supposed to be a sort of free market has been turned into a mixture of improvised stop-go controls, which cannot be called a plan. Some imports can be paid for by obtaining dinar from the bank at the official rate, but some enterprises are entitled to retain part of their export proceeds, and then sell some of this currency to other firms, de facto, as in theory what they do is to import on behalf of the other firm, at a rate that is negotiated and can be 2 or 3 times the official rate. The dinar is thus only partially convertible, there is no single exchange rate, except for tourists, and there seems now to be an uncrossable barrier between foreign exchange held by persons, a very large sum, estimated as close to $8 billion, and the foreign exchange available or allocated to firms. Yugoslav economic performance was undoubtedly affected adversely not only by erratic price control but also by intervention at republican and local level, which went so far as to set up regional barriers to the free flow of goods and factors of production, creating what Tito himself called small protected markets. 18 A further consequence of the deliberate weakening of the center was that only a small part of total investments were effectively planned or financed by the center, a serious defect in a country characterized by very uneven development. This could only be partially corrected by the provision for compulsory exchange of information on investment projects. The endeavors to arrive at social contracts, or social compacts, also ran into difficulties owing to the power of Republican and local interest groups. Interregional optimality was hindered by barriers to capital mobility which encouraged banks, enterprises, and Republican and communal governments to keep capital resources within local boundaries, with the emergence of political factories, duplication, and so on. Point 19. In a recent discussion in Belgrade, the view was expressed that self-management was becoming a screen behind which the real decision-makers in the political sphere are hiding. Professor Maximovic roundly declared that the basic laws currently in operation are such that they establish an economic system that cannot function. Branko Horvat stated that these basic laws are not only bad but unworkable, and pointed to many contradictions, adding that the whole conception of the basic organizations of associated labor is wrong because it leads to fragmentation and disorganization of the economy. The necessary degree of planning is absent. Yet there is much intervention, which, Horvat said, has severely limited the autonomy of the enterprises. Point 20. There is widespread belief in Yugoslavia that the system as it is today cannot continue. Its functioning depends on the market, yet a variety of improvised controls, price freezes, import restrictions, exchange rate variations and negative interest rate, plus political interference with the income distribution of self-managed enterprises, adds up to a bundle of contradictions. The looming crisis in the balance of payments requires a firm policy at the center, but, especially since Tito's death, the center has insufficient power to act. It would seem that a crisis may come to the boil before this book is published. If so, it should be noted in how many respects reality has fallen short of the Yugoslav model. This may be a suitable place to stress that this apparently long list of difficulties and deficiencies is not intended to prove that the Yugoslav system is wrong or mistaken. It has achievements to its credit. The standard of life compares favorably with its Central East neighbors. Belgrade and Zagreb must seem highly prosperous to most inhabitants of Romania, Bulgaria, the Soviet Union. Growth has been impressive, even if sometimes distorted and costly. With all its shortcomings, the experiment with workers' self-management has been of great importance. There is much that anyone interested in socialist economics can and must learn from it. Here and elsewhere, we must never forget that perfect systems exist only in books, that the real world in East and West abounds in irrationalities, misallocation, misemployment of resources, various forms of waste. In the real world, whether socialist or not, some intractable problems and contradictions will exist. Indeed, it is well that this is so, for a world without contradictions would be an intolerably dull place, and social scientists would be threatened with unemployment. I can only repeat that we must learn from the things that go wrong, in the hope that by doing so we will diminish the ill effects of predictable troubles. Private agriculture in Yugoslavia and Poland, peasants and farmers. Yugoslavia and Poland are the two countries in which, while the urban economy is predominantly socialist, the peasantry is predominantly private. It is worth devoting attention to the effects of this, and also subsequently to contrasting the performance of smallholder agriculture not only with the collective and state farming of the USSR but also with the different experience of Hungary. Neither Yugoslavia nor Poland can be a good example of effective private agriculture, whether the measure is cost or productivity. In particular, Polish peasants have not only failed to respond to rising demand for meat, but a growing deficiency of grain has led to rapidly rising imports, at a time when the balance of payments was, and is, under heavy strain. It cannot be our purpose here to examine the current economic problems of Poland or Yugoslavia for their own sake. The question we must put is, what can be learned from the experience of these two countries concerning the viability of smallholder peasant agriculture? This should be contrasted with the many deficiencies of large-scale collectivist and state agriculture. Could they all be inefficient? Then what is the answer to the agricultural problem? One possible answer to this puzzle is suggested by one simple, and fairly accurate, statistic. In many parts of Poland the average size of holding is 5 hectares, whereas on similar land in the Soviet Union we have state and collective farms of 5,000 hectares. Perhaps 5 is too small, 5,000 too large. In Yugoslavia the average size of a peasant holding was only 3.9 hectares in 1969.21. This may be a significant clue to one of the principal defects of Polish and Yugoslav agriculture: formal rules and informal pressures, and fears, prevent the formation of economically viable and efficient units. That is, in some cases the household is simply forbidden by law to possess more than 10 hectares of land, or there is fear that to grow too big would be to attract undesirable attention from party officials fearful of the emergence of a new bourgeoisie. The latter point reminds one of the principal contradiction in the peasant policy of the party in Soviet Russia in the 1920s, basing agriculture on the middle peasants, treating the successful and prosperous as kulaks and so as class enemies, meant that enterprise brought danger to the enterprising. Agricultural production was to be based on the moderately unsuccessful, middle, peasant. This conflicted with the urgent need for higher marketings of farm produce. If one also considers the impact of state-controlled purchase prices, which have acted as a disincentive, and also the relatively low retail prices which, especially in Poland, were heavily subsidized, and the inadequate supply of machinery and equipment, again especially in Poland, it is not surprising that agricultural performance lagged behind the requirements of the economy. A disproportionate share of resources has gone into the relatively few state farms. Several issues of general importance arise as one further considers the issue of private agriculture. One is the very wide range of forms of land tenure, and of population density, in different countries, which must be taken into account before drawing any practical conclusions from various countries' experience. Thus in, say, the Canadian prairies small numbers are engaged on large, highly mechanized farms, while in Eastern Europe, or, even more, in China and India, there are large villages and a much larger number of cultivators. Quite different techniques, habits of mind, patterns of labor utilization, emerge. It is plainly futile to imagine that, say, Canadian agricultural organization could be introduced in India or Poland or vice versa. The impact and possibilities of cooperation also differ very widely. It is one thing to consider the advantages of production in common by villagers, though in Russia we have seen how disastrous was the attempt to impose it from outside, by coercion, even though there had been a tradition of communal tenure. It is quite another to try to devise it where there are scattered farmsteads, even of the Scandinavian, let alone the Canadian, type. When the Soviets imposed the kolkhoz system in the Baltic states, they sought also to eliminate the farmsteads, khutura, to drive the peasants into village settlements. Still other possibilities exist in the immediate aftermath of a land reform in a country of giant landlord estates, latifundia. In Poland and Yugoslavia individual peasant ownership predominated, most landlords having been expropriated long before the communists took power. In both an attempt was made to collectivize, and in both it was abandoned. The existing compromise seems unsatisfactory, and the most obvious solution seems to be to allow the private peasant sector to expand, i.e. to increase the average size of farms, with a higher level of mechanization. The market is, and presumably would remain, the basic link between agriculture and the urban sector, as it was in the USSR in the period of NEP. This does not necessarily mean a reliance on the spontaneous and uncontrolled market, which is not allowed to operate in the West either. Economic theory knows of the cobweb, the persistent disequilibria which can be engendered by the price mechanism in agriculture. Furthermore, sharp variations in prices have a direct effect on the incomes of the producers, and in all countries where peasants and farmers have influence this causes strong pressure for some species of price support scheme. In the Stalin period the interests of peasants were disregarded, and prices were fixed not as a means of supporting the producers, but rather as a means of extracting resources from them, as a form of taxation. This is no longer the case, however, even in the USSR. In West and East alike attempts to control agricultural prices have led to anomalies of various kinds, and no doubt any socialist regime will have to try to reconcile a number of mutually inconsistent objectives in its price policy, as virtually all regimes have had to do. More perplexing still will be other dilemmas. In a country with large collective and state farms of the Soviet type, there seems little or no advantage to be gained from adopting Polish-style smallholder agriculture. Polish peasants complain that they were undersupplied with inputs, that prices paid to them were too low, and they lacked confidence in a regime that seemed very unsympathetic to their needs and aspirations. No doubt even small